How's it going, everybody? Welcome back for another episode of Locally Sourced. I am Carter, your host, and housekeeping out of the way. If you like the channel, you can hit subscribe on YouTube. If you want to support the channel, you can head to Patreon or Substack. Links will be in the description. And support this so that it remains editorially independent and not subservient to anyone else's interests. We're just going for it. But I'm really excited because my guest today is Phil Sletton. He is the research director of New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, and I'm going to bring him on now. Phil, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there. I can hear you just fine. We're doing great. So
okay, great.
So you guys do really fantastic work at NHFPI, and what spawned this whole instance of me reaching out to you guys was that the new state budget just came out, and they talk about how they have a surplus. Now, from my perspective, when I read articles that are talking about the state budget and they say they have a surplus, I think about all of the local townspeople that will say, oh, my property taxes are too high, but there's a lack of investment in the schools. At the same time, we're spending too much on the schools, and it sort of gets a little mixed up. And at the same time, I also think about just the general attitude coming out of Concord, which is, well, we want to cut taxes, we want to reduce taxes, and how does that get done? AOT just passed this new cap proposal that has to be on, town ballots, and so I'm just sort of curious as to help viewers who may or have read articles on In-Depth NH, let's say, about the budget. Let's try and demystify that a bit, because when I think about sort of just the overall budget, right, because we can probably start with education, just because the education budget is somewhere between $3.5 to $4 billion every year, right? And a lot of people are very familiar with the concept of downshifting in the state, where we're shifting the burden of those property taxes, which fund education, onto the local taxpayers. But at the same time, that report said that they had pulled over $3 billion for the general and education fund, and so I guess we can start by the direct question of what portion of that money is actually allocated or could potentially be allocated from the state level to education in a way that might provide an opportunity for local property taxes to be alleviated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a great question. So stepping back, the most recent data that we just received, right, the data that we received as of the end of June, that is the first, and it's the cash basis, so it's preliminary, but it's the first year of revenue in our 2-year budget. So New Hampshire, the state legislators passed the state budget, the governor signed it back in June of 2025. That budget is in effect from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2027. It's 2 state fiscal years. So in New Hampshire, we have a 2-year budget. 30 states have a 1-year budget. We're in the 20 or so, and I say or so because there's some complications in some states, but we're in the 20 or so states that have a 2-year state budget. So right now we're at the halfway point of the state budget, and we now know we have a better idea anyway, of what revenues looked like for the first half of the state budget. And policymakers, when they're putting together a state budget, it has to balance, right? It's an operating budget, so you don't borrow money to pay for operations. You borrow money to do capital projects, but not to pay for ongoing expenses. Staff and services that are provided directly, and maintaining roads and funding public schools, right? So the operating budget is dependent on what the revenue projections were. And state policymakers projected revenues over the 2-year period. And for the first year of the state budget, it looks like the state revenues for the general and education trust funds, which isn't the whole budget, but it's a pretty significant part of it, about 40%, those were about a little under 6% over what was expected. A big portion of that was one time. There were some one-time dollars that came in, what's called a tax amnesty program. Happy to talk about that more if you have questions, but it's a one-time, basically, pot of money. And that one-time pot of money, if you take that out, then revenues were about 2.7% above what was expected when the state budget was crafted. So what that means is that right now, if spending is going according to plan, which is a different, it's the other side of the equation, right? We don't have as much clarity on the spending side of the equation, but we know about the revenue side of the equation. If spending is going according to plan, then there is a cushion of, right now, it's about $182 million is the estimate at the end of this fiscal year. So again, we're halfway through the state budget. There's that cushion of about $182 million. So what does that mean? That means that policymakers have a little bit of money that they could use for something else. They've already ended their legislative session this year, so they're probably, unless they decide to take something up in the fall, like, they probably aren't going to use it until the next session, right?
Sure.
So that money then probably carries forward into the next state budget discussion, which the legislature will be doing next year. So February to June of 2027, the legislature will be considering the next state budget. So there's this additional money. And what does that mean in the context of property taxes? What does that mean in the context of funding the overall state budget? Those are all valid questions. I'll take the property taxes one first, since that was and how that relates to education funding. If that works for you, Carter.
Yeah, absolutely. That works great for me. Let's do it. Okay,
great. So the education funding that comes from the state, you identified that, it's about $4 billion overall that's spent on local public education in New Hampshire.
Right.
The education funding that comes from the state is a little over $1 billion of that each year. So last state fiscal year 2026, that was $1.08 billion in what's called adequate education aid, which is terminology the state uses that's in response to the Claremont lawsuits in the 1990s.
Right.
That were decided by the state Supreme Court. So that adequate education aid, which is funded mostly on a per pupil basis, right? Mostly based on how many students are there in school districts, which, by the way, that peaked in the 2002-2003 school year. So it's been a declining number of students in aggregate statewide since then. That little more than $1 billion, that funds about mid-20s, 26% of what state school districts, or the school districts around the state in aggregate, report that they spend on funding students, right? On funding local public education. So school districts report to the state every year, here's how much money we spent on all our operations, here's how much money it was per pupil, et cetera. And where did it come from? So it's a little bit more than a quarter that is funded by the state. There's a little bit of federal funds, 6% or so. There in the last year, there's money that's from students paying for school lunches. There's a couple other local sources, right? But the primary source of revenue that school districts have is property taxes, and those are property taxes that are raised locally from your local property tax base. That is the primary source because, broadly, local governments in New Hampshire, they can only do what the state government lets them do in law, right? So if you're a local government, Carter, and you're saying, I want to raise money to fund a new highway or a new highway bypass, right? If you're in Peterborough, right, you might say, well, like we should make it so people aren't driving through town, right? 202 is over on this one side. Let's have a road going on the other side so that people can get to the other side of 101 and not have to cut through town and zigzag through our traffic lights, right? So the town wants to raise money to do that. The town can't say, let's tax sales, let's tax soda, let's tax carbon, right? Let's tax red mailboxes, right? Like the town can't do that because it's not authorized to in state law, right?
Right.
But what the town can do, the town can raise property taxes, and that's really the only major tax revenue source that towns have, and that cities have, and that school districts have, and that counties have. It's the only major tax revenue source. There are other revenue sources, but if you're on your select board or your school district board, you don't have control over the money the state sends you or the money that the federal government sends you. You don't necessarily have control over how many people are paying for parking in your town, right? And paying the parking meter. The one that you do have control over is property taxes. So if you have these service needs and only this much money from other sources, that means property taxes are filling the gap. And that's why if there's less money that comes from the federal government, less money that comes from the state government, less money that comes from other sources, all of that puts upward pressure on property taxes.
Sure. So it's really interesting, and I'm glad we're getting into this because I'm just purely from like just observational, trying to make general projections about this. It seems like it kind of puts the towns in a bit of a bind, right? Because you're saying, well, we're going to put all of the responsibility on the towns to provide all of this funding. But at the same time, because they're not allowed to make specific decisions to alleviate taxation other ways, and they really can only do it through the property tax, it seems like it would cause people in towns to then be sort of frustrated with the town itself for constantly raising this one tax that they already feel like is way too high anyways. And it just, the downshift of it seems to be sort of like there's not a lot of wiggle room there in order to actually create a sense of security or mobility for the people in the town to spread the taxation out in a way that creates a more fair alignment, right? Because property taxes themselves are, I always say that, a property tax is regressive in the sense that it doesn't care about what your position is, right? If you're suddenly out of a job, it's not like your property tax is going to be on hold, right? But if you were, say, paying an income tax, well, you're not going to be taxed on income that you're not making. The sales tax is regressive in the same way, where if somebody's making $30,000, they're paying a greater portion of that tax compared to what they earn as somebody who's making $300,000 a year. You know what I mean? So that shifts the greater portion of responsibility onto the less affluent members of the state. And so, like I always try to go to the example of like, you've got, somebody who's in their 70s, right? And they're living on like the family farm that they've owned for generations, you know what I mean? But they're on a fixed income. They're not able to work anymore. Maybe their particular line of work really heavily relied on using their body. You know what I mean? It's not a desk job. It's not like a work from home opportunity. So they're relying on Social Security, maybe some sort of retirement if they have one. But those property taxes go up. They just continue to increase. And that person who's living on that fixed income may all of a sudden find themselves completely priced out of a home that has been theirs for generations. And that seems to be, I don't know, that just on its face, that doesn't feel fair. And I don't think that's necessarily a partisan take per se, because I've talked to people all over the political spectrum and nobody likes that. Nobody likes the idea of like, oh, you're kicking grandma out of her house. Like, what the heck are you doing, dude? So it's weird because there's this significant amount of downshifting that occurs. And then at the same time, you brought up the Claremont decision, which I think is incredibly relevant to this conversation. But furthermore, we have the Conval case, which also went through more recently, which basically reaffirmed a lot of the results of the Claremont decision. And so the state still is sort of in this position of not adequately funding education by the decision of the courts. That's again not a partisan take. That's just what the courts said. So and I understand that there's a lot of effort in Concord to sort of try and subvert or divert public tax dollars into the education freedom accounts, right? So that people are able to use that money for non-public school opportunities, and under the guise of it's flexible and it's school choice, and you're given better options when your local school is not able to deliver for you. But that at the same time, I can't help but think, well, Jesus, isn't that still diverting money away from public schools that are already underfunded? And that blame seems to be mostly carried by the towns. So it's very much so a way for the state to say, like, hey, we didn't do it. You know what I mean? This is just that your town did this. And so I'm just sort of, that's a general take. And I don't know that there's so much of a question there, as it's just like, this is a thing that I ponder, and I wonder from the analysis side of things, what the read on that take is for just the regular person looking at this problem.
Yeah, so I'll pull on three threads, if I could, from what you said.
Yeah, of course.
One is that New Hampshire relies more on property taxes than any other state in the country to fund public services.
Right.
And other than the utility property tax, which is raised by the state directly from utilities, all property taxes in New Hampshire that are true property taxes are raised and retained locally. So there is a statewide education property tax. The state used to actually collect money from that. The state doesn't collect money physically from that anymore. All of that money stays with local governments. So the state requires local governments to raise it, but it's effectively an add-on to the local property tax, which, right, by the way, if you count that all together, that means that school districts are raising 72% of the money that they use to fund their operations, the education of students, from local property taxes.
Right.
And that's, if we look at towns, we look at counties, they're all relying on local property tax bases. And when you get to the municipal level, right, some of our towns are pretty small, and there's a big difference in the fiscal capacity of that property tax base to fund services when you go from town to town, right, or city to city. Do you have waterfront property? Do you have a ski area that people want to have second homes in? Do you have a big industrial site or facility?
Right.
Do you have a lot of commercial property? Do you have a lot of homes that are of high value and that don't have a lot of students in them, especially, or a lot of people living in them, period, right? Those are all things that can affect what the property tax base is relative to what your service needs are. And that, because we are so reliant on local property taxes in New Hampshire and local tax bases in particular, because it's not just property taxes, it is that when you cross the border from town to town or city to town, there's a big difference in the fiscal capacity, or there can be a big difference in the fiscal capacity of those communities. And that can make it, sort of easier or harder to raise property taxes and to raise revenue for services more generally. And that interacts with, how do property taxes impact people based on their income? Generally, the lowest income households and middle income households have a higher effective tax rate from property taxes and from state and local taxes overall in New Hampshire than the highest income households. So the modeling from the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy suggests the bottom 20% of family units, which could be individuals or could be families, but basically tax units, bottom 20% paid in state and local taxes an effective tax rate of close to 9%. And for the top 1% of households, it was an effective tax rate of a little under 3%. So it was about a 3-to-1 ratio relative to incomes. Now, again, that's relative to incomes. That's not total number of dollars, right?
Right.
Because there aren't that many dollars at the bottom 20%, and there are a lot of dollars at the top 1%. But relative to incomes, it reflects that property taxes are really, they're a tax on wealth. It's wealth that is taxed every year, but wealth is not necessarily reflective of someone's property taxed wealth, I should say, is not necessarily reflective of someone's total wealth or ability to pay in that moment, in the same way that it was 100 years ago, 125 years ago, when we were mostly an agricultural society, right? And most of the wealth that you would have as an individual would show up in the property that you have, that you own, and is physically available, right?
Right.
Whether that's livestock, whether that's fuel tanks the state used to tax, whether it's mills, stock in trade, right? There's all sorts of things the state used to tax as part of property or business-ish taxes. And now we've shifted most of that to property taxes that are more generic property taxes. And I say now, this was more than 50 years ago, and business taxes that are more broad-based in terms of what are your profits, what's your business enterprise value tax base, et cetera. So what that means is that we are taxing a certain type of wealth that doesn't necessarily reflect someone's income. It can, but doesn't all the time. And taxing that wealth more and more to raise more money at the very local level, and only taxing it based on those small property tax bases. And that results in a pretty uneven distribution of what is the effective tax rate across income groups.
Right. Absolutely. Well, and I would also imagine that the reality that, is, you can say that, property is a form of wealth, which is accurate. But there's not a direct correlation to something like, say, owning a stock, right? Where if you own a stock and you're holding it and the value of the stock goes up, you're not actively taxed on that until you decide to sell your shares, right? That's the moment at which you receive the taxation on that particular sale of a stock. Whereas if you own a home and the property value gets reassessed and goes up, you haven't been able to realize the gains of selling that house because you're still living in it, but you are now paying more for it. And that doesn't relate. It's not like you were suddenly able to get a huge raise at work that accounts for that. So that seems like a pretty big snag in the works there. I think it's interesting that you bring up sort of the agricultural roots of the state, where at that particular time, property taxes did actually function much more like an income tax. That was sort of the conception of the idea, was like, we're only going to tax you on your ability to earn, right? Because it was so tied, what you owned was tied to what you could make in terms of money. So I always find it fascinating that it's like, well, we don't want an income tax in this state. If to go back to this sort of like, Mel Thompson and union leader talking point from mid 1900s, it's, yeah, sure, but that's not actually the formulation historically of why we have the system we have. Things shifted. And so I think this has a bit of a dovetail a little bit in terms of there's the general conversation that's happening right now with sort of Andrew Valinsky and Cliff Below's proposal with the 3-3 tax affordability plan. Which I think is interesting, because they're coming out and making a proposal, right? I mean, and they're not even necessarily, it's not legislation. It's not like it's going through the state house in any capacity. They were just like, let's write this up and see what everybody thinks about it. And then all of a sudden, Andrew Valinsky's getting death threats, which is sort of ridiculous. But just literally for saying the word income tax in the state of New Hampshire, I think is the darkly comedic. But it's I'm genuinely curious, from just an analysis perspective, looking at like sort of the tax burden and what would make the most sense in terms of long-term sustainability. Is there value in examining other broad-based tax methods? Would doing something like bringing back the interest and dividends tax or the estate tax, would stuff like that actually create genuine opportunities to alleviate sort of the imbalance that we're experiencing right now?
That's so, and I'm glad you brought up the interest and dividends tax, because that was also a tax on a form of wealth, but it was wealth that generates income, and then a tax on that income. Right? You mentioned capital gains, right? That is, if you own a stock, which by the way is much more portable and transferable than someone's house, right? And has a very different impact on someone's life if they're selling their stock versus selling a house. So, and that's a capital gains tax, a lower value to upper value, or you might hold that stock and then earn dividends and distributions from it, from that ownership of the company. But those are all forms of income, right? And the property tax in New Hampshire is a form on a tax on certain types of wealth, certain forms of types of wealth. And that is much more likely to impact a much broader swath of the population than, for example, the interest and dividends tax did. At least most of the money, the majority of money raised from the interest and dividends tax was from filers in its latest years, from filers that had $200,000 a year or more in taxable interest and dividend income alone, right? So you had to have a lot of wealth to generate $200,000 in interest and dividend income that was taxable without selling any of it, right? No capital gains involved there. That was just, you had this wealth, and that could be ownership of your own company, right? That's generating that income for you. But it is not something you have to sell to generate that income that was then taxed.
Right.
So you'd have to for $200,000 a year in income, you'd have to have millions of dollars of wealth, or the equivalent of millions of dollars of wealth, if you have anything that's like a reasonable rate of return on either a stock or a distribution. So one of the reasons that the state, to your question about other types of revenue, one of the reasons why the state is not as reliant on one type of revenue source as local governments are, and why people feel the property tax in ways that they don't feel some of the other state taxes or taxes that we have in the state, is because the state has a much broader array of revenue options, right? It has the business profits tax, the meals and rentals tax, the business enterprise tax, the Medicaid enhancement tax, the motor fuels tax, the insurance premium tax, right? The tobacco tax. These are all different taxes on different parts of the economy. And you can adjust them, right? Or the state could adjust them in ways that do not directly impact people as much as one tax, the property tax, that is already relatively high in New Hampshire on a per capita basis. In 2022, we paid more in property taxes than any other state in the country except New Jersey. So they're relatively high here. And that, increasing that further, ratcheting that up further, means that there's that means that people are feeling that pressure point more than they do if the meals and rentals tax is adjusted upward by half a percentage point or downward by half a percentage point like it was in 2021. So that diverse array of revenue sources that the state has is an asset for stabilizing revenues and making it so you're not leaning too heavily on one part of the economy, as opposed to property taxes, which, there's a lot of property, right? It's a relatively broad base. But within the town or city that you're talking about, it's a pretty narrow base because it's only within the borders of that town. And it's a tax that is really your only lever to raise money at the local level from taxation. And one piece I want to mention, there's the three plan in particular. A lot of focus was on the 3% on the income tax side. But the that's the property tax side, the $3 per thousand property tax side. That was proposing, well, and I don't want to put words in either Andy or Cliff's mouths for this, right? But that was proposing basically making the whole state be part of the property tax base. And that broadens it much further, because then the town border, the city border, doesn't matter nearly so much for funding public education, because if you're raising the money statewide with the state as your property tax base, and not just whether you happen to have waterfront property or a large industrial facility within your town or not, that means that the statewide property tax base can then raise the money in a way that reflects what a particular property is more, and the value of that relative to the statewide average, as opposed to what a particular town's collection of properties happen to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, definitely. It does make sense. And I think, that's, everybody focuses on the income tax portion of that. And I thought that the actual property tax portion that they were talking about was just as fascinating to me as the income tax portion. I thought it was a really interesting proposal. And it's like, I would like it if people would be able to like entertain it to a certain extent, just because I do see these conflicts where there's so much emphasis on the town level and the school district level in terms of raising the revenue. And it can, it's like, and you have towns like school districts, like, Conval was a good example. Conval's 9 towns that participate in that high school, and the conflict between towns over that money is pretty intense. It can get fairly heated, and it sort of in some ways pits towns against each other, which seems like not a great way to handle things, and to sort of flatten it at the state level seems that it removes some of the potential animosity that would occur or could occur in between, different townships, so that we're not sort of always fighting with each other on the lowest level. And then I think, we've mentioned the statewide education property tax a couple times, and what I think is fascinating about this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like when I think about it being sort of collected and held locally, but it is a state tax and it's sort of considered a state level thing, but they're asking the towns themselves to be the ones to administer those taxes. That seems fraught to me, because it's a way for the state to say, hey, look, we're doing something, but really the actual onus of collecting and managing all of that money still stays with the towns. And that's it seems like a neat little trick to sort of take responsibility for doing what feels like absolutely no work. Maybe, and then that's, I don't want to mischaracterize. I think that would be that's bipartisan. You know what I mean? And that's not just the responsibility of one party or another. They're both, the pledge exists, and candidates of both parties will take the pledge. So there's a certain amount of tax prescriptions that are fairly ubiquitous, regardless of what political party you're talking about.
So the statewide education property tax is there was a state Supreme Court case about that last year too, which changed some components of it, some of the wonky components of it, but didn't change the fundamental structure that the money's raised and retained locally by local governments. And it wasn't that way in its initial stages. It wasn't that way in the past when it was created. It was created and set at a rate of $6.60 per thousand, which is much higher than it is now, to basically raise money. And if school districts, or really communities, raised more than the state owed them through the education funding formula, then that additional money would go back to the state. Some people might remember the terminology donor towns and receiver towns from 20 some years ago, right? And that makes it, I think, speaking to your question about how it's strange that it's administered at the town and city level, that makes it so that all the money is collected locally and then transferred as a block. So even though individuals are being taxed, like the individual houses and businesses, et cetera, are the ones being taxed, it's collected in a way that makes it appear as here's this block of money, and a portion of that is then transferred away, or used to be transferred away, to another community. And that, I think people perceive that as different than, like, why is my town donating as why is my town receiving, right? Or why is this other town receiving? Those are my local property taxes. Shouldn't they be used in my community? Well, there were two changes to statewide education property tax since its inception. One was it was set in 2005 to raise $363 million. So, and that's not adjusted for inflation. So it's a declining source of revenue over time, so to speak, for education funding. And the second is that in 2011, there was a law change that made it so that there was no more sharing between communities. So there are no more donor towns and receiver towns when it comes to education funding, right? That hasn't existed for 14 years. So if you still hear that out in the world, that's not the case anymore. It was the case. It was important a while ago, but it's not the case anymore. So, and one thing I do want to note there, if you're a community that has a lot of property wealth, or relatively few students, or a combination of those two, then you may be keeping more in statewide education property tax revenue than the state actually owes you through the education funding formula. And since 2012, or since the law change in 2011, those communities have kept what's called excess swept revenue, excess statewide education property tax revenue, which effectively means that those communities de facto receive more state education aid. I do want to caveat that, yes, they receive more de facto state education aid on paper, but it's not more cash coming from the state because it's all raised locally. right? It's
Right.
all raised through the
Exactly.
statewide education property tax locally. I know that's clear as mud, but the
Yeah.
statewide education
Yeah.
property tax, it is a state tax in that if the state didn't have it, it would have to raise the revenue for the education funding formula that's currently raised for by the statewide education property tax from somewhere else, right? There'd have to be
Right.
another tax revenue source to fund the education funding formula. But all the money is raised and retained locally, and local governments have to administer it and run it. And this is why it went back to the state Supreme Court, because the Claremont lawsuits, particularly the second Claremont lawsuit in the 1990s, and I should say I'm not an attorney, right? So this is going to be imprecise, right? But that second Claremont lawsuit was focused on the equitability of taxation across communities for education funding. It was less about the dollar amount and more about the inequity between communities for funding public education, and the state had to do something about that inequity. The state Supreme Court case that we saw last year, that state policymakers haven't really responded to yet comprehensively, although the next time they would be in the next state budget potentially. So that'll be next year. They could have responded in 2026, but they didn't do much to respond to it in 2026. So that Supreme Court case was a little bit of a difference, right? It reaffirmed some things from the 1990s, but also said there should be a certain amount of money provided, right? Or recommended that there be a certain amount of money as a floor, as a reasonable floor provided. And then the legislature could provide more too. So again, we'll have to see how the different branches of government interact on this. I don't have a forecast for you on that front.
No,
but it is different in that it was saying not just the state has to supply money to make the funding more equitable from the funding sources, but also saying the state has to supply more money to actually fund an adequate education. That's my quasi layperson's, not an attorney, interpretation of some of the key differences between those Claremont lawsuits in the 1990s and what we saw last year, and that the legislature may decide to tackle next year.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So, and I appreciate that, because again, like you say, it's clear as mud, and I always think that's so funny, but because I feel like that's like the goal, right? Is to have it be very overlapping and it is, opaque in terms of being able to really understand what's going on, because I would imagine that if you were a bit more, I don't know what the particular word for this is, but devious, maybe is the correct term, about wanting to direct people's ire towards something that isn't you, as maybe a politician or a lawmaker. It seems like having these sort of like, on paper it's one way, in reality it's another, kind of distinctions creates a layer of plausible deniability, where somebody could say, look, like that's not the way we did it. I don't know what to tell you. It's just, that's not how it's written. It's actually this other thing, but then there is sort of a de facto responsibility that's carried in a way that is exactly what people experience, in terms of the, again, to that downshifting point of saying, well, yes, on paper it's state money, but everything is done on the locality level. And I think, my personal attitude towards the term downshifting, which gets used a lot in New Hampshire for good reason, is I think the part of the analogy that people don't always talk about, right, is that you can downshift the cost of something. But if you're thinking about it in terms of like, I'm riding a bicycle or I'm driving a car, the lower the gear you are in, it might be easy to get started, right? It's easy to jump off the line if you're at a full stop. But the maximum speed you can go for the amount of fuel or energy, right, with your legs that you have to expend to go a certain speed is much more costly to you. And the whole point of that is to then shift up, right? So that you've already reached a base operating speed, right? So now you can use a higher gear, which would take more effort if you weren't already moving at the pace that you're moving. And what it actually does is allows you to move faster or be more effective with less energy output because the gear ratio has gone up. And I always think that that's the part of the analogy that people don't think about as much, but I think it's very applicable to the situation that we're dealing with right now, where, to the point about like the sort of the 3% in the tax proposal plan, the tax affordability plan, where it generalizes things to the state level. I think about how if we take this concept of upshifting, right, in terms of energy output, that would actually create a certain amount of relief on a local level, assuming there was some sort of provision that said, like, okay, if we do this, though, local towns, you do have to lower your property tax rates. Like, you can, because that's always, when I hear the sort of the counter argument against an income tax, people will point to places like Connecticut where it's not necessarily bracketed, and they'll say, well, yeah, but it didn't actually alleviate any of the problems, and now they have crazy high tax rates. And like, yeah, but that's also because they never locked in there was no balancing act done to reduce that local level taxation that would have caused relief at that particular level. So it's like, yeah, well, now we're just operating in two gears at the same time. Somehow that seems like it works. And it's, and really the taxpayers are the ones that sort of shoulder the burden of that. And I'm wondering, it's like, I sit here and have this thought as somebody just outside of a lot of the decision making and the experience of it. But I'm wondering if, from an analysis perspective on your end, if that actually is that a valid way to look at it?
So when you say it, do you mean the relationship
the
between
general
state and local?
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, is that a valid way to consider the concept of downshifting, the downshifting or sort of upshifting, and to follow the extension of my analogy here? Is that a reasonable way to sort of try and simplify the concept?
Yeah, so I think it's important for people to remember that, and to help with this way of thinking about it. I think it's important for people to remember that there's strong fiscal relationships between these different levels of government. Like, a third of the state budget is funded with federal transfers, right? And then we've already talked about the component of the local government funding that comes from the state, right? We're talking, depending on whether you're counting SWIFT or not as state aid, 20-some%, right? So, if there's more money that's raised at the state level, whether it's through the statewide education property tax and then redistributed, or raised through some other revenue source, and then sent to local governments, I think what you're identifying is that there are people who are then concerned of, like, oh, well, then, it won't actually lower property taxes, right? It may reduce the upward pressure on property taxes, but if you've downshifted, you're still sort of spinning your wheels, right? And then you're trying to do all the things, right, that are that you're doing at the local level, and you have more resources to do it, but it takes a lot of energy because you're doing it all locally, as opposed to, it might be more efficient at a higher speed at the state level. So there's, but at the same time, structurally, right, we're not in a situation now where there's other ways to raise revenue to fund things like you need a new school building, or you need to fix a road, or the health insurance premiums for your police, firefighters, and teachers have gone up, right? There are some costs that communities face that may be outpacing the revenue they get from other sources, which is why that puts that upward pressure on property taxes. So that revenue from other sources, it's, in one community, they might use it to lower property taxes dollar for dollar. In another community, they might say, we have all this deferred maintenance. We really need to fix this mold problem in this building that members of the public are using, right? Like those, so that's also a valid reason, right? And I think everyone in the community would agree, but then it doesn't lower property taxes, right? Because you're using that money for that. So, to understand how the fiscal relationship between the state government and local governments could be structured in a way that incentivizes lower property taxes, I think that incentivizes component is important. The state could force local governments, and indeed, as you pointed out, local governments may have an opportunity to force themselves later to have local property tax caps, right, or more opportunity to do so in the 2026 and 2028 general elections. So, local governments can force themselves to keep their taxes low. The state government could also, again, we're not a home rule state in New Hampshire, so local governments are at the whim of sort of what the state sets out as parameters for them.
Exactly.
And the state could say, you are not allowed to raise property taxes or raise property taxes by this amount or whatever it may be. But then that means that local government that has the mold problem in the building, right? Well, how are they going to raise the money to do it if they don't have other revenue sources, right?
Yeah, so, exactly.
And then if you try to freeze it in time, is it right sized for everyone? If you say, okay, where your property taxes are now, that's what they're going to be, or that's what they're going to be plus 2% a year, and we'll fill in more money accordingly, or you're going to have to lower it by 50% and then only increase it 2% a year. Those are all ways that you could restructure that relationship between state government and local governments.
Right.
I tend to think that incentives that communities get differing amounts of aid depending on what happens with their property taxes and what happens with their service needs, and having a more sophisticated way of measuring what a need is in a community, and also respecting the local control that a lot of people do value in New Hampshire, right? That if you have a hard switch to another revenue source that local governments don't have as much control over too, then that may affect local control, right? I think that having an incentive structure is one of the ways that if people thought about that with regard to property taxes and the state and local relationship with regard to property taxes, it would permit more flexibility than sort of hard and fast laws that would come down from the state, but would also make sure that some of the additional aid, were aid to come from the state, would go directly to property tax alleviation or lowering property taxes. But again, the downside of that is that nothing is guaranteed. Then there's just the incentives in place to help get it to that point.
Yeah, exactly. No, and I mean, and look, when I say this stuff, I'm not necessarily trying to be too prescriptive about it, right? Because I am always of the opinion, like, there's a bunch of different ways to crack an egg, right? And in that sense, I think the incentive thing is good in the truest sense of maintaining sort of local control over it, right? It's like you can have the state say, oh, you can't do this, and it comes from the top down, and that's sort of like the stick, right? Or you can do the carrot version, which is going to your local, your selectman or your mayor or whatever, and saying, so they've done this, and we would like to see a reduction in our local property taxes. And if you don't do that, then we will put a candidate up, in next election cycle that would be willing to do that. And you'll face a challenger. So, and then that pressure is coming from the people. And I think that's a better way to do things, honestly. Like, I like that idea a little bit more because that's the carrot, right? In that analogy. But I do think there's a lot of value in looking at different ways to try to create that opportunity. But I do, I wonder if at that point it requires a certain type of messaging in order to make it work, right? Because if you're not sort of letting voters know that that's something that they could even be doing, then they don't, you don't know what you don't know. You can't know what you don't know. So you're not able to act upon that. I think that's maybe a bit of a snag with the carrot option. Whereas if it's just a certain decree by the state that says, hey, we're doing this, statewide property tax, and we are going to collect it. We are going to hold it. We're going to do that, out in Concord. Then it's not on the localities. And they say, so we're doing this. So, the state recommends that all municipalities balance their local property taxes in a way that is no longer so burdensome to their local economy. Because I do genuinely worry about the this rising property tax that people are experiencing, because it is creating a specific type of resident that can survive in this state. And the people that it generally excludes are the people that are sort of most key to a functioning economy, in the sense that if you're pricing out service workers or you're pricing out tradesmen, then those people that are building houses, that are working at restaurants, that are doing, like working the counter at the gas station, whatever, right? Like, those jobs are incredibly necessary. Your ambulance drivers, your, like hospital staff that are doing, just filing work, because there's a lot of paperwork that needs to happen in hospitals, nursing staff and whatnot. If these people are suddenly finding themselves priced out of living in the state, but you're having sort of like people that have made a lot of money off of, investing over the years, and they're, say, moving here from New Jersey or New York, and they're like, oh, well, I want to move to a state that's more remote. I want to get out of the big city. And New Hampshire is very friendly in terms of, being a bit of a tax haven, in the sense that we're just not going after those bigger chunks of wealth. So I can buy, like, a nice but modest property, and I can eat the property tax on that, especially if it's in a property wealthy town where they, the rates are maybe lesser or whatever. So I get to live in a really nice place. Property tax is sort of acceptable. And I can just sort of chill out. But it's like, as that population ages, as they need things, as they need services, they need groceries, they need whatever, right? A lot of the grocery stores in my area rely heavily on high school students to do the labor for them. Most of that is very much so like the youth. And if you're pricing families out, then who are going to do those jobs? And that, to me, I worry about sort of a longer term economic collapse, where it's like, if you genuinely put all of your eggs in the basket of like, okay, we're going to make this a retirement community state, who manages the necessary jobs for the local economies? That's my biggest concern there. And sort of just when thinking about this emphasis on property tax, I just wonder, like, what are potential pitfalls to putting all our eggs in that basket?
Yeah, and I want to emphasize not just the interstate comparisons there, but also the intrastate, right? If we go from one community to another, because part of putting all our eggs, or a lot of our eggs, right? If we look at where state and local tax revenue comes from, 63% of our eggs, right, in that local property taxes basket, that means that communities' abilities to invest in themselves and their people is highly dependent on the property wealth, the taxable property wealth in those communities. So
right.
What does that mean, right? Like I just said some funky economic words together, but like what does that actually mean? Yeah. It means that if you're a community that already has high value houses, if you already are desirable or perceived to be a desirable place to live, if you have a power plant, or a big, a couple big manufacturing plants, or a big healthcare facility that is a for-profit healthcare facility in this case. If it's if you have a ski area where a lot of people want to have second homes, right, or there are a lot of rental properties, right? If you have waterfront, whether it's on the ocean or on a desirable lake, right? Those are all things that boost property values. And in this case, boosting a property value then means that you have a larger tax base, and you can, in some cases, right, you can raise more money more easily, so to speak, from that tax base. Also, if it's a desirable place to live, then people who have the means to live there are, and this is again between towns. Yes, there's the interstate component, but this is between towns within the state. If you have the means to live there, if you have the income to live there, or the wealth and assets to live there, then you may be more likely to be you're more likely to be able to move in, to afford some place to live there, and afford the property taxes.
Right.
And that means that the communities where people can't afford those things, are more likely to have, maybe higher concentrations of people who are not able to move to those more desirable places to live, or places that are perceived to be more desirable to live. And as a result, then those communities, which might have lower property values, may also have more difficulty paying for the property taxes that local leaders would need to invest in something like more amenities and educational opportunities at the school districts, right?
Right.
And then there's an intergenerational mobility component, because if we're relying so much on local property taxes to fund local public schools, then people who, and there's a lot of perceptions about school districts, so I don't have any names to name, and I think that there are some school districts that probably serve students quite well that people don't perceive they serve as well, and vice versa. But those school districts that provide more opportunity, more advanced classes, more more after school activities, more enrichment activities, are able to pay their teachers more and attract more teachers who have expertise in the fields that they're teaching and have credentials in the fields that they're teaching. Those communities then provide more upward mobility to their students. And if those communities are already more likely to be the ones that are disproportionately higher income or higher wealth communities, because they can afford to pay for those educational services, then there's potentially a cycle there of communities sort of drifting apart, right? That there are some communities that are able to invest in themselves in that way and able to attract more businesses and more residents, and some communities that won't be able to, or that are less able to. And it's not as bifurcated as, there's half the communities in the state are doing well and half the communities in the state are doing badly, right? It's not that clear of a line, but those are all factors that the current structure of relying on local property taxes for a community to invest in itself through public resources, those are all factors that affect that community's, any community in the state's ability to do that. So there are the interstate movers, but there are also the intrastate pieces that also mean that people who, let's say you're working at a gas station counter, or that you are waiting tables, or that you are working, in one of them, you're providing health services to people who are older adults aging in their homes, right?
Absolutely.
That's, if you're a worker who's doing that, but you can't afford to live anywhere near where your work is, you might still be living in New Hampshire, but you might have a long commute, right? You might have those additional costs associated with it. So these are all things that structurally, and New Hampshire's not unique in this way, but we are the most reliant on local property taxes, particularly of any state in the country on average. These are not things that are unique phenomena to New Hampshire or unique at this period in history, but we structurally in the state have a funding for public services structure that enables and probably exacerbates some components of those trends.
Right, exactly. So thank you. This is wonderful stuff. We earlier brought up sort of just like the non-tax revenue. And I always kind of want to like ask a little bit about this because, we talk about like fees and expenses and things like that. And I've had people from out of state ask me when they look at it, they're like, well, you guys you do everything with the property tax? He's like, you guys just don't do taxes? And I'm like, we have a ton of tiny little fees that pay for a whole lot of stuff. So it's like there's still like, if you want to consider those fees kind of like taxes, then no, we're not really any different than anybody else. We absolutely still just harangue you left and right. And some of those things are absolutely ridiculous. But that is a huge portion of the way that we pay for things. And I think you actually, trying to scroll through, I think there was a pie chart that you guys have, and I'll post a link to this in the description of the video because I think it's really important that people do it. But you guys have a sort of how property taxes are in New Hampshire and how they work, and so I would encourage folks to do that. I'll also put the link to the webinar that you guys did down there too, just so that people can follow along through and check this stuff out, because there's a lot of really, really important information in there. But so I just give us a primer on how, because in that pie chart, it could have sworn that it was more than the property tax. And I'm just wondering how all of that all of that operates, how those sort of non-tax revenues come in, and how they work.
Great question. So if you're just looking at state revenue sources, then property taxes are not the majority. It's only the statewide education property tax and the utility property tax then.
Right.
And if you're looking at state and local tax and non-tax, then property taxes are almost, I think they're the biggest slice of the pie, right? About 30%, but it's not the majority, right? If you're just looking at taxes, it's the majority. It's that 63% is all raised and retained locally. So I know I'm throwing around a lot of numbers, but I'll spread it out a little bit more here. So if we're looking at state revenue sources, then there we can see that federal funds are about a third. So about a third of the operations of the state, about a third of the stuff that the state government does is funded with federal funds. And some of those funds are matching funds. Actually, most of them are matching funds, meaning the state has to put up some money to access those federal funds. So those don't just appear, right? They have to be drawn down for a particular program. So federal funds are a really significant component, right? It's the most significant non-tax revenue source the state has. The state also runs the Lottery Commission, or Lottery and Gaming Commission, I should say is the new name, and the Liquor Commission. And the Lottery Commission runs the state lottery and also Keno, sports betting, historic horse racing, overseas charitable gaming, runs the new video lottery terminals that the state has, the iLottery people do on their phones, right? All of that generates to some degree or another revenue for the state, but the Lottery and Gaming Commission also has to pay for its own operations and also pay for winnings, which is why people play to begin with, right? So there's a portion then, which is about a third of Lottery and Gaming Commission revenues, but a portion goes to, that's profit, goes to the Education Trust Fund to pay. That portion mostly pays for local public education. The state lottery, the scratch tickets in particular, has to go per the state constitution to pay for local public schools. The Education Trust Fund pays for a little bit more than just local public schools. It also funds the education freedom accounts, for example.
Right.
But all other types of aid go to public district or charter schools in some form or another. Some of it's tuition transportation aid, some of it's building aid, et cetera. But that comes out of that Education Trust Fund. So there's the Lottery and Gaming Commission, there's the Liquor Commission, which runs the state liquor stores. The profit from that also goes to other state purposes, not necessarily education. Most of it's not education, but goes to other state services. The profit from that on about $715 million in sales and services, it was about $120 million, right? So last fiscal year. So that's a small portion of it, but again, it's a state-run operation, right? It's basically a state-run business where the profits go to serve the rest of the state, but they have to pay for the buildings, they have to pay for the staff, they have to pay for the product that people go to the liquor stores to buy, right? Yeah. So that's all in their costs. But those are non-tax revenue sources, right? If I don't play lottery and I don't buy liquor, then I'm not only not participating in taxable activity, but I'm not buying those services from the state, right? Right. There are fees. The ones that folks encounter the most or are often the most vocal about are motor vehicle registration fees, but there's also environmental permitting fees. There's also fees for, if you're a restaurant, then you have to pay a fee to get the inspections that you have to legally operate, right? There's fees for various types of licenses that you need to get, or certifications that you need to get to participate in certain business activities. There's a pretty wide array of fees that the state has. We, I believe, are still the only state that runs our state parks only on fee revenue generated by the state parks. I think every other state puts some form of general fund money in it from some other source, but New Hampshire just funds the state parks on their own fee revenues. And our fish and game department runs most years on just its own revenues from licenses and fees. So those are significant operations that the state has that are funded almost entirely on fee revenue. So it is in that array. There are a whole bunch of smaller tax revenue sources, and I listed a couple earlier that we have as well. Some of them are pretty significant, like the business profits tax is, depending on the year you're looking at, between 800 million and $1 billion, right? So it's a lot of money. But it is, all of those are dwarfed by the local property tax in terms of what's raised by local property taxes. And fees and fines and these other non-tax revenue sources. Turnpike tolling is another example. When you drive on one of our 89 miles of turnpike in the state, that's a toll, not a tax, right? So again, there are some semantics involved in here. Some people may argue, but it's a user fee basically to drive on the highway, and then those dollars have to be used on those 89 miles of highway. So it's, that's not a tax in the same way that, for example, the motor fuels tax is, that when you put gasoline or diesel in your car, you're paying a certain tax, and that's more diffuse in terms of where it could go on state highway operations. So there's a pretty wide array, and actually in the current state budget, policymakers raised about 125 fines and fees and various other non-tax revenue sources. As well as increased lottery commission, increased legalized gaming opportunities. Those were some of the ways that they offset the budget shortfall that was generated in part by lower business tax revenues and in part by the repeal of the interest and dividends tax.
Right. Well, and I think one little note that I thought was really fascinating was that the revenue generated from gambling specifically, like some of the new gambling and the stuff that came through, it was less than what they expected. And I was like, oh, look at that. That's interesting to me. So I just, it's
the video lottery terminals have not done as well as they anticipated.
Yeah, exactly. So it's, I mean, I'm not personally against that. I think, look, I'm not, everybody can do what they want, and that's totally okay. But, I do worry about sort of overemphasizing sort of, vice taxing as a mechanism to pay for everything. I don't necessarily think it's the most helpful, because it does sort of it means that we continue to engage in the consumption of those vices, some of which are incredibly predatory, and gambling is one of the ones that I'm very, very concerned about, because it's it's money. You know what I mean? Like, it's you can really, like, you can go from doing great to doing really, really horrible really, really fast. You know what I mean? So there's a little bit of concern that I have with that, but that's sort of just a side note and a little thing that I chuckle about. But I'm curious. So, I mean, like, I know that people in New Hampshire really love to state their independence. And, but I do think one thing that you brought up, which is like really key here, is that the federal dollars, matching or not, are responsible for a third, as you said, about a third of our revenue. And so New Hampshire is actually quite reliant on federal dollars to be self-sustaining, which I think is interesting when you hear just general sort of attitudes that come out of certain aspects of the political culture of the state. When you hear people talk about wanting to secede from the union, if you're talking about very extreme points, and I always want to say, like, hey, don't know that that's necessarily the safest idea, especially when I hear that that so much of what we do is directly reliant on federal dollars coming to make New Hampshire operate. It's obviously, it's not more than half, right? It's not like we're completely sustained by the federal government the way certain states would absolutely be. But 1/3 is meaningful. 1/3 means a lot, and for it to not be there would have massive ramifications for the state economy and just for the quality of life, I would imagine. And so I just, do you think that that sort of self-reliance is maybe a little bit overemphasized when it's discussed as a talking point? You know what I mean? Those numbers seem to reflect a different reality.
Yeah, I think that people aren't aware when they're thinking about, and this is something that I think is common for us when we're thinking about public policy debates, right? What's happening at my town meeting? What's happening at my city council? What's happening at my school district? And that feels very disconnected, even if there are facts mentioned in those discussions, right? That feels very disconnected than what's happening in Concord, right? What's happening at the State House, what are they deciding on doing? And then what's happening in Congress, what's happening in DC. And the fiscal relationship between local government, state government, and the federal government is pretty strong, and pretty strong in the direction of money flowing down from the federal government to the state government, and state government to local governments. So the state government gets about a third of its funding for its operations from the federal government. If you take just Medicaid, which is the single largest program the state operates, and that's access to health coverage for individuals who have lower incomes, limited assets, certain medical conditions such as a disability or a developmental disability, for example. If you're an older adult who can't afford long-term care, right? You spend down your assets, you have low income, and then you're able to go on Medicaid as well. Those are, this is a program that provides access to, the last numbers that I saw from May of this year, about 168,000 Granite Staters. So about 12% of us in the state access healthcare through Medicaid. Medicaid, if you take all of the federal revenue together, which is about $1.6 billion, you take all facets of the Medicaid program and count the federal revenue only, so not the state's matching portion, but just the federal part that's drawn down. That's the single largest revenue source the state has, right? When I'm talking about the state government on its own, right? So this is not including local property taxes, right? State government on its own, it's the single largest program the state has. So anytime you hear something about Medicaid in Congress, right, what that means is that the state might, the amount of money the state gets might change. Last year, with the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, the federal government changed Medicaid laws going forward that will reduce the amount of revenue the state gets to the tune of, according to the healthcare analysis firm KFF, about $2.3 billion over the next 9 years in federal funding that would have been there. That's not going to be, right?
It's a lot of money.
Pretty significant, right? Yeah. And that means then that to fund the same level of Medicaid services, the state will have to raise those $2.3 billion from somewhere else. Right. Well, if the state government has to raise $2.3 billion over 9 years from somewhere else, do you think they're going to have, back to the beginning of our conversation, do you think they're going to have what they consider surplus money available to offset local property taxes or to try to provide more aid to local governments? It's less likely, right? It's less likely that that would be the case. So that's where this fiscal relationship between the federal government, the state government, local governments, I think starts to, when people realize how important the numbers are, right, how significant it is, how it's a third of the state budget is funded with federal transfers, I think people start to realize then what are the ramifications of those federal policy changes and what does that look like on the ground for me as a resident of New Hampshire? Because even if I'm not on Medicaid, right, it will affect probably my healthcare costs generally, right? Because the hospitals have to find money from somewhere else and the healthcare providers have to find money from somewhere else. If there's suddenly a whole bunch more people who are uninsured, right? My healthcare costs personally are probably going to go up. And my property taxes might go up too, faster than they would have otherwise. So that, when it comes to the reliance or not reliance on the federal government, New Hampshire's about typical in terms of our reliance on federal funds to fund public services. There are states that are on the extremes and we aren't on the extreme. We're pretty close to the middle on that front. But I don't think people have a good sense. Sometimes people are on Medicaid in New Hampshire and they don't actually realize they're on Medicaid because they're on a managed care organization's plan that has a private sector name, right? But the actual funding comes from Medicaid. So I think that if we were to raise more money locally for our services to offset lost federal revenue, which again, to a certain extent, we're going to probably have to over the next 10 years in New Hampshire, I think people will either be surprised at the services that are reduced or the ways that money would have to be raised, or the pressure points that raising those dollars would only locally have to be, because it ends up being a fair bit of money, especially in the New Hampshire context, if the federal funds were to suddenly go away, for example. And that's what's going into the state budget, not what's going into the broader economy, right? Not Social Security, which was $8 billion in funds to households, right? So people on Social Security in, I think that was 2022 or 2024 rather, was that $8 billion figure. That's not counting Medicare, which is a federally administered health coverage generally for adults 65 and older. That's not counting the $2 billion in defense contracts that come into the state's economy, right? Like there's a lot of other money too, outside of that third in the state budget that affects the well-being of granted staters. So the changes the federal government makes can have a big impact, not just on state operations, not just on what local governments can or cannot do with money that may or may not arrive to them, but also on the state's economy overall.
Yeah, totally. And so you mentioned this earlier because I think it's a little interesting. The tax amnesty program. Yeah, just tell us about that a little bit.
Yeah, the tax amnesty program is something that the state has done periodically. And what that is a program that basically says if you have unpaid taxes to the state of New Hampshire, whether they're business taxes, whether interest and dividends tax, meals and rentals tax, real estate transfer tax, if you have unpaid taxes that you owe the state of New Hampshire and you pay it within a certain window, then we are going to, in this latest iteration, waive your penalties and cut the interest in half. So it's basically as if you don't have to owe as much, right? And it's as if you didn't violate the law by not paying your taxes, right? That's the amnesty component, right? And that we had done it in 2016, or actually the state had done it in 2016 and raised $19 million that way. In the tail end of, or during the middle of fiscal year 2026, so December, January, and the first half of February of this year, the state also ran a tax amnesty program and brought in $103.8 million, right? So that's a very significant amount of money, much more than they projected in their budget proposal, or in the budget that passed. Of course, that amount of money is, it's not, it's if you were writing a state budget and saying, here's how much we're going to bring in tax amnesty, maybe you wouldn't have projected that much because you don't know what's out there, right? But most of that money came from audits of ongoing audits of business taxes that the state was already conducting that were then resolved by the businesses just paying the tax amnesty amount. So that was a very significant portion of those revenues, and most of it, 96%, I think, of the revenues were from the two business taxes, the business profits tax and the business enterprise tax. There was very little from the other tax revenue sources overall.
Right.
So that's one-time money, and the reason I called it one-time money, yes, if the state did it again in 10 years, would it get another significant amount of money? Sure, that's possible. But if it did it next year, it wouldn't be able to get that much more money because everyone who was, presumably most of the people who were going to do the tax amnesty program did it this year. Because again, the last time that one happened was 10 years ago. And it raised only $19 million then. So it's raised substantially more in the interim. And that is probably a function primarily of both changes to the business profits tax over time and changes to the tax base in terms of how it's calculated, and also that the business profits tax has become more and more important in state revenues as corporate profits nationally have gone up a lot, and the business profits tax has expanded as a revenue source. Even as the rates have been reduced and the tax base has changed, revenues from the business profits tax have gone up most years, not all years, but most years. And we've seen that while revenues have gone up substantially in New Hampshire, they've gone up substantially more in our 5 neighboring New England states and around the country overall. So that's not a unique phenomenon to New Hampshire. And actually, we're maybe behind on that front. And those tax rate reductions that we've seen over the last 10 years probably contributed to us being behind on that front.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you for enlightening that, because I certainly didn't know about it myself, but I think that's interesting. I mean, it's unfortunate, I guess, in a way that people would consider it super helpful when it is, as you point out, one time. But it is good to know that it's there, and it's something that we can do at some point or another if we're sort of in a bind. And I think it's kind of a win for everybody, where it's like, oh yeah, we've got a big windfall for the state on this one-off situation, and a whole bunch of people who were sort of feeling maybe pinched by their unpaid taxes are able to just sort of get out. And I think that's a good thing to do. Last question for today, and this might be a little bit more sort of like more of a meta question, just as in terms of you guys, New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute is nonpartisan. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things about you guys is that you're not here to pick a side. You're just here to deliver data. But I very frequently see data be used and be presented in such a way that is sort of within an agenda. And I think the most immediate example that I can think of are sort of these like top 10 lists, you know what I mean? Where it's like, you see like, oh, New Hampshire is number 2 or number 5 in terms of like, you know, best, lowest tax burden or whatever, right? And everybody will point to it and they'll be like, look, see, we're awesome. And I always look at those and I'm like, yeah, but that just feels like I know that there's other data out there that really it will very much so counter this point that's not included, but it will be sort of held up for political talking points or whatever. Sometimes the way that data is collected is not necessarily the best way. But it still comes from what seems like a relatively reputable source, you know, but then again, you know, when it's like you actually dig into the methodology on how that data was extrapolated, it's like, well, I don't know about that. Actually, it's sort of dubious. So it just in terms of just the general position that you and more broadly New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute have is like, you know, how do you guys feel about sort of just the I don't maybe this might be a bit hyperbolic, but just sort of like the weaponization of data as and data points as people use them. You know, like another example I could always think of is sort of like people love talking about GDP, right? They'll use GDP as a measure of economic stability and health. And you know, but then there's the joke that Elon Musk told and sort of failed in telling when he was on the Joe Rogan podcast about the 2 economists and they run into a poop in the woods, and you know, like, and it's they're paying each other $100 each, and you know, and they're like, wait a minute, didn't we just hand $100 back and forth between us? And the guy says, yes, but the GDP increased by $200. And so it's like, you know, and that's when I always think about sort of like mirage data, right? That is, it can tell you something, but whether or not that metric is a good measurement is not necessarily great. And so when it comes to that methodology, like what's your guys' general attitude towards just the utility of data and how it's applied? And then when approaching talking about those data points, is there a strategic and concerted effort on the part of you and NHFPI to use the data that is going to most adequately communicate the correct message to paint the right picture for people so that they're not being disillusioned by what's actually happening?
Yeah, it's a great question because we are in an environment where people do use facts to forward their own means as opposed to facts for facts' sakes. I'm a big fan of facts for the sake of facts. But I'll say generally we are very careful about the precision around which we present data and how we describe it. So I never want to present something where someone could where a reasonable person could misinterpret what we're showing, right? What we're presenting. And as a result, yes, we do make lists. We're guilty of making lists too. I'd mentioned before that New Hampshire is the second highest property taxes per capita after New Jersey in fiscal year 2022.
Right.
And I tried to be very precise there. And by the way, that's one measure. Right? One of the things that I would encourage your listeners to think about when they're seeing those lists is the broader the topic is that the list claims to cover, the more methodology has to go into it. So when I'm comfortable making a list saying, here's a specific time period and here's the total number of dollars per capita paid in property taxes, right, in a state.
Right.
Because that's a dollar figure, that's a number of people. Those are both estimates, but they're reasonably good estimates. And then it's just division. Right? We're not saying very much there in terms of there's not a complex methodology to get to that point, right? The more
Sure.
complex the methodology is, if you're seeing a list of best states to live in, for example, well,
Yeah.
there's inherently something subjective in there, because
Yeah.
what I want in a state to live in may be very different than what my neighbor
Right.
wants, or what you want, Carter, or whatever it may be, right? So there's inherently judgment calls that are going to be made there. And then how are those data crunched together? And also, what are the actual differences? What certainty do we have about the differences between the states? If you're getting to this, list of like, is the difference between 1 and 2 the same as the difference between 2 and 3, or 2 and 3 basically tied, right? And they have to parse through down to the hundredths of a percentage point in their modeling, right? So
Right.
I think that the flashier, if you will, that a list gets in terms of trying to claim a lot, right? That's where I become more skeptical.
Sure.
Or where I want to dig further in. I'm not always inherently skeptical about it, but I want to dig further in to see. Because there are some very good organizations that put out lists like that try to get to those numbers, and try to get to them very honestly, and try to crunch the numbers in a way that's very transparent, and that people can, and make it accessible for folks, but still meaningful. So when we're presenting data, we try to be very careful to make sure that people have a strong and clear opportunity to understand what are those data actually saying, right? This is a number. What does this number actually mean? What is the valuable context for this number? And people use our numbers for all sorts of reasons and to accomplish all sorts of goals. I think that in aggregate, getting good information out into the public discussion is a positive thing. People are going to pick and choose sometimes which numbers they want to pay attention to, which ones they don't want to pay attention to. Right. I always considered a goal here at NHFPI to get the relevant numbers for people out into the ecosystem, so that people can, and the relevant data and information and research, right, not just numbers, out into the ecosystem, so that people can have more productive public policy discussions, and then can work from the basis of fact of, look, like we know to a lot of our conversation today, we know that property taxes are high in New Hampshire, and we rely on them disproportionately to fund public services. What does that mean? How does that affect our well-being in New Hampshire? And to some of your questions earlier, like if we have a qualm with that, how do we address that, right? How do we then craft public policy in a way that either makes us less reliant on it, or makes the reliance less onerous for example, people with low incomes in the state? So there are always going to be individuals who want to use particular data points for their own purposes, right? Having the data out there and having it be correct is still a step forward beyond not having it out there at all. And that information then leads to a more enriched public policy discussion that will, I believe, lead to a better outcome for everyone overall. At least when people are able to access that complete information. You made a point earlier about things being opaque, in the budget process and how the statewide education property tax works. Yes, the opacity is real. That's part of my job, is to try to help people unpack that. Part of what we do here at NHFPI is to make it accessible to as many people as we can, depending on whatever their starting point is. If they haven't looked at a graph since high school, or if it's their favorite thing to do, right? We want to be able to give them information that's useful for them. But yes, we're in an environment where, because information is so easily accessible, people can select particular things that they want to select. But having a set of reliable places that information can be selected from, and where that's appropriate context, that's what I know I strive for in my work here at NHFPI, is to make sure that people have comprehensive, robust, reliable information about what's going on in the economy and about what's going on with the state budget, with state revenues. We hope to be a resource for everyone in the state who we can be a resource for in that way. It's not always easy work. There's a lot that's, it's not exactly clear what's going on, and we have to figure it out too. And we have to then interpret it for folks. But the more people who know about it and the more people who can access it, the fewer barriers there are to engagement, so that people can have better tools and more tools to create the world that they want to see with public policy changes. Awesome.
Well, Bill Slatton, Research Director at New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, thank you so much for coming on today. This was a real pleasure to talk to you, and I've been looking forward to this one.
No, thank you very much, Carter. It was great to be here. I really appreciate the opportunity, and thanks for devoting the time to it.
Yeah, of course, you got it. And that does it for the recording today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I know I did. And as always, you can subscribe on Patreon, Substack, or just on the channel below. But those other two platforms help support the channel. So please do that. If you are feeling so obliged, if you can afford a cup of coffee every month, you can afford this channel. So with that, take care, folks, and we will catch you guys next time.
So, folks, we are going to be talking here with DSA member and organizer, I guess, official liaison between the Riverboat Jack community and the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. We're going to be chatting with GamerG, one of our mods and local organizer. I'm going to bring her in here. Let's do it. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you a little bit. I'm going to boost your volume a little bit, and that should be better. How about now?
Good. Just checking real quick to make sure my AC unit isn't causing do you hear it in the background at all? I can turn it off.
We hear it a little bit. Maybe turn it off, but if it gets too hot, feel free to turn it back on.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I just went ahead and threw my my face on screen. You don't have to share me if you don't want to.
I'm happy to. Let me throw you up here.
Some chimps already know me.
Yes. Howdy.
Awesome. Hey, Jack. Thanks for having me talk. I actually got up early in the morning, went to work, went to a community event that was focused on, wasn't DSA related, but I ran into a couple of DSA members there. It was essentially a community, like a region of the city that organized about how the police department is bankrupting the city.
I mean, it is.
Yeah. That's a whole other conversation that we are working on, hopefully coming up with a solution with the DSA. So
hell yeah. But yeah, so you've been an organizer with the DSA for a while. How did you get started doing that?
So I got really into municipal internet in like 2016, 2017, and I was inspired by the Bernie campaign and heard tangentially of DSA around then. And I had heard that would be an interesting way to end up getting involved in organizing for a cause such as municipal internet. So I just signed up to be a dues pay member, went to my first meeting. Not joking when I say my first meeting, DSA meeting I went to, my introductions were heart pounding, nervous, don't know what I'm doing. I'd never done a political thing before. But ended up being all right. And now, according to some people I know, I got what the kids call the Riz. So
I mean, you are very active within DSA. You made a name for yourself in multiple states now. And I guess what is your pitch? Why DSA? There are other political parties out there. There we go. There are other political parties like the Working Families Party, for example, or you'll hear people throw out other organizing branches that are ostensibly socialist or communist even. But why DSA?
Yeah, why DSA? it's a little bit like, if I could go into this a little bit of details.
Yeah.
It's mostly two modes. One, it's all volunteer organization, and there's like no ideological hard lines. Like, you can't be like a hardcore Zionist who's like, we're an anti-Zionist organization. We passed that as a resolution at, I think, the 2025 DSA convention, maybe in 23. But like, if you're a socialist of any flavor, if you're willing to do the work to make a better socialist society in the United States and in the world, you're welcome to pay dues or sign the dues waiver and just join DSA and start doing stuff. You're not like beholden to certain work standards or work standards or like guidelines, like you have to be at every meeting all the time. There are sometimes stipulations if you're going to be in leadership of your local chapter or national, but those are stipulated in your chapters or nationals, what are called bylaws. Shouldn't do air quotes. Bylaws are legally binding, but they're called bylaws, and they're basically like kind of like a law book. It's like the legal framework of a chapter. Most chapters have their own local formation as like a 501c4, which is a nonprofit for political purposes. Like, I forget what the full details are, but also like DSA doesn't have what's known as democratic centralism. And this is where like democratic centralism is where when you're in the room with the meeting with your group, and you make decisions. Once the decision's been made and voted on, that is the opinion of it, and you can't like go out and like blast people on social media or essentially dissent from the decision made by the party. DSA is not that. We are not democratic centralists. So like, if you are, it leaves room for dissent in DSA. So like, if you're coming forward with causes or concerns, there's always like a pathway to hear them heard and resolved. And I have stories for days and days and days of this and that. And there's stuff ongoing that I am relatively close connected to that's blowing up, that a couple chimps I have confided in my latest ongoing things. But the important thing is everyone's there like to make a better world, and it's basic short phrase pitch. We're a big tent socialist organization. We're not going to adhere you to a certain set of ideology or at all. Like,
yeah,
I don't really read theory.
Right.
I know theory, but I don't read it.
And so that kind of has like a like both a positive and a negative side to it, right? So there will often be like, liberals will talk to me about DSA, and they're like, oh, but I heard DSA believes blank, or DSA did blank, and I'm always like, okay, but where did they do that though? Because DSA is very geographically spread out, and each chapter is independent, more or less, of the rest. Like, there's still like the DSA National that kind of binds a lot of those disparate groups together to some extent, but like there's not really a block of coherence like the Democratic Party has. And what is your view on that?
First, I hope the air is off and good now. Hope that's good. I was worried that my air filter was causing issues, but with the ideological differences, it's like it's been a thing as long as I've been in DSA, where one chapter disagree with another chapter is saying or doing, and there have been people who wanted to recall city councilors from other chapters, and often things get told through games of telephone, and people don't know the full picture and make assumptions based on their ideological framework. But also sometimes the things that you don't know, you should be assuming worse. So like I've had people be like, what the heck is going on in so and so? And like, I heard there was like this, but I mean that person can't be that. I'm like, no, that is that bad. That is that bad. But then there's other times like, what the heck are they talking about? That's absolutely not what happened. So I would encourage, like, this is kind of like where the point of DSA chapters, 90% of the work happens in your chapter, comes into play. It's as much as it's essentially like a microcosm of American organizing, where it's like every chapter is its own little state and has governors or has senators that go to the delegates to the Congress, or known as the National DSA Convention. I'm really like mixing up a lot of things, but it's just a vague idea of where you can get how DSA is decentralized. DSA is a lot more decentralized than that, actually. The national formation of DSA that like has what's called the National Political Committee, or the NPC, that's elected every 2 years at the convention. They, despite switching ideological makeups quite often, they have always followed the principle of let chapters sort things out for the most part. Most of the time that works out good, so that when chapter versus chapter beef happens, it's not like, it doesn't cause into a big infighting where it kind of explodes into a bunch of other issues. Sometimes there are issues where national could step up, but also like historically national DSA has been very thin on the effort, on the work they do. And I could write a whole book on where national should go with things and what work and what they could do to improve. But I will say national DSA does like the best job it can. I don't like, even though I often disagree with some of their positions or whatnot, like I trust them.
So what, because again, this conversation's kind of for people who have they're low information on DSA. So if each kind of group of DSAers is kind of like a state, the DSA convention and the national group, what do they do if the component parts, those kind of state level or regional level DSA groups, are doing a lot of like the on the ground work? What does national do? What does national bring here? So national has paid staff for each region of the country. I can't remember the number of staff. They're called field organizers. Basically, there's a certain amount of staff that National DSA has paid on the payroll for National DSA that is specifically made to help your chapter do organizing and answer all the questions you need. These are people who have a lot of experience in political organizing and can help you get involved and get stuff started up and ran. Like maybe they don't know what to do, but they can get you in contact. Like maybe not specifically with like your city council or whatever, but they can give you modes of organizing to how you can get your chapter up on the ground running, how to get stuff done. I think they're like a field organizer because it covers like 5 to 7 states, and they're on staff. So like I've known a field organizer that I covered because the state I used to live in also covers Minnesota now. So like I've known him for years and very useful. These are people who like are there to help, like if you're starting a new chapter, get it off the ground running. And I always like to say, like specifically with the National DSA staff, they are paid to help you utilize their work. Like this is something that is often not tapped into, is National DSA's work. There's a staffer who does solely electoral organizing work. Milo is the name, and he will train you on how to run a strong campaign, how to we have pre-made complex Google sheets and documents that give you a template of how to work off things and give you the step-by-step
100 level class, like 3 100 level classes and 3 200 level classes on how you can get a campaign off the ground running and how to win elections. And like that, like I went to the 200 level organizing stuff and it was very useful. This is knowledge that is often gate kept behind institutional like lobbyist groups who withhold a lot of information. Another thing that like National DSA helps with is they have trainings like DSAUSA.org/trainings. If your chapter needs help learning how to do something, if your committee or working group in your chapter wants to learn how to be an effective door knocker, how to organize with various coalition work organizations, how to do grassroots fundraising like a badass. Like these are trainings that National DSA will schedule with you and get you like an hour or two training and lots of good information. And like we've requested a couple for our local chapter here, and we've found it very useful. And like this is what National DSA, this is what you're paying your dues for. You're paying your dues for these people to give you training to be good organizers. And I can't think of a better bang for your buck than like $5 to $10 a month to learn an organizing skills that you would have to go to like either some very expensive organizer school, be in a union for 10 years so that people let you move up and talk and get to learn things, which labor organizing is just one sector of organizing. There's other forms. Mm-hmm. Or you happen to know like your uncle or your grandpa who was a 30-year organizer who can tell you all of it. This is institutional knowledge that DSA has that can train you on how to be a good organizer. And I can say the more I've leaned on National DSA's training and training, like learning from my comrades in DSA on like asking questions and getting feedback, like knowing who to talk to and whatnot, that is like how organizations really grow and take power.
So because I know that there are going to be people who are like, well, why not just join the Democratic Party itself? Why organize in DSA when the DSA, part of what it's doing is seeking to organize, like to influence Democratic Party politics as well?
So DSA is, funny you say that. I've had conversations with Dragonfly about how the Dems are ran. I have gotten some information on how the Dems are funded, and let me tell you, they are not member funded. They are desperately clinging on to. I would be scared what would happen to the Dems, or many would be excited if they happen to like really drop their big donor base. It's like the DNC's already lost a lot of money from big donors, and they don't have grassroots funding.
No,
like they don't. Like DSA is the largest member-funded, member-ran organization in the country. Not just socialist, but it's probably like your money is going to the most optimal place in DSA. I cannot imagine ever like getting more value in organizing and building power than I do with my dues every month.
Well, is it worth it? Because I've often heard that it's worth it to join the local Democrats and the local DSA so that you can kind of like, if you have the time and capacity, build up power both inside the Democratic Party to get priorities done and also organize with folks that are, outside of the Democratic establishment. Is that worth pursuing, or do you think that that's kind of like a, too much to ask of folks?
So it's kind of like, there's people who do that, and it often is a matter of what you can do your capacity for. DSA covers a lot more than simply like running elections and winning elections or building a platform. Like DSA does organizing on like pressure campaigns to get to push politicians who aren't DSA candidates to go to better positions. DSA does like plans, organizes or helps organize protests. We do coalition work and various coalitions to help push our agendas we agree on through. And the type of organizing that Democrats are more like, let's just win an election and then go from there. And that's not power building.
Yeah.
And I will also like to say, in DSA, you will have a much friendlier time with DSAers than you will with the Dems. Mileage may vary depending on your local Dems. I have heard the stories. I have seen the posts. I know what it's like when you organize in your Dems. And I guess I'm not saying it's not worth it. I'm saying you definitely want that outside pressure you definitely want that outside pressure to go with it. And at least like the internal party structures for the Dems, it's very insulated and hard to break in. DSA is a member-led organization. It's one person, one vote. It's like there's a lot more pathways to mobilize and do things in. Like I say in the write-up that I share with a lot of people looking out to start organizing a DSA, you can just start a working group or committee in your chapter with like 4 or 5 people, depending on what your bylaws say. And if you do that and you like go and like say, hey, let's start this, let's get that for vote to approve or whatever, you can just start doing issues on that and do organizing and get trained through DSA. And also, like, there are formations of the Dems that, like, different sections of Dems, like, for instance, the DFL, there's the Senior Caucus, there's the Stonewall DFL, and there are formations that you can find that are more socialist friendly, more left friendly, that you can also do stuff in and help organize for better positions in your Dems. But in the end, it's not member funded. And there could be an order called from up high that comes specifically from a donor who tells the people at the top and quash that dissent coming from the bottom. It's not like you don't do that as easy in DSA. DSA is all about the mass organizing.
Yeah. So like it's kind of like, you know who you're working for when you're organizing in DSA. You're not quite sure who anyone's working for when you're going with the Dems. And it seems like they cover a lot more ground. The DSA covers a lot more ground. I know they're a lot more social as well. Like DSA often has built into it a lot more socializing, a lot more like, hey, we're going to hang out without necessarily like political strings attached to it. And so it's almost kind of like DSA's building organically third spaces for folks, which is why the common conception, I think, is like, oh, it's just a bunch of people hanging out. It's not serious about politics, which I think is misleading. You know, I think the camaraderie is real and helps build the political movement. Is that right? Yeah,
and like putting the social in socialism is what I always say. That's what I always say. Like this, I'll say that quite often. Like you got to put the social in socialism. You got to be social. You got to go to the socials. You got to hang out with people that you know. And like some of the better organizing conversations I've had was just us, like not in a meeting or a specifically fundraised dinner, but just hanging out at the park or hanging out like at the picnic or chilling and getting pizza together as a group. Like these are where a lot of conversations end up being had that lead to places you may not know. Like meetings are very specific and have agendas. And the reason I say to go to in person to meetings, if you can, very specifically try to go in person, just because once the meeting is adjourned, if you're on virtual call and it gets turned off, That's it. If you're in person, after the meeting's over, you can just chill and chat with all your comrades in DSA and hang out and like ask all the questions you want and get to know them more and feel more comfortable with yourself and with them. Like, I know meeting with a bunch of new people can be socially anxious for people, but like, it's seriously like, this is how I was able to help battle through social anxiety over the years, was going by 2 DSA meetings and speaking up more and becoming more skilled in politics and like charisma and stuff. And I guess I just like to also mention another one of my sayings is 90% of organizing is 2 things. It's talking to people and showing up to things. If you can talk to people all right and you can show up to things like on time, at least not too late, then you can do organizing. And if you can't talk to people yet, but you can show up, you can learn to talk to people.
It's true.
And most people are more friendly than you think. I know we're like often looking at the world through the scary news view of the internet and some news that you covered, Jack, but most people, especially like in DSA, or they're going to be organizing with, are like really chill and understanding. Like, be good faith with them and they'll be good faith with you.
Yeah, and it is one of those things where I think that there is a mindset some people get into when it comes to organizing or just even the basic act of socializing, where they're just like, oh, I'm just not good at it. I can't do it. I'm too anxious, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like you mentioned that it's a skill. Like, it's a skill that when you practice it, you do get better at it. And so when you go and socialize, that's a chance for you to practice. And it's something I've talked about on the show just as a general piece of life advice. But if you're going to get involved in organizing, practicing your ability to talk with other people and socialize and like relate to other people is a core skill. And I did want to ask you a bit, because I wanted to ask you about your take on, the mainstream media is kind of starting to develop a little bit of like DSA is coming. The Democratic Socialists, they're coming. It's almost like a, if not a red scare, like a light red scare, but about Democratic Socialists. And I was wondering what your take is on that. Like, what do you view it as, like, DSA is the one that's coming in? Do you view DSA as part of a wider Democratic Socialist movement? Like, what's your view, just as an organizer?
So I think this is the culmination of multiple things that's been happening over the past 10, maybe arguably 15, 20 years. One, older generations of the neoliberal Clintonite era, they are aging out into obscurity. People who voted for them, loved them, are quite literally dying off, or elderly and, one to imagine what their grandkids' future is going to be looking like. Second is DSA was mostly not on the radar until 2016. We've had growing pains. We have grown larger, and I would also say we've gotten a lot more serious in contending with power. We've run stronger campaigns. There's lessons learned here, lessons learned there. Chapters grow. They have their own growing pains. Every chapter will have growing pains. That's why it's very important to stick it out and like get through it and keep going and just organize through it. Follow the processes that you need to get to your goals through that. But also DSA is like the largest socialist organization in the country ever now. But we do work like in coalition. We candidates, I don't think it's very specifically Zohar Mamdani. I don't think it's very specifically NYC DSA. I think it's a democratic socialist movement that has found itself at home in DSA. And I think it's also because it's the low barrier to entry. We're not giving you a bunch of homework to qualify to be a member. And also, I have seen a lot of people come into DSA who said, I was with the Dems for a while, and they suck and ran me out because I had good ideas and they didn't want to hear them. and DSA is like, welcome, and they come in and organize in DSA, and they start doing electoral work or other sort of work and organize and get wins. I think it's mostly a failure of the Dems that has in part led to this, but also there's an entire generation of people who have not had power and are finally taking that power, and they see a better mode of politics than what the Clintonites and neoliberals have given us.
Yeah, it is interesting. Like you mentioned, like DSA is now the biggest socialist group that's ever existed in America, which is very impressive. And I guess I know other people have been wondering this. To what degree does DSA collaborate with other groups? Like, I know Working Families Party is often aligned with a DSA in some spaces, but I hear questions about potentially organizing with like CPUSA or what's that other, the
RCA.
There's another one too, like
PSL.
DSL. Yeah.
PSL.
Yes. Sorry.
So I would like to just reiterate that DSA is not democratic centralists, and I know it gets messy when people call each other out on social media and you see petty infighting on the internet, but most of the time that amounts to no real world consequences. I just think that DSA has that mode of low barrier to entry, quick barrier to get up untrained on stuff through National DSA, and also you're free to voice as a minority, in the minority of opinion. You're free to have that voice and not be shut down. And I also just wanted to mention, I have all night. I have time for questions for anyone who wants to ask them later.
Absolutely. What do you say? Because I know that, for example, there's a lot of pearl clutching in the mainstream media about maybe there are some voices within DSA that should be shut down because maybe their ideas are too extreme or dangerous. What do you think about that?
I think the more extreme thing, what they're mad about, just straight up basic example, people get mad that we're an anti-Zionist organization. For a while, one of our critiques that people have with us was our position on Israel-Palestine, and our position on that is quite mainstream among Democratic voters now. The Overton window shifts and can shift fast. The problem is the Democratic Party for so long has shifted to where Republicans and conservatives and big money people want to operate and move. They just follow the winds because they think they can get easy money and win the mysterious moderate Republican voter that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
I will say, how I put it, you can read a lot of scary things about DSA if you're a normie lib, but then you talk to DSA people and yeah, I support that, but I'm your neighbor who goes to the neighborhood community meetings, and I know you. The ideas are scary in a vacuum to some people. I don't think any of them are really particularly scary. Most of our positions, if not all of them, are fairly mainstream, especially among Democratic voters. And that's kind of the thing that drives me that should drive people crazy, is they don't know who their voters are. They don't know who their voters are because they're so insular. This goes back to the point where I said earlier, they're so insular that they don't know who their voters are. And their voters are with DSA. I go back to the poll that I shared in your Discord a month or two ago. DSA is more popular amongst Democratic voters than the Democratic Party is amongst Democratic voters.
It's true.
And I think that they really try to play it up a lot. in what we are, but people are looking to a new sort of politics and not. Also, I think, like, honestly, Trump being the existence of establishment conservative type politics has just soured any of the former moderates into becoming like liberals or leftists.
Yeah, I mean it's what is it? Evelyn Normie Lib.
Evelyn Normie Lib.
Yeah.
And like literally like I'll going back to the post I'd like to share of like some middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s at like a No Kings protest. Caitlin Bennett is like talking to her. Like, this is just like a woman who like, oh, actually better example. So I saw a post on Bluesky of like a very typical normie, a very normie DFL volunteer. She said, I knocked doors constantly for Clinton in 2016. And I can't say what she said on Bluesky about ICE. I can't say it on your stream.
Yeah.
I won't say it, but that's where that's Evelyn Normie Lib is very real.
Oh, yeah, no, like it's genuinely crazy. I don't think the Democratic Party at large truly understands how angry people are right now and how truly dissatisfied they are.
It's actually kind of a curveball because like you'll be like in a DSA group or like a Discord and like we have to like be very specific about not fed pushing. You go to like the local like bridge club with the grandmas and you'll hear the most wild stuff you would get banned on all social media for just like out of pocket randomly about what like you say, hey grandma, what do you think about ICE? And like, let me tell you.
Back in my day, it is interesting because also what is interesting to me is that oftentimes when mainstream media tries to like do a report on DSA or something, like they will focus on kind of those minority ideological voices within DSA that say shocking things, like, you know, kind of like the wing of the DSA that might be considered like tanky or tanky adjacent. They'll be like, oh, you should be scared of them, and I'm like, you need to go to like your local nursing home, then go to the liberal nursing home with the poker game, because like they're saying things that would genuinely like make a tanky stop short. It's
because and I also think like it took a while to get to this place. Like even in 2020, like the last 6 years ago, which isn't that long in the grand scheme of politics. Even in 2020, the big majority of voters identified as moderate, and like I can't remember the actual numbers, but I think it was like as many voters identified as liberal as identified as conservative, or I think the lowest of moderate, liberal, and conservative, the lowest percentage was liberal, I think, in 2016 and maybe even in 2020. And now it's like 60 or 65% identify as like the liberal, like the left option, as for Democratic voters. And I also think I think people are really mad for some of the reasons I've already mentioned, but also I think like one thing that is really like Trump centers all the worst of America that is still America, but all the worst of America. Trump embodies all of it. And the people that embody the best of America want to not be that. And right now, the only people who have been pushing back against Trump is DSA and progressive candidates. And mostly because the liberals, or like, you know, I would classify them as like neoliberals because they're basically conservatives masquerading as moderates, like the Ezra Kleins and whatever, abundance libs. You go out and like look at, like, I followed someone who was snooping in at their conference. Like they are just conservatives, and they agree with Trump on like most things because the money agrees with Trump on most things. And I think that isn't talked about enough how much just a couple of rich billionaire assholes are buying opinions, and opinions from Democrats too. Like this is the only, I imagine that this is the only reason Democrats are going anti-trans, because there is a lot of money behind anti-trans politics. That, like Aaron Reed reported, one of the detransition grifters who was getting paid like $200,000 a year from one of the organizations that they sponsor.
Yeah.
$200,000 to do what? To go to a couple speeches at city councils and state houses a year, a couple.
Yeah.
And that's one organization that's paying her. Like there's a lot of money behind this. The difference is we have the people and we have the arguments. They just have the money in soulless, like, also, I think like that's honestly another person, back history. I grew up in a very Catholic family. Most of the wokeness in my rhetoric and ideological frameworks are built on a foundation of understanding. My priest always talked about how rich people like don't seek salvation and whatnot, because they're selfish and aren't helping other people with their wealth. There is an understanding with the greater, like, Americans, like the majority of them are starting to understand that there's at least, like, if not a religious undertone, like a spiritual, like, you're selling your, like the old trope of selling yourself soul to the devil. Like this is what it feels like to sell yourself to Trump. It's like selling yourself to the devil. Like this is just metaphors and everything. But like I think there's a specific American undertone of bowing to Trump and kissing the ring of Trump is like a betrayal of who you should feel as an American who believes in the multicultural project that we proclaim to be for.
And I think that a lot of people, and this is just from, brief insights I've had with folks who are in positions of political power, but it is, I think, shocking how cheaply some politicians sell themselves. Like, I think a lot of people are like, oh, it takes a huge amount of money to buy a politician. And it really doesn't. It, like, they will, like, sell for, like, if you give them like $5,000, a lot of them will just be like, yeah, I'll meet with you personally for an hour. And billionaires obviously have a lot of $5,000 that they can throw around to different political people and different political races. And so they get a lot more time than your average Joes. And if they get it in their heads that, like, oh, well, I'm a billionaire and I just don't like, my trans daughter, they will then throw, $200 million, $300 million, $500 million around like it's nothing, just because they've gotten it into their head that, like, hey, maybe we should try passing some anti-trans laws. And when you have that amount of money, like, flowing into politics, it buys a lot of politicians on both sides. Like, neither the Democrats nor the Republicans are really immune from this, which is one of the reasons why I've always seen DSA as a particularly useful organization, because it is a base of power that is not able to be touched by that money, because of its decentralized nature. Like, you can't really buy, the kind of political power that you would need within DSA, as opposed with politicians. You don't have to buy off necessarily all the voters in order to get something passed. You just have to buy off one politician and then buy some ad space.
Yeah, and how I put it, I've come to understand a little bit deeper knowledge of how people, like, win elections and whatnot. Getting into a little bit of, like, the nitty-gritty power structures things, everyone forms their coalition in some way. I think Trump was unique in able, like the reason Trump was able to bring in new people who hadn't like voted before, or like were maybe Democrats in the past who just became MAGA, was like a little bit of a two-parter. One parter was straight up like Nazis and like fascists who thought Republicans were too light in the past. There's a not Frontline. I think Vice did a documentary on neo-Nazis, a neo-Nazi group. This was years ago, but like they interviewed like a founder of like some neo-Nazi party in the 80s, and he said like at the end of the documentary, like he said, "I've never believed in politicians until Trump." Also, the other part that's not so like serious about it, but also like Trump really has collectivized an entire group of people who all have a shared grievance. There's a reason I call the Republican Party now the party of divorced dads, estranged parents, and I forget what the other one is. But like these are people who felt they've been wronged by like their woke kid or their wife or husband who left them, and like Trump always says they're coming to meet. They're coming to get you because but I'm the only thing standing in their way. And Trump's got like the negative riz about it. Like it's I call MAGA a collective cult of shared grievances.
Yeah, it's the political party of your drunk uncle on Thanksgiving or your drunk aunt on Thanksgiving who's just like, I'm telling it like it is. And it's worth remembering that there are a whole lot more people in your family than just your drunk uncle. And if you guys all get together, you can, in fact, be more powerful than one drunk guy at Thanksgiving. I believe in America.
Yeah, and like that's another thing. Is like I've even seen this. I've seen this in like I don't want to call them institutions. I say them mild conflicts internally in DSA, where a small faction of people are very loud and bombacious about it, and then when the vote comes up, they don't have the votes and they fail. And I think that's something we always have to remember as organizers is there, and this is unfortunately stealing a quote from Reagan, silent majority.
Yeah.
Because it's true. When someone is loud and saying their opinion, like this is kind of how like tankies get more of a say in DSA or like get more heard than what they actually represent in DSA. Is because you'll hear people speak bravely and boldly about issue. But is that opinion held by the majority of people there? Like, I think that's something that we have on our side, not just in DSA with the people who want to do the good work and not get caught up in internal fighting. Like, I don't think even like, I think like over 90%, over 95%. I have not I've run into maybe a very, very small handful that I can maybe count on my one hand who have like actually been like problematic DSA people. And I've met hundreds and hundreds. But as for Americans, yeah, like go to your family dinner, like think about the last drunken uncle who ranted about like their wife leaving them or like being called racist for like saying something racially offensive at the grocery store or something. Contrast that with thinking how many of your relatives just were quiet and didn't want to say anything. That happens more than you like. Not more than you like. That happens more than you think it would happen in everything. And that's because like I do have a general good faith. Like I don't have experience talking to many people in other countries, but like I have a good opinion of the median American as much as the median American who's propped up in our politics is often not the median American.
Yeah. So for folks who have never been to a DSA meeting before, but who have been thinking about it, who've been wondering about it, but it's like a scary prospect, can you walk folks through the process of what is going to your first meeting? What does it look like?
So one, I would say try to show up a few minutes early, not too early. You want to make sure the building you're meeting at is open. And since Twin Cities DSA's general meetings, we say when the doors open. Most chapters, I don't think, do that. But show up a couple minutes early. Try to talk to some people, introduce yourself. General body meetings don't typically, even in larger chapters, go have everyone introduce themselves because there's so many people there. But if they do introductions, we usually do name, pronouns, some icebreaker like what is your favorite flavor ice cream, or like what city council district do you live in, or whatever. And like things like that. And like if that's all you're doing and you're not speaking up in the meeting and just want to listen in, that's fine. We follow a thing that's called Robert's Rules of Order. Your mileage may vary depending on chapter how closely they follow the procedure, but you should follow it.
I do want to say on that point, there is a Dungeons and Dragons based game designed to teach you Robert's Rules of Order. I forget exactly what it's called.
Called Rules. It's called Rules and Roberts, and I can literally bring up the link. if you Google Rules and Roberts, it'll be like the first result on the itch.io space.
Yeah,
it's free to download. But like meetings always have like a planned agenda that are usually planned in some format before by like the general meeting planning committee, or sometimes it's like an open discussion. And there'll be a facilitator of the meeting who goes down the agenda and like speaks on things. What we do is we do a thing called progressive stack or stack. It's where in virtual, if you're like on Zoom, you can type the word stack in chat and wait to be called on to speak on an issue that's ongoing, like one of the agenda items that's being talked about. Or raise your hand and they'll call on you when they're ready. I've not had a couple things you should know about being on stack to be cordial, because we're all respecting each other's time by being there and not going over our time. You want to speak it to the thing called wait, why am I talking? You want to make sure that you're not repeating a bunch of info unless you're saying I echo that, but, and then you say something else that to add to the conversation. And you want to make sure you know why you're speaking and not just speaking to speak. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't give your opinion, because it's good to have discourse in your chapter's conversation. But that's to say you don't want to keep repeating the same things and going in a circle, because I've been in meetings like that, and let me tell you, people don't want to come back to meetings after they've been at one of those.
True.
But like after that, like this is why, again, going back to what I said, go in person, because after the meeting is adjourned, hang out, talk to people. Someone say something interesting, talk to them. Speak to the facilitator or someone who introduced themselves as the leader of a working group or committee that you're interested in. Say, I want to get interested on XYZ issue. How can I get plugged in? And they will help direct you. Usually the facilitator is a chapter leader of some sort, or at least knows enough about the chapter's ongoings to point you to who to talk to. But like, you're not going to have those conversations if you're not going in person. I understand people want to maintain distance, either like they can't get to a meeting on time, they're busy, they live an hour away from the meeting space and can't make it. That's fine. However, if there's a social going on the calendar, you should go to that. Schedule time for that. I have a calendar on my phone that I follow religiously. That is the only thing that keeps me on track of doing things, and I do a heck of a lot. I mean, like literally just said, I came in from work to a organizing event to learn about how the Minneapolis police are screwing over the city's budget, and then I came here and was late because and I had to grab fast food on the way to the things. So like, yeah,
you do a
my
lot.
calendar keeps me in case for that. But like, you want to be able to go to these socials, have the conversations you need with people. And it's all about like, if you mess up and someone tells you, hey, that wasn't cool that you said, just be like, okay, I'm sorry. I'll work on it or do better. And do better. Yeah. I mean, like we're people, we make honest mistakes. And as long as you're when it comes to critiquing other people's takes, opinions, positions, we do have in our community guidelines, always assume they're coming from a good faith position. Like if someone's saying, I don't support that, and this is why. You don't want to say, I think you don't support that issue because you are like, you work with that person and you just don't want to support it because they don't support it. Like you want to assume that what they're saying is what they're saying, because it's like 99.99% of the time they're like being honest. Like this is how you organize. Like people come in with differences of opinions. You just want to come with the understanding that people are going to disagree, but they're going to disagree and be cordial about it and not like name call.
Yeah.
I've seen name calling. It's not taking well. Name calling will earn you like a mark of Cain and get like marked by like, oh, like people are going to remember you if you're being in bad faith critiques. Like I think even though most people don't like fully maybe like have read the community guidelines or anything, we all understand it because we're all people.
Yeah. And it is one of those things where like I know that there are some people who haven't developed their social skills and are a bit clunky when they deliver, what they believe and interact in meetings and are in the process of developing those skills. But like, I do think it is important to reiterate that you should be treating everyone in good faith and with kindness, because genuinely this is about building not just a political movement, but a community. And when you're in community with other people, sometimes people will rub one another the wrong way. That's pretty natural. But being able to approach those differences with kindness goes a long way to winning people over. Because also, the people who are showing up aren't there to make a quick buck. They're there because they care about, the local area and want to make it better. And so I think that there are some people who approach joining DSA like they are about to go into like a street fight or something, and that's not what it's like at all.
No, like this comes to my this comes to my nonstop growing hatred of terminal online brain. I'm very online. However, that said, my organizing does not happen online because there is like a specific mindset of like how you organize in the real world to make a real change is not how you get people to like you online. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like you want to, like, politics in its nature is about relationship building. Like we can all say like, oh, so-and-so is only supporting issue because they give them a lot of money or because of this. People end up switching to other positions because they have relationships with people. Sometimes that relationship is because they got like a bad guy who gets them donations and will support said issues. However, that said, I do want to put it at, there are going to be politicians who take positions that surprise you when you talk to them. Like, I just want to give like an example. The politician that you see in the headlines on some position or said one cherry pick quote is probably not the politician you will talk to one-on-one. And maybe that politician is just BSing you, but especially the more local you get, the more serious, like one-on-one, like they'll listen to you and take your opinion seriously. And also, like, I think that is one thing that I always try to encourage people, like, to door knock for candidates. Like, there's a reason I bring up door knocking to like the queer organizers in the Twin Cities DSA. I'm like, look, I know we're very often let down by what elected officials are doing to the trans and queer community.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're door knocking with them and talking to their candidates and talking to their staff and talking to the people they're going to be bringing to City Hall or State House and their staff, you're going to be having conversations and building connections and hopefully getting contact information and staying in contact with them so that you can talk to them and make sure that they know that person door knocked with me and I got to stick up for that person who told me that story about them. Like when you're walking in between doors, you're having conversations with the person you're paired canvassing with. You're going to be telling them about your story and like what issues you care about. Like this is how you even like develop pitches at door knocks. Like I've brought in positions to people who I've helped run for office. They're like, yeah, I took the list of ideas you had for our chapter and just like put it as like a platform. Like what? Okay, thank you. But I mean, but yeah, like you'd be shocked how you'd also be shocked how certain politicians who have certain reputations are hearsay and not accurate. Politicians who say they're well liked and they're progressive and no one wants to go after them.
Yeah.
Oh no, like you go and run a candidate and you'll have conversations and you'll hear things. Yeah, seen it happen.
Well, and
I don't have time to go into details of the first campaign I ran, but oh yeah, I've seen where perceived reputation among the hearsay and amongst the citizens of the area conflicts with what people really think of him.
Yeah. And it's also interesting because you mentioned, when you're doing door knocking and, socializing with folks, door knocking either within DSA or door knocking alongside candidates in the local Democratic Party, like that's leveraging another kind of power. And I think it's often a very undervalued type of power when it comes to politics, but like genuinely, especially when you're talking local level politics, that kind of social interaction and connection does sometimes shift people, is sometimes an important component of where they stand on different political issues. And being out there and being visible and being vocal helps to build that power, especially if you can do it in like a kind and friendly way, develop some of that DSA riz,
Yeah, people don't like to be yelled at the internet. Yelling at a politician online is not going to get you anywhere. Ratioing may get you the numbers on the algorithm, but it's not going to change their mind. I think there is a place in internet organizing. I think the place in that is different than what most people think. It's like building followings and connecting. What you want to do in internet organizing at all, if you're doing it, is you want to know who locally in your district is following who for their news and updates. Example, your city, your district, likely, especially like your city, if you're in a bigger city or even like a district, will have neighborhood associations, organizations, podcasts, literally there's podcasters in like literally like just Minneapolis that cover hyper local stuff, and people who post clips. Like they're citizen journalists who have larger followings than you would imagine based on like. Also, here's another thing that I think really needs to get through everyone's head. People who have large numbers of follows, what won't matter if those followers aren't in the district that you're running in. So, example, local podcaster in Minneapolis, Wedge Live, may have like a couple thousand followers on Bluesky. Like, well, why would I go to them instead of I could go to some streamer with 50,000 follows on Bluesky or whatever? I'm like, okay, but how many of the followers on the bigger platform can vote for me.
Yeah.
Versus how many followers on the smaller platform can vote for me. That's the issue that Texas Democrats have been running into for 20 years. They get all these donations and all this support from people outside of Texas, but they don't get the Texas support. And I think Tallarico is changing that, so I'm hopeful.
Yeah.
However, that said, that is why Texas Democrats keep getting all this money raised and all this publicity, but never amounts to winning.
I think you're 100% correct there. And we have a couple questions from the audience here.
I got all night, so ask away.
Yeah, Superjet Guy asks, how is DSA going to navigate the political question these few years leading up to 2028 on the endorsement of AOC and balancing the interests of the independence of the DSA movement without getting co-opted by the state when/if AOC were president?
That's the $1 million question, and Superjet Guy and I talk sometimes about DSA stuff. He's very smart with this, and he's very in the know of national DSA stuff, maybe even more than I am. But it's going to be very messy, and it's already gotten messy. And right now, if you want to have the influence on what the process looks like with an AOC endorsement, right now, I guess you need to be involved with your chapter and be having conversations with your chapter on what that's going to look like. Because the National Political Committee right now is in the last meeting was very, very not. It was a bit of a mess. Caucuses disagreeing, people feeling upset. There are people being very rude. I'm not going to attack anyone because I feel everyone's coming at it with their own perspective. I will say there is a justified worry that DSA will just be AOC's campaign. That's all it's going to end up being for like 2028. I think DSA has always been more than that and will continue to be more than that. And that's why I think you need to get involved now and organize your chapter now so that you have the foundations built to withstand just dealing with the ups of an AOC run and then the fall-offs when she's not running.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened with Bernie's first two campaigns. We saw an increase in membership when Bernie ran. Then when Biden won, went down until Trump won again, and then went up.
Yep.
We have built a much more sustainable model of organizing lately that I think has weathered the storm in a way that the big drop-off of members in the past caused harm with. Also, like, it just comes back to what I said earlier in the interview, how we're much more serious and much more with like a foundational practice of organizing. We have more experience in how to do serious on-the-ground organizing, mass organizing. I don't know what the endorsement is going to look like for AOC. I think it's going to be messy.
Oh, it's almost certainly going to be messy.
It's already messy. I'm worried it's going to get more messy. However, it's where the Shimps Caucus comes into handy, Jack. So, if you're in DSA, you need to start getting involved with your chapter now. Because starting December this year, January next year, they are going to, your chapter, very likely is going to be picking out delegates to go to the National 2027 DSA Convention in Chicago. If you want to be a delegate there, you're going to want to have enough name recognition in your chapter. You're going to want to have done organizing enough for your chapter to trust you to be a delegate at national. And you're going to have to know how to ask for people to vote for you and have a speech for you at the delegate selection. Those are three things that can be hard to task up with in 5 months.
But now would be a great time because we're right before the midterms.
Exactly. And a lot of people are focused on that stuff, but like where you start building those social skills and building those connections. And honestly, like, going to national DSA all the shots, some people just don't want to do it. And like some of our strongest organizers in your chapter just don't want to do it and don't go. So you may have like an easy road to go where like you only have to get in like the top 50% of votes. It happens. I was an alternate to the 2023 convention. I went my old chapter. It was a great time. I don't know if you were even streaming in 20. No, you were. But
I was very tiny.
Very tiny. Yeah. But if you want to be a shimp at the DSA convention and may actually I would like to actually have a number of shimps at the national DSA convention that resembles a pseudo caucus of sorts, because that would be really funny if we have more delegates at the national DSA convention than some caucuses that are considered contenders.
And to be very clear, we have almost 100 people from this community who've signed up to be in DSA.
Yep, I'm actually digging out the signal count right now. 70 members. I think I have like 1 or 2 invites to catch up on, which if anyone's DM'd me about DSA and I haven't gotten back to you today, like I said, I've been busy all day.
and for those of you who are wondering what we're talking about, the people who have signed up for DSA because of this show also can join an informal signal chat to talk with other folks who have joined up with DSA and talk organizing strategy, all that jazz, get advice, chill, hang out, share memes, whatever. So you're more than welcome to join up. You just have to reach out to Christina.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We also we've been meeting formally once a month, usually at the last weekend or second to last weekend of the month. We're meeting Sunday virtually, of course, at 6 Central Time. Get in the single chat and put your item on the agenda. You can give updates about your chapter or ask questions, and I'll be facilitating the meeting. Just for context, we're not an official caucus because we would need points of unity or anything. I call us a pseudo caucus because it's funnier to call us a caucus even though we're not.
People also want to. 3 people have said that they think your hair looks great.
Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you.
There's also a question here from My Life is a Dumpster Fire. How to go about building or getting momentum with DSA in a red state? I feel like that's a great question.
So I used to live in a red state. You're going to be running into a couple very specific obstacles, specifically preemption. As much as it would be cool to get your own like DSA mayor in a red state, I learned this lesson when I lived in Indiana. Red states, and this actually started badly. Like the trend started really badly in Indiana. So I am familiar with this mode of operating. If you get a DSA mayor in your state and it's a red state, that state house is going to preempt that mayor from doing anything good. That is the organizing principles of red states. They crack down on anything good a city tries to do. That said, there are ways to work around this. That means you need to get power in your state legislator. That is harder because flipping a city council seat is a lot easier than flipping a state house seat. Also, I can imagine the Democrat caucus you're going to be working with is going to be more conservative. Who knows? It could be better, just not as many members because of gerrymandering. I've seen, let's put it this way, Indiana Democrats are like Minnesota Republicans, like really bad.
Yeah.
Like Indiana Democrats are like really bad. I will say, having seen random election and wanting to see what organizing is like, you're going to want someone in office in the state legislature who's a DSAer to be very willing and patient with people. You're going to be organizing with people you disagree with. Even if you're in like a blue city in a blue state, when you come in as your first DSA candidate, you're could be in the ideological minority, and you got to learn where you can work with people.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing about relationship building, is you want to be able to work with people where you agree on. I organize with a lot of people who I may have fundamental disagreements on, or on like ideology, philosophy, opinions on so-and-so topic. We work together well because we organize on the greater picture, especially on things we both want to tackle. Another one of our co-chairs is like an anarchist. Like, they do disagree with me on some fundamental principles of things, I'm sure, but we like are really good buddies and everything. Like, we are really good at we're really good at working together, and we really do respect each other's work a lot. Even like in terms of maybe ideological disagreements, we can kind of just bury that and like, you know, there's like, it's like these aren't fundamental disagreements that I have. Like, it's more like, here's the level of like ideal society that we want to get to, and like, here's where we're operating on them. Where can we agree and get forward? Like, this is how like bipartisan legislation historically works. You're just doing a bipartisan with the DSA progressive side and the Democrat side, like the conservative side, in a blue state. In a red state, you're gonna have to find a work with Republicans. Funny enough, saying that your state house representative or your city councilor can be bought off with such little money, they can also be swayed with a good conversation with someone who just butters them up and tells them they're a good boy.
That is like, very true.
You may get Republicans to vote for things that you like. And that is because, how do I put it? There are an arguably large amount of Republicans in your state legislature who hate Trump and hate their voters. They don't say it because Trump will throw a primary at them if they go against him. Inside baseball, heard a conversation from the counselor who I helped win an election say he had just been at an event where like he saw, or maybe it was someone who was telling it secondhand from some stories someone told him, but state senator comes out of a conversation, giving a speech and talking about how like MAGA and Trump and all that, comes back and goes, I hate Trump. I hate that fucking guy. He sucks. And then my kind of like, you just said you loved him. Like these people are like Republicans. Like, they're seriously scum of the earth when it comes to that. But when you're doing the state legislative stuff that Trump is too soup for brain to give a shit about, and doesn't see it go through his true social feed, it's where you can maneuver to do some good change.
Yeah, because there is a lot more flexibility among Republicans on the local level. Like, on the national level, a lot of Republicans are fully entrenched. They know that they're under a microscope, and if they say anything, do anything wrong, they're going to feel some wrath. But on the local level, like city council position, or like, you know, a mayor, or even like a state representative, you can get a lot more flexibility. And I think that a lot of it is also oriented around, kind of like in Wisconsin. We have a DSA candidate running for governor in Wisconsin who has a real shot of winning.
Francesca Young.
Yeah, love her. But
we had members, Twin Cities DSA members, go out to Wisconsin to door knock for I think a week ago.
Hell yeah, love it. But a lot of that is born out of, you know, prolonged and consistent organizing under Wisconsin as a red state. You know, it built the framework and built the foundation to run someone like Francesca, and like it's great. So, you know, you can think of it as a losing battle in the short term, maybe, if you're really down on it, but you can also think of it as a long-term investment in the success of the DSA project. Yeah,
and to tell another story that I popped into my head. About local politicians being way more movable than you may imagine. So the city I lived in, like, it was gerrymandered to be super majority Democrat. Obviously, it's one of the biggest city in the state at the time. We had a DSA candidate. He didn't like make it publicly, like, because we weren't good with social media at the time or anything. But we endorsed him and not endorsed him and everything. He didn't win, but he talked with the Republican who beat him, and I recall him saying stuff like, yeah, he's like all for bike lanes and like wanting to support our immigrant businesses and immigrant communities. I'm like, bro, why are you a Republican? Like, it is like, and then like at the same time, like another Republican was just like, in like, these are like districts that weren't different. Like the other Republican was just like, I hate trans people. I hate all these degenerates. It's like, you'd be surprised where you can work with politicians. And also, like, politics are always more interesting the more local it gets, because you see some like, let's see some ridiculous things or hear some crazy things. It's almost like seeing a sideshow some days. Your local politics. You definitely want to know like who's your local news people to follow, like who's like, even like the local mainstream newspapers are often a good way to start, even though a lot of them are like more conservative, corporate owned. Still, like, especially if there's like citizen beat journalists who cover local stuff. Bloggers often are good at that. But you don't want to be covering someone. You never want to be following someone covering national news for your local area, unless they're like at like a cell of the national outlet for your city.
Yeah. Superjet Guy also wants to know, what titles do you currently hold in Twin Cities DSA?
Queer Liberation Working Group co-chair. Been there and I was Socialist and Office Committee co-chair in 2025, and then just ended up going to Queer Liberation Working Group co-chair because there was an open spot and felt like I needed a leadership position. I'm still involved in the Socialist and Office stuff. I've had many conversations with elected officials. And with people you've shared content from, Jack. So.
Also, we got some folks wondering, I'm not entirely sure what this means. Rusty wants to ask, question, how should people target their donation?
I guess it gives me a couple questions. If Rusty means membership, like DSA membership, your chapter gets a dues cut from nationals, like the dues you pay through dsausa.org/join. That's in the ! DSA command. I share that like 30% of that goes to your local chapter if your chapter has dues shares connections set up with their local bank account, which any chapter of small, moderate to large size has their own bank account. I would suggest giving, like, we have a thing called the 1% for the 99%. They're called solidarity dues. You can put like how much money you make per hour or per year, and it'll calculate how much dues is like 1% of your income that you can pay monthly to DSA, and like that's 1% for the 99% to do socialism. Like that's always a good method. I think there's like you can do 1%, 2%, or 3% to DSA. I've done 1% before I ended up transitioning and having to change emails, and at that time, DSA's only method of changing membership status was canceling your membership and signing up under a new email. But they fixed that like a couple years ago. So you can change your email if you want to. And you can always sign up with your chosen name if you want to. If you are trans or queer or just want a different name, you just fill out in the personal info what you want to be called, and the billing info is just what's on your card. And if you're getting dead named in emails and you want your name updated in like DSA emails, there's a let's post the link in YouTube chat.
Yeah.
I've had to share this a couple times with trans people because I ran into their dead names on it, and they've been forever grateful of it. it says changing mailing address, but as long as you're using the email you signed up for dues with, you can overwrite all the rest of the information. Just use the same email address you signed up with. And there's a link at the top that says if you want to change your email address, there's another form you can use. So if you signed up thinking you had to sign up your member name as your legal name, you don't have to if you haven't changed it. So
that's awesome. Well, you have been very generous with your time. We've gone over. We're almost at an hour and a half. But I do want to give you the last word. Just whatever you would like to say about DSA.
Yeah. Couple of things I like to always give like a pitch for. Like, seriously, like when I came to DSA, I was a college student who had no formation of political organizing. I watched YouTubers and had opinions and ideas. I stuttered through my speech and introductions. I kept showing up because I kept believing that things could be better. Things didn't feel like they changed much for a while. We met at a rundown Union Hall building. Posters on the wall were there for like 30 years. There was probably mold in the walls at some point. Like half the chairs were missing the seats because they were busted. There was no heat. There was no AC. I suffered through going through those meetings because I believed there was a better tomorrow. And it was just something to give myself an idea of like, I want to do something and make a difference in the world. Your meeting space is not going to be that trashy. But for the first couple years, it felt like nothing was getting accomplished. Like you feel like you're just pushing up, doing nothing for no reason. Eventually, you start having conversations and coming up with ideas and knowing who to talk to, doing the trainings from DSA National, dsausa.org/training, schedule a training with your chapter. Talk with your chapter leaders about getting them scheduled. You'll be having those conversations and slowly they'll start playing out in things like, what if we run this campaign? What if we run this person from office? How do we do that? How can DSA National train us on getting able to do that? You'll start to see wins. It's like the old Nelson Mandela quote. Everything.
Hey, what's going on, folks? How are you? It is the space station here on this space with are we calling ourselves space cadets? With some folks here with me, Black Red Guard, and Hank from Winners and Losers. What's going on, gentlemen? How are you this fine Thursday?
Hey guys, nice to meet you both. Or I know Alex. Nice to meet you, Black Red Guard. I'm Hank.
What's up?
What's up?
Yeah, Hank has a deep story to him, deep lore, where
We all do.
he was at TYT for a time and is now producing a documentary on how they are union busters and against workers.
Yes. Well, yes. Sorry, my mic is peeking on me. Yeah, it's a feature-length documentary about the battle for workplace dignity at the home of progressives. I was closely involved with starting the union at the Young Turks, and then it became a classic labor battle that became a political and media drama, and is now an active cover-up too. So it's been a long, difficult slog, been a challenging process overall to get a full documentary made without funding and very little support. I did the first couple years in secret. It's people can check it out on my channel. Go to the playlists, look for 84 minutes of Tell the Truth Jank. The full runtime is going to be about 2 hours when it's finally finished. It'll be a nice third act surprise. I think that people are going to be interested in seeing, that I'm looking forward to talking about. But some major effery went down in terms of the way the Young Turks publicly attacked their own workers for the sin of trying to exercise their right to collective bargaining. And I just refuse to allow Jank to lie about a story that my friends and I lived. So we're doing a real, I'm hoping it's a educational resource and like a inspirational resource for the labor movement, because it's about themes that everybody faces in this world, where the capitalists give orders and the workers have to take them. And, it's not okay for someone to, attack their own workers and then steal their story on top of it. So there you go. I could keep going if I don't stop myself. Yeah. Thanks for asking about that.
Yeah, of course. Always.
Yeah.
Redguard, what's been going on with you this week?
Pretty much. I actually saw you on a Corey Bush phone bank the other day.
I was.
Awesome. That's what I really like when content creators, people like us, actually like engage in actual political work. It's like one of the things that I tell people, that I tell comrades, is that like you cannot just like fucking talk into a fucking microphone all day. Like you actually have to go out and you have to live this shit, and you have to set an example for people that watch you. Like you cannot just tell people, okay, oh yeah, quit burying your head in books and go out and do shit, and then you're not doing that yourself. So I was really, really glad to see you there.
Yeah, I didn't know you were on the same phone bank. That's cool, man.
I had my real name, so you probably didn't recognize me.
Okay.
Plus I was off camera.
Yeah. So I had joined recently DSA thanks to you sending me that dues waiver. I didn't know that was a thing, so now I'm part of it. And when I can afford $15 a month, I will absolutely be paying dues for DSA. It is
for that DSA. Don't ever say I didn't give you nothing.
Of course.
I gave you a streamer. Well, another.
I was watching the Workers Deserve More. We talked about that the first time you were on 2 weeks ago. The Workers Deserve More Zoom stream that was hosted by Emma Vigeland from Majority Report, talking about the actual platform of the DSA and what they're putting out there now as their profile keeps rising. And I'm going like, and frankly, I did a little bit of canvassing for Lindsay Boylan, who she ran for city council here in New York, instrumental in getting Andrew Cuomo to resign, and instrumental in helping Zohran Mamdani become mayor, and actually doing some petitioning, being the guy on the other side in New York, walking by people with clipboards my whole life. Now I'm the guy with the clipboard. I'm asking if you can take 5 minutes to sign a petition to get this candidate on the ballot. And it was humbling. It was invigorating. I felt my cup fill up, so to speak, of hope and community. I met people that I want to see again. I have a community that I want to see again. And this Working Families Party, and now DSA as well, joining the stream with Corey Bush and Chris Rabb, talking about the history of Black radicalism. And they put a QR code up on screen. Hey, we got a phone bank for Corey. And I was like, yes, I'm there. Can I do it? And then I was like, wait a minute, I'm in New York. Am I even allowed to phone bank for?
Yeah, you can phone bank for anybody across the country, actually. Like you don't have to be now you do have to actually be in a physical location where a canvas is happening, where you go door to door and talk to voters that way. But you can you can get on a phone bank from anywhere in the country. You can phone bank for somebody in Detroit from St. Louis. You can phone bank for somebody in St. Louis from Detroit or New York City. So yeah, it's definitely I really like those because it helps bring comrades from all across the country together.
Yeah, that was a cool one. That was a cool one.
What's the nuts and bolts? What's the nuts and like? Is it an app that automatically just dials when you hang up, or you're not like? They're not sending you a sheet of paper with a bunch of phone numbers. I mean,
no, it's called. That was probably what they did in the 90s. But like, nowadays, it's literally you can do it from your computer or from your phone. Like you can literally just there's usually a brief training for people who've never done it before to make it more accessible to new comrades and teach them a very, very useful skill that you're going to be using throughout your time in DSA. And then after that, it's an auto dialer. You get in there and you hang up on one call, and automatically starts dialing the next one. It's a very little nifty gadget. Love it.
Yeah. Very much so. I was very like, I don't know what to do. I hope they explain how to do this. And yes, of course, it was a Zoom link. Jumped on. Fellow DSA folks were like, hey, we're giving you instructions. If you've done it before, you already know what to do. You can get started. If you don't, here's the explainer. Very easy. You stay in the chat the whole time and you can ask questions. You can say, hey, I got a great call and here's what they were asking about. And you can get answers while you're on the phone. Mostly from my experience, it was mostly I'm calling and not getting anybody picking up. And that's fine. Just move on to the next call. But I know I'm helping cross numbers off a list. That's what I know. Like, that's what makes me feel good. That's what makes me feel. I'm going to my first in-person DSA meeting on Sunday to find out about my local chapter and what else I can do. And it is invigorating. Look, I'm a movies guy. I'm a TV guy. I feel like this is Lord of the Rings, and I am but one soldier in a flood coming over the hill, but I am one of those soldiers. So that's how I look at it. You're helping. You're helping as much as you can do.
Good for you. I got to get on that myself. I feel like I let people down, or like I know I have the communication skill to probably be okay at that, but I just haven't been able to pull my capacity together with some of the stuff I'm dealing with in my own life.
I know. I understand.
But
totally.
it's genuinely like an important thing to do and to celebrate and to acknowledge that that I imagine the first few were kind of nerve-wracking, but then you get over that. I mean, I've done stuff in my past where I know it's probably just a quick seal to break.
I will tell you, compared to in-person canvassing, actually going into first of all, New York, figuring out how to get into a building first to then knock on everybody's door in the
knocking
building.
on someone's door is risky in this country, even.
Very.
Yeah.
So, doing that, doing the phone banking compared to that was a breeze. Once I figured out like how the system works and you just like you call into it with your phone and then you can control it on the computer, like end the call and move on to the next. Super easy. And now that I know, I can absolutely do that for all candidates across the country.
Awesome.
I'm excited about it. So next week, just some programming notes. Next Tuesday is election night for Michigan, and then the next couple Tuesdays after that as well. So I don't know if we're going to be doing full coverage all of the nights, but definitely next Tuesday, starting with Christina's show at 5 p.m. Eastern. We're going to go
next Tuesday is also next Tuesday is also Missouri. So races to watch. Yeah, 2 races to watch. Hartzell Gray and of course our girl Curry Bush. So
that's what reminded me of like, oh wait, next week is the election, because I had to tell people when it was on the phone bank. So we're gonna be watching those races very closely.
Yeah, we even have a nifty little tool that was prepared by our National Electoral Committee. So 2026.electoral.dsausa.org. You can go and you can see all the races that DSA cares about and follow them.
2026.electoral.dsa. You said?
Yep, right there.
All right, there we go. Perfect.
Yeah, it's going to be a good night. Hopefully we will see. On the 4th, we've got Rashida Tlaib, we've got Corey Bush, Donovan McKinney, Michigan 13, Chris Gilmore Hill. He's a state house candidate. Jesus Christ, there's a shitload of races. But you got Michigan, you got Washington, you got Virginia. You got Hartzell Gray. That's Mo 4. Kyle Blomqvist. Yeah, it's a lot of people.
Oh, this is perfect. Thank you for that, dude. You're helping produce the show at this point.
That's really cool.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah, and then you can see people. You can see people that have already had their races. So
down here.
Yeah,
Oh, great.
it's a very, very, very good tool. I'm really, really glad that our comrades in the NEC put that together. Yeah, this basically has a and then at the top. So we've run 162 races so far. We've got 38 wins running, and then 38 losses. So we're tied wins and losses. Hopefully we can get those wins up on Tuesday night. We'll see.
Yeah, very cool.
It's coming.
Yeah.
Help build DSA with us, Habibi, and donate. And then here's the kind of like, hey, if you want to join, here's how you can join.
Alex,
Very
your
cool.
information's on there, bud.
Is it? Oh, well, don't worry about that. What's going on, Pep? How you doing?
Yo, I just saw your address. I was like, get that off screen.
What's going on?
Oh dear.
How you doing?
Nah, I'm doing well. Celebrating
Hopefully you don't get
Spider-Man
it.
Day.
Yeah, hopefully you don't get any uninvited guests or visitors.
Nah, they're not gonna come over here. What's going
From
on,
New York, baby.
New York, baby. Dieter,
What's up,
hop
Dieter?
on in if you're home. What's going on, Pinkerbell? What's going on, chat? Natch. Got people on Twitter watching. Pinkerbell.
We got people on Twitter.
Yeah,
we're
I believe.
simulcasting on Twitter.
Yeah, Red Guard's got us.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's cool.
Very
Never
cool.
say I
Hello,
didn't give
Twitter.
you nothing.
Hey, cool.
All right, so
What up,
Great,
Hank?
thanks.
What up, ERG?
Hey,
How's it going,
up?
guys?
Good. Excited to be here. Hit us with some goodies here, Alex. What do you got?
all right. So we got
I got my hot take hat on. We're doing it.
Hot take hat.
good
Working
old
hard.
I've got my go to the pub head on.
You know what? Here, I'll join you at the pub.
Oh, nice.
Grandfather's
Of-
pub hat. Here.
Aw,
There we go.
Oh man, if I had a newsy hat, man.
Yeah.
Come on now.
not a
I gotta get
newsy
off.
head. I've never sold a newspaper in my life. Do I look like a Trotskyist to you?
Hey, well, this is my
Maoist.
grandpappy's croquet hat. That
Aw.
Yeah.
yeah,
Nice.
this
Oh,
thing has won a championship or two.
Boom.
Dieter.
Yo, what's up, fellas?
Took my advice.
Yeah, I was just hanging out, seeing some more Bernie Bros,
LA
so to
DSA.
speak. Guys, I don't know if you got the message, but we need to be a little bit kinder to people. The whole edge of the progressive left is a little too sharp, apparently. We got
Who?
not
Who's
only
saying
not only the snowflakes of MAGA, but the fucking snowflakes of Hutch, Pisco, Soy Pill, Usurper.
You let off with
Fuck these
Hutch
guys.
immediately. I just went, oh, you mean like, dude, Hutch has got to be an op. He's got to
Yeah,
be.
yeah, he's getting paid. He's
forever
definitely
glad,
getting
I'm
paid.
forever glad that I read books. This is what I'm reading now, by the way. It's called Non-State Warfare by Stephen Biddle.
Is Hutch in
the
that? Oh no, he's
Military
everywhere.
methods of guerrillas, warlords, and militias. And like, I'm so glad I read books because the only one of those people that you just named off that I recognized was Soy Pill and Hutch. The rest of those people, they're like,
Yeah.
I am not. I've
Beautiful.
heard of
Same,
Hutch
actually.
only through Vanguard.
I've worked
I
with
have
Soy
not.
Pill. Soy Pill is actually a pretty reasonable guy. Like he likes to learn, but I'm convinced that people like Hutch, he's like a Rogan type. Like he started learning and then got to a position of like, yeah, I can get rich doing this and having these views or getting attention, having these views. And he just stayed in that one place. Like
That's
they
like
never,
scum of the earth.
all of their arguments are based on the speculation that progressivism isn't popular and that capitalism, everyone's like the American dream, right? Which George Carlin said you'd have to be asleep to believe, is just getting rich. It's just a euphemism for getting rich. That's all it's become. Maybe it used to mean something else. I don't care. Connotatively, right now, that's all the American dream means. And people need to get rid. If you can get people's to get that to jettison the obsession that we are socially conditioned to embrace in this country, that getting rich is not only the most important thing, it is inevitable. Then they can open the door up to progressivism and democratic socialism and
Isn't that what
completely
Destiny's
reforming
been
the
saying
system.
for a while now too? That sounds like Destiny's platform.
No, not a Ooh, man, that's
Or-
scary.
or
That's a
not
scary
platform
comparison.
Or whatever the hell.
But
it
a point-
is.
but it's a well,
Like,
it's a
every
it's
once
a
in a while I see somebody saying like centrist destiny, liberal destiny, and I saw the thing that happened at the thing this weekend with Hassan, and I was just like, oh god.
Oh, where he
It's
tried to
just-
crash a fucking meeting? It was
Yeah,
weird.
it's all just
The college
content
Democrats?
garbage. Yeah.
Well, it's good to see the college Democrats being, selective about who they're associating with. I think college Democrats could be huge for the progressive left. Like they could, be like, wait a second, we
is
know
this-
better
when
than
they
the
say
people in
college
charge.
Democrats, is this like something that like is most universities all around the country,
Yes.
or how's that work? Oh.
Yeah, it's just a club. Like you had a nature club in college, or there's a Republican club, or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
I played club lacrosse. in college. Like, you know, you can do
Okay.
there's sports and stuff. Like, yeah,
Really?
college is a lot more than just reading books and talking and raising your hand in class. Like, there's all sorts of other shit that, you know, I hate when people fucking devalue college, because, you know, it's so much more than just fucking
Sorry,
I
dude.
love
learning
college.
text.
I love drinking.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Yeah, no, it's work hard, play hard. That's you learn how to work hard, play hard. That's
College
what I
is where I
learned in
learned
college.
that college is where I learned to hate alcohol. I went to a
Word.
Catholic-
Hey,
I went to a yeah. I
That's where
went
I
to a
learned to
Catholic
love it.
school. I went to a Catholic school in St. Louis, St. Louis University. That's my alma mater. And one thing I learned about like Catholic kids when they are away from home is that like that's where they start nurturing their alcoholism. Like it starts with the communion wine.
yeah.
See,
Yeah.
it starts with the communion wine. Okay. Then there was a Circle K up the street, like literally on the campus. They just go in there and like nobody carded them. Like the cashier was like, "Bro, if it wasn't for these college kids, we wouldn't be here."
Right.
They love
Yeah.
the shittiest alcohol. Like nobody in St. Louis drinks Bush.
I mean,
Never
that's
mind-
why I still
never
have
mind-
Bush
never mind
Light,
Bush
Natty
Light.
Light.
Like here we drink Stag. That's the working class. That's the working class beer in St. Louis.
Just when I
Stag.
thought Natty Ice was the worst, then you bring up Stag.
I've
Oh,
never even heard of Stag.
Stag is dope. Like
Is
we
it?
actually had like DSA's top leadership, the National Political Committee, come to St. Louis for like an in-person meeting, and like all of them left with the Stag habit. It's like soda but beer.
Yeah.
It's soda, but beer.
Yeah, no, it's like
Yeah,
Schlitz,
but like
Schlitz is
Stag
kind of what
and
we have
Guinness
up
is
here.
really
Yeah.
Stag and Guinness is really like the only beer that I can handle because the rest of the shit is I can't do lager. It's piss water.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
kraut
I
and
like
piss
the piss water.
I like me a good PBR. I can't help it.
I like beer that doesn't taste as little like beer as possible.
Well, then you
Like Natty
you, sir,
Ice,
would like some
Busch
old
Light.
style. Do you like the taste of the aluminum can that it's in? Well,
Old
drink it
style.
old
Yeah,
style.
exactly. Old English we used to have.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's still
Steel
a big,
Reserve.
That's
Yeah,
still a big
Old
thing
English
here.
ain't bad. Steel Reserve. Steel
Yo.
Reserve. We used to drink in the 40s.
Oh,
You guys have
That's
Milwaukee's
delicious.
Best, right? Milwaukee's
Yes.
Best is big.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
whole
that's the
other
white.
beer.
That's
My
the white.
God.
Steel Reserve is the white boy trenches.
Oh yeah.
that's
Were
when
you
we're doing Edward 40 hands, where you duct tape 40s.
Yeah,
your
that's what we
hands.
did. Dude, I'm glad that wasn't just a Midwest thing. Cool. so
Now
this is
I
just
never
like
did that
good old
because I
American
couldn't
college thing.
barely get through a 40, but my friends would.
a.
I'm
Plus the
not.
duct
I was
tape.
never a big drinker. I was
Yeah.
never a big drinker because I hate getting nauseous
Yeah, same.
and like
And the next
I hate
time.
losing control of my faculties.
Yeah,
Yeah.
your eye-hand coordination.
Yeah, I
don't
can't
know.
walk.
I'm
Like,
not
do
down.
you have any idea how many people have been hit by cars because they've been drunk and they staggered out in the middle of the fucking
Oh.
street after they leave the bar?
Plus, if you're trying to get drunk off a beer, it takes a lot of beer
Long
to get
time.
you wasted.
Yeah.
You
You could-
if you're looking to get drunk, last time I got wasted was at my wedding like 4 years ago, and I was just slamming gin and tonics. That's my drink of choice. Probably, it's like as waspy as it gets. By the way, a gin and tonic is a very waspy drink. Yeah, lemon and a lime. It's got to be Bombay Sapphire gin with lemon and lime because there's natural berry flavor in the gin that the citrus activates. Fantastic.
I
If
did
you like
not know
clear
this.
alcohol. Yeah, if you like clear alcohol, I highly recommend Sapphire and Tonic.
Actually, don't.
You didn't know that.
I
You didn't know that
mostly-
gin is made with juniper berries.
Not
I
all
didn't.
gin, but that gin is, yeah.
I
don't know
actually
what
don't
any-
drink gin and really haven't much, so I don't know really anything.
Not
about
everybody's
it.
a
Gin-
fan. Not
I
everybody's
can't
a
do
fan.
gin. I can't do
Yeah,
gin.
it's a very British thing.
Mostly
Gin and,
rum,
like, Jaeger.
like rum and tequila. Like that's
Yeah,
kind of
yep,
like my.
rum's all right.
I would drink anything I could get my fucking hands on. I had a severe alcohol problem that I had to give up about 15 years ago, but I
Okay.
discovered the skill in
Carlos.
college. I went in college like not being against alcohol, but I was never a drinker in high school. But then I turned out to be very good at it in the social pressures that came, and within it went on for about 10 years. It's not like I was hammered my entire 20s. But it was fun. Then it stopped being fun, and then it got bad. you
Yeah,
know?
Yeah.
We all go through stuff like that.
I had
Not
some
we all,
friends
but
like
some of
that.
us do. But
No, I've had some friends like that.
so let's keep
Speaking
the
of,
chatter going. No, I'm kidding.
Speaking
I
of
got my
like going
favorite
into
drinks.
going into the street, like this is
Yeah.
a motherfucker who would get drunk and then think people who think everyone else is also partying with you, and it's like, no, the guy
Yeah.
at the bodega is not partying. The guy at the bodega is working.
Yeah.
Right.
The taxi drivers are working. So like
Mhm.
going in the middle of the street with like a trash can over crazy shit.
The McDonald's
Crazy shit.
drive-through people were partying with me.
Yeah, no,
middle
we're
of
all
my-
having
yeah.
fun.
No,
we
the
can
worst
all
is
laugh at how long it takes me to get my order.
Yeah.
I used to do like rideshare stuff. I tell you right now, that was the worst part of it. Was just
Oh, yeah.
drunks.
I used to
like,
do that
working
too.
nights was rough.
College kids and wasted and you're just anxious when
Please
you're in
don't
your car.
puke.
Is somebody
please,
gonna
like-
puke in this thing and
Yeah.
ruin my night? Because it doesn't just ruin your night. You got to get your car cleaned, and you can't
I
use your
didn't
car
have.
for like
I
5
never
days.
had to do that because I was always prepared. I had a
bucket
garbage
or a
bag that I
bag?
kept literally underneath the back seat where I said, "Just grab the
Smart.
garbage bag right now," and they were good about it.
That's
You
smart.
know,
I'm
like,
too
I got
lazy.
lucky
was
on that
too lazy
one.
for that shit.
That's smart.
All right. I do have clips. I got tons of clips to react to if we are ready. The first one is the dear leader of the Senate
Oh,
Democratic.
Oh, I thought you were about to say
We
move.
will win. No?
What's he have to read?
Just when I'm
And
getting
someone
protested.
is finally protesting him.
Oh, I saw
Whenever,
that.
I,
Yeah.
whenever,
really?
whenever I hear "dear leader," I imagine like a deer commune where like
There is a leader of the
yeah,
deer.
there's literally a deer with 2 crowns on its antlers.
Like a
Sign that
Jaeger
says
deer, like a Jägermeister
Jaeger,
deer.
yeah, the
Yeah,
Jägermeister
speaking
deer.
of Jaeger.
The Jägermeister deer is
back
the
to
deer
alcohol.
leader.
Yeah, there we go.
I like that.
So yeah,
Call
Chuck
that
The
Schumer.
literal deer.
Chuck Schumer was giving a speech about anti-corruption and got protested. And I think about fucking time. About fucking time.
Yeah, long overdue.
Trump has turned it into the single most profitable scam of his. Please sit down. Please sit
Oh,
down.
Bernie.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, right.
So entitled.
That's not Bernie. I am. He looked like Bernie.
Bernie would never do something that bold.
In November of 2023 by the Center for Constitutional Rights and other legal and human rights organizations. Notice on potential legal liability for aiding, abetting, inciting, or conspiring to commit genocide.
I like the
this about
demographic of the
data centers?
protester.
You are put on no.
No,
So
it's
there,
about
he's talking
Zionism.
about corruption, but this guy's protesting about the genocide.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I couldn't hear what he was.
Yeah, yeah.
protesting.
I got this nifty little plug-in now where I can actually turn up the volume on the tab.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
so helpful. What
yeah,
plugin
Volume
is that?
X. It's called Volume X. I found it the
Volume
other
X.
day.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
gotta get
it's
that.
great.
Which, like, by the way, like, just to be clear, like, obviously, Trump and his administration are super corrupt, and like, obviously, Chuck Schumer over here is technically correct, but coming from him, it's kind of like,
Yeah.
really, no, not you, dude. Like,
Not you.
not
Yeah.
you.
It's like a cop saying he's against domestic violence. It's like,
Right.
Right.
Precisely.
Yeah. Exactly.
And you backed it, and you backed the genocide to the hilt for years on end. How dare you?
All
Well,
this shit
no
is
one's
just like
moving either.
all this like shit like this is why people do not like trust any politicians. Like they see Schumer, one of the most corrupt individuals in the Senate, and notoriously corrupt institution, which is part of why DSA is advocating to abolish it. Like that's literally in our program now. Like
Yeah.
why the fuck? Like you're just gonna get up there? It's like it's you have the audacity to get up there and talk about corruption as if you are not yourself corrupt. Like
Mhm.
all these people, like the reason why Schumer has been in the Senate for God knows how many fucking years. The reason why all these people literally grow old and die in office, or
Yeah.
they're just fucking withered
but-
up, shriveled.
And if you're Mitch
husks.
McConnell, your
But why
dead
is Chuck
body
Schumer?
is wheeled
Yeah,
around.
but that's the case for all the senators, right? Like you're pointing out. But why is Chuck Schumer the minority leader? Why has he been the leader of the Senate Dems for as long as he has?
I don't know.
Think
because
It's useful to corporations.
they
Yes.
don't want
Where
to.
are corporations based?
Actually, AOC kind of covered this today on MR, talking about how there's like the secret backroom deals that we've all known about. But the thing is, it's usually the conference like from like the Chuck Schumers and the leadership, and their biggest thing is like, don't rock this boat, otherwise
Right.
you will not get anything done.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to play nice. And even she was like, I guess I got to fucking play nice because there's only 4 of us.
Right. Strategy.
Right, but my point is, so a buddy of mine, very successful hedge fund manager, and he saw Chuck Schumer in the office all the time. Yeah. So he's the reason is Manhattan,
Right.
is why Chuck Schumer, is the Senate majority head, and San Francisco with Nancy Pelosi. Like in the House for a while. Like my purpose is to destroy the legacies of these people. I want to show up at their fucking funerals and tell everybody, we're going to have a little historical accounting here of what this person did
Nobody
with the
did
power
that
when they
at
had
Lindsey Graham's funeral. I was kind of shocked by
Of
that.
course, yeah.
I
like
mean, they did it.
they all like
themselves.
revered him like some type
The
of like
internet did it.
serious person, right?
Yeah.
Not like the bloodthirsty ghoul that he was.
I don't know. The internet
Trump
that
did
I saw,
say-
the algorithm hooked me up with a lot of content that was like, "Fuck Lindsey Graham, he was a warmonger."
No,
you
I
know,
meant
rest in
at
piss.
the actual procession.
Funeral?
I didn't see any
Oh, yeah.
protest or anything like
Yeah,
that. I mean,
They're all
and I
pretending
voted
like he's
for
a
it.
good
Surprised.
person.
The
Yeah.
National Guard was keeping people away.
Yeah.
Or
We're-
people
see,
don't
that's
give that
actually-
much of a fuck.
No, Alex, are you
about
joking,
Lindsey Graham.
or are you just like, are you guessing, or did they actually
I'm guessing.
do that?
I'm guessing.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, I
I'm
thought
guessing.
that's
I'm
what they
guessing
did.
most people who would have protested, like, we all know Lindsey Graham sucks, and like, why? I mean, dude, Trump's fucking eulogy was like he never met a war he didn't like. Like
That
he
was kinda
did it
funny when he
himself
said that.
already.
He never met it.
Had
He
it
never met
the
a
fuck-
war
I'll
that
never
he didn't
forget
like.
him knocking on the dude's casket like, "You're
Yeah.
listener? You're up."
It was already as
Then he was trying to
embarrassing
throw
as it
Tic Tac. Like
possibly
it's
could.
obvious. Like every space that this man enters, every space that Trump enters, he like treats it as a fucking joke. He was back there throwing Tic Tacs in his mouth, and then he shit himself because a Secret
Yeah.
Service agent behind him. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, I
Speaking
got
of
that
Tic
clip
Tacs,
too.
I actually
Oh, we
think
got a
he
fart
handed
face
JD
reaction?
Vance a Tic Tac at
Yeah,
the funeral.
it's just and it's like you're actually, but this guy was literally your stand to the end. And this is how you behave at his funeral. Like, like this is where I really have very little sympathy for people that voted for this man 3
Okay.
times.
Yeah,
Like
same.
this man obviously does not give a shit about you, and yet
Yo.
you continue to be his fucking running dog. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Did you guys
I
see
mean-
the More Perfect Union piece on Texas Latinos for Trump?
Yep.
You saw that
No.
shit?
Yeah. Yeah. I brought that up yesterday.
That was fucking wild.
Yeah.
That was
Yep.
fucking like in a
Yeah, it's over.
confirming kind of way.
Yeah.
No.
You know
Oh,
what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah. Like
Like
and
all
just to
my
be clear,
suspicions were confirmed.
yeah, and just to be clear, like the people that were in that video, the More Perfect Union video, like I don't think these people learned at all.
No.
I think that like just kind of having just kind of being around like the Latino community and whatnot, like these people did not learn the lesson at all. The only problem that they had is that it became their problem.
Right.
And like I mean like
Narcissist.
this is just to kind of add to that, like I don't think it necessarily had to be like, it's just that these people, I don't know, like More Perfect Union just happened to like talk to these specific people, but a lot of them were just like rich business owners that were like, oh crap, they took away
Right.
my labor.
My
They
employees,
took
yeah.
away my labor and my employees. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
dude, did you really learn the right lesson here?
Well, and one of the cultural things, I talk about it on one of my essays, how the right uses cultural war distraction tactics to get people to vote against their interests. A thing that is never really talked about within the Latino vote is Catholicism's issues with abortion rights and how they program people to think that they have the right to interfere with a woman's right to choose. And that's like that it's like you feel coming from a conservative background, growing up being anti-choice, just because of what I inherited from my parents and my Southern evangelical mother, to be specific. And it feels like it makes you feel obviously morally superior to people who don't have that position. So they think the homework's over. They're like, oh, I can latch onto this, and I know I'm right about this, and that's enough for me. And I'm hearing about economically, Trump's telling me what I want to hear, and they're stupid. But the stupidity is you're stupid enough to believe him. I mean, this wasn't the first go around with this asshole. You had a first term to reference. You had like he is a obvious liar. Like he doesn't care about you. Like even if you are a Latino business owner, and they were stupid enough to believe him.
I think a lot of these people are just like America is very, very good at terminating people's thoughts. Like critical thinking is like they don't even teach it in our schools. It's just like, okay, they used to banking.
Oh, this goes beyond school. This is actually just like because they were also saying that this is like the way that they slam the door shut once they get their citizenship. They were saying how that's a big problem in this.
Yes, second and third generation immigrants.
Yeah, they're literally like, and they're like,
and
America.
go ahead.
There's like some type of miasma in the air here. I'm being metaphysical. There's like a type of miasma. Like I've had political conversations with comrades from Asia, from Africa, from Europe, from all over the world, And like the ability of the average American, even the average leftist American, to think critically and criticize things, it's like it's atrophied. Like people are like, they always are following behind these stupid ass cults of personality. They always are like getting their information from memes or from AI bullshit. And like, that's why like socialism has to teach people how to think, not just what to think. Like, okay, we all know the boss is bad. We all know that America is a horrible imperialist shithole. But like, to be a communist, to be a revolutionary of any type requires critical thinking. You have to be able to analyze shit. Otherwise, you're not going to be effective in any type of work that you try to do.
Leadership, I would say that's true.
It's a lost art.
Leadership, I would say that's true. That might not be true for the followers, because two things. One is one of my Dieter decrees. I use signposting in my essays. One of my Dieter decrees is it's number 2. Just because someone looks like an adult doesn't mean they are one. Just to like when I hear you talking about like their lack of critical thinking, I think it's because they're overgrown children. I psychologically. Like, I don't think they have the critical thinking because they haven't had either the education, life experience, or just social conditioning to be able to empathize with people that are different from them. And that's why what I call scapegoat politics works with them, because they don't relate to people who aren't different from them. The only thing I would say about getting people on board with socialism is it's too late to kind of educate a lot of those people. You just kind of have to prove to them that it works. You know what I mean? Like
educate by showing, like here,
right?
Hey,
Demonstration,
what's going
education
on
by
in New
demonstration.
York with Mamdani, you see how
right.
small businesses are making more money because of he's cutting the red tape. You see how the potholes are getting fucking filled. You see this shit? This is socialism. Here you go. You want some of this? Vote for one of these candidates that we put in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think if we got universal health care done, that would be an historic win, and that's something we could build on in terms of the portfolio of policies. When I hear liberals talk about building on Obamacare, I'm like, great, more incrementalism, more incrementalism.
Yeah,
awesome.
like do you have any idea how world changing it would be if the substantial, because the majority of the American population has medical debt of some type.
Yes,
and chances are, because they cannot afford to pay that shit. Chances are, like, that's the thing. Like, I'm a Maoist, and Mao taught that you have to actually focus on shit that the majority of people like feel in their bones.
Yeah,
like canceling medical debt. Okay, motherfuckers have, like, I guarantee you, an average American's file cabinet or drawer or wherever they keep their documents and shit, or the average American's trash can is full of medical debt statements.
Yeah,
and it's fucking outrageous. Even capitalist monarchies like Sweden and Norway and Denmark and the United Kingdom know that you cannot drown your population in noxious debt, because that's going to inhibit productivity. It's going to inhibit quality of life, and you're going to have a shitload of angry people. So
but that's long-term thinking.
Writing off all of that shit, being like, look, we're taking profit out of this.
Well, states are doing that state by state. In Illinois, they actually have a really good program for that. Like, I'm very lucky that I live in Illinois, because I also have a substantial amount of medical debt. My wife just went through cancer treatments, and I'll tell you what, man, we get bills that would make you cry. So
it's criminal. Medical debt and student loans.
I at least know that the state, strangely enough, actually does kind of have my back on this one. And it apparently is not too hard to apply for. And I don't know. We haven't done it. Like, we haven't actually started that process yet, because we're still waiting for more bills to come in. But yeah, we're definitely doing that.
And that's kind of also the problem. Like, if you live in Illinois or in New York or like in these states that offer this relief, it's like, great. But if you don't, it's like, damn, you're kind of cooked. If you don't, and it's
even
like,
if you do, you have to know about it, and you have to know to apply, and you have to know how to apply and fill out all those forms. Like, if it's just automatic, that even better, because then people feel it. Go, I had
it. We did a thing with our Social Security insurance that, like, technically they took the red tape out and kind of made it easier for us to access disability insurance and things like that.
That's great,
and that's how it should be. 1000%.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, medical debt should be considered, another way to describe it, as having a rich person as a tick sucked onto your jugular, sucked onto your aorta. These demons are just
just
implanting
forever,
themselves
for
in your
years.
in your corpus and drawing your soul energy out through the form of these structures of ownership
My
that permeate
my
our fucking
DSA
rotten
chapter,
society.
my
Go ahead.
DSA chapter actually had a like we collaborated with Midmo DSA. I'm STL DSA, St. Louis DSA. We collaborated with Midmo DSA, Columbia, big college town in the middle of the state, and also Kansas City DSA to like fundraise to help forgive medical debt. Like you could literally buy up people's medical debt for pennies on the dollar and like choose to forgive it. And I think we forgave like $3 or $4 million worth of medical debt. But
Nice.
yeah, but like it's really easy to do.
hate
But
to
like
say this though, that's like 4 people.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
or somebody with cancer, that's like one person.
I can tell you right now, we're about to hit that mill.
Yeah.
Yep.
I gotta run, but this is a hot topic because no one's talking about it except for socialists, really.
Yeah.
Like no one's really talking about debt relief. It's the quickest and easiest way to redistribute wealth. People think we're just going to tax all the rich people, get the money, and then redistribute it out. It's like, no, we can just lift the fucking monkey off of people's back first, and then give them free health care, and then like among other things, build up to
And when
that
people
complete
start
system.
going like, okay, I got a bill to pay, and they go, actually, no, you don't. Actually, it's been
Right.
forgiven.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
that's who forgave
And
this
then
bill.
loyalty,
How can
and
I
then they'll
vote
be
for them
loyal.
forever? Yes,
And then they'll be loyal to the
Yeah.
political faction that delivers that for them.
Exactly.
So it's all growth from there.
You know,
Anyway, fellas,
PSL
great
was
to
doing
see
that
you.
in Florida. That's what
See you,
PSL's
Dieter.
main thing was in Florida.
Take
But
care,
I'll see you, Dieter. Take care.
Never forget, you don't get change in America by asking nicely. All right.
That's his tagline every time.
All right. Take care, Dieter.
Take care, brother.
All right.
So yeah, it's,
Go ahead.
no. I just found the clip of Trump possibly shitting himself.
Possibly.
Okay.
This is
Constantly, I would
hilarious.
say.
I already know what this is.
It's like,
Yeah, dude, watch his face.
The guy on the left
He
is
already
telling
got
me
it.
everything.
yeah,
Oh my god.
you realized.
This guy is telling me everything. The dude next to him right there.
Oh my lord. Just
Well, the leaning head back also sort of signifies it too.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
And then is this
That's what
the-
happens when your glutes clench. Your head goes like that.
Hold up, what the fuck? I heard glutes clench. I stepped away for a second. Y'all start talking about butt stuff. Well, that's a
It
gay
was-
man. I'm
Well, we're
here
like,
for
Two
BRT's
seconds.
gone. Let's talk about clenching glutes. No,
2
it's
seconds. I
fine.
was like, well, here's
Put it back
Trump
on the
shitting.
screen there.
it's
That's the
definitely
token-
him
I
ripping
guess it's the-
something right.
as the gay dude, I'm happy to talk about such, but I don't know what the rating of this stream is.
You've stepped into my realm, which is diarrhea. Okay,
Oh,
gay
no.
guy. I don't need. I'm an expert on that subject.
That was Trump.
well,
Alex,
then.
show him
Possibly
though. He
shitting
doesn't
us.
know what we're talking about. We're talking about.
You're,
Trying
you're
to
sitting
be
there
in the
eating
old
Taylor
dusty
Farms by the
trail.
bag.
That did look like a poopy smell face, though.
That,
behind
I,
it.
Yeah, I'll
did
bring
look
it
like a
back up.
poopy smell face. I mean,
Yeah.
it really does.
Yeah.
Like the way that he does this at first, where he's like, "What's that?" and then he does the,
Yeah.
"Oh,
Oh,
Yeah, that guy's
It
face
just
told
has
me
like the
everything.
realization.
It's
There we
easy.
go.
It's easier to bow
Yep.
out. It's easier to go the path of least resistance. But he
That's-
stays.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Ah,
that's
yeah,
different.
that's shit. Oh, that's definitely shit.
This is the
JD
president.
JD Vance is used to it though. He's like, "Yep, that's
Yeah.
just a Tuesday."
Yep.
There
There
it
you
is.
it's that dude on the left. He's like, oh my.
Either that or he has to poop.
Could be both.
Daniel
Could be
Day
both.
Lewis would break character if he were standing behind him. You know, that depends.
Jesus.
You know,
Yeah.
I just watched yesterday the Apprentice movie, the from
How do you
2024.
torture
Sebastian
yourself? Why do you
Stan,
torture
yeah.
yourself by watching that shit?
You know why? Because I was like, you know what? I'm home alone all day. Let me see.
Someone has to.
You know what?
I'm just going to cause myself severe emotional and neurological distress.
That's what I
Someone's
said.
got
That's
to.
what I
Worried too.
discussed.
I was ready
What
to
was the
turn it
last
off.
book that you read, Alex?
What's the last book I read? Well,
Yeah.
I'm still in the middle of reading Green Lantern. What does that say?
Hey.
Porcitus.
Have
John
you
Stewart.
ever-
Green
have you
Lantern.
have you ever read a book of theory?
Some of us
No.
have dyslexia, and you know what? That ain't happening.
That's
I'll-
why
I
there's
have
audio
listened
books.
to some books
Oh,
on theory, though.
that's- You know what?
If
Audiobooks.
Mao and Ho Chi Minh could teach peasants who did not even like know how to recognize characters how to read, there's no excuse for Americans that live in a country which has semi
You know what?
that
And
has a
audiobooks.
semi decent public education system. Like if you have dyslexia, I get it. There's audiobooks.
I will. Well,
That's what I was
actually, you
saying.
know what?
Yeah.
I did read the Communist Manifesto
You
in
did?
school when we were assigned it.
Wait, in school?
Yes, I went to progressive
wow.
private schools.
Oh, okay. I was like, what?
I went to school with fucking Vin Diesel's little brother. I went to school with the guy in The Expanse, Steven Strait. His little sister was in my class. Like,
Didn't
I
I
went
say
to
that
high
his name was
school.
Gary Diesel?
Gary Diesel. Well, his real last name isn't Diesel. Our moms were friends for quite a few years.
So you knew him when he did that Street Sharks commercial.
Yeah, I played Tekken with him.
Awesome.
Played Tekken with him. Yeah, so we went to they didn't really talk too much about like class because of course it's private school. They want the rich kids to be going there and the parents to be paying the money. But I got in because we just made enough, and also I'm half black, half white, so diversity. And we were assigned the Communist. I think it was like fifth or sixth grade, sixth or seventh grade.
Wow.
It was, yeah. We read the Communist Manifesto and talked about that.
Yeah, we learned about
Dude, the
Marx.
high school I went to
Christian
was
school and we
founded
learned about
by
Marx.
a lesbian communist in the 50s. Like that was my high school. So
Oh yeah,
very,
no, not in Florida. We have none of that.
which is
I mean,
why like my wires got crossed, and I'm like, well, I fucking hate authority, and my authority is progressives and Democrat, liberals. So I must maybe go the other way and maybe start researching the KKK and Hitler and all that shit. I was a fucking crazy kid.
Strangely enough, I have to give my school some credit on this one because we did ninth grade, but it was the same. Like I went to a private Christian school, and they actually they wanted us to read Marx, and they actually got us into like more theory than you would think. But I think that they did that because they were trying to say, like, look at how wacky this is. Like, this is alternative theory. But then I remember there was like a specific like subset of us that were just like, I don't know. Like, we didn't know what base was then, but we would have said, like, well, sounds based. I don't know. I think I got to look into this a little bit more. And that's when I made like the big argument to one of my doctrine teachers about like how Jesus would not be a right winger, because that was his entire thesis, where he's like, no, Jesus would vote for the Republican Party. I was like, I hate to say this, man, but based on what we just learned about communism, it sounds like he'd be a communist. And he's just like, no, he wouldn't. What do you mean? I'm like, well, he kind of was all about the taking care of people and stuff. I don't know. Why do you have this idea that he would be like rocking guns? And then I made the argument that I was like, do you honestly think that Jesus could conceptualize what a bullet was for and then be okay with that? Like,
I mean, they did have archers back then.
Yeah,
they did have archers.
Yeah,
tiny
like
metal arrow.
Yeah, like archers.
Arrows too. Yeah. Well, I guess you're right.
Ballistas.
Yeah, like back in the day, the thing that they would probably recognize the fastest and also adapt the fastest would probably be a gun. Holy shit, a spicy bow and arrow that shoots multiple slingshots a minute. Fuck yeah.
Yep.
They'd love that. The Romans would have loved that.
My understanding
is
the
Romans would conquer the fucking world.
The earliest guns were kind of like real sloppy, messy. They were almost like intimidation weapons as much as anything else, because they were just like a gunpowder explosion with a bunch of shit. In the barrel.
Interesting.
I don't really know. I'm not some historian, but
cool.
Yeah. Then obviously there was an era when gun guys also they were overlapping with earlier forms of warfare like knights and shit. I think.
Yeah.
A little bit.
It was like blunderbusses and shit like that, right?
That kind of elephant guns. Although that's a different thing. Yeah. But I grew up in the Midwest. In case it's not.
To BRG's point, this is the last book I had here. It's a small, tiny little introduction to taxation. Boring stuff. Boring stuff.
I got it.
Dude, it's comics. It's comics.
I'm with Alex on this one. I got comic books.
Actually, the last book that didn't have pictures that I read was like 10 years ago, and it was Kevin Smith's autobiography called Tough Shit.
And you were disappointed there were no pictures. Like, what the hell? Where are the pictures?
Yeah.
Kevin Smith.
Actually, Penn Jillette has a really good book called God No. You would like.
Yeah. I mean, look, I did listen to podcasts for many years. So, but now I'm like back at the music. I'm like doing reaction stuff on my channel, whatever. But you know, I could get back into listening to dudes to people talk. I mean, I do that anyway. I watch YouTube, you know, like so listening to an actual book being read to me.
Oh yeah.
You know what? I could do that while I play some Crimson Desert and find some comrades.
I've been kind of cheating on like certain sci-fi books. Like I've been listening to Quinn's Ideas break down the three-body problem, which is essentially just like the Cliff Notes audiobook version of the three-body problem. But it's awesome. I highly recommend it.
Cool. I heard good things about three-body problem.
Yeah, it's essentially, you know,
so is
communist sci-fi. So
is this the More Perfect Union video?
Yes, this is.
Yes.
It's 15 minutes, but we can watch a little of this.
God.
Oh wait, before we start,
mad.
Before we start, just also to like add on to the conversation. It's still like a good thing that these people are turning away from Trump, right? Like I'm not expecting them to like, you know, become leftism's greatest warriors or whatever. So it's still a good thing that they're not voting Republican. Most likely these people aren't going to learn the right lessons, but they're probably going to stay home next time. And I think that's probably important and is going to shape the outcomes of these elections for sure. So
that's why they are panicking as much as they are, is because
not to like poo-poo on the idea. It's just I don't think these people learned the right lessons.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Look, as long as we can get those people to stay home.
Oh yeah.
And the people who usually stay home to come vote for us, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. However we fucking win. And then once we start giving people shit.
On the ground in the Rio Grande Valley to actually talk to voters.
1 in 5 Latino men regret voting for President Trump.
I think it's probably higher than that.
That's you. People are under stress.
Yeah.
People are trying to figure out how to put food on the table.
Prices of food and the price of gas and the price of
everything keeps going
up and up and up and up and up.
They've seen politicians promise this or that or the other, and they've seen politicians turn on those promises.
It's true that Latinos have shifted dramatically towards Trump in the last 2 elections.
Mm-hmm.
With Latino men, it's even more dramatic.
And it's also true that just 2 years into Trump's second term, Latino voters could be shifting back again. But there's a much deeper story going on that the mainstream media and the leadership of both parties isn't telling you. Democrats might be confident they're winning Latinos back this time. But what happens after this one election if they don't deliver on their promises?
That question might be coming to a head right here in Texas's 15th district.
The incumbent is Monica De La Cruz, a Republican. Her challenger is new to politics, Bobby Pulido, a Tejano star who retired from his music career to run for office.
He's an unconventional Democrat. Bringing a shocking system to politics. So what is it about him? We traveled deep into the conservative heart of the district and sat Pulido down with Latinos who voted for Trump but don't like what they see. And
is this like a Zohar Mamdani of this district?
I know.
Who's sitting down with the Trump voters going like, hey, what can I do for you?
I mean, this is the new strategy, is to actually sit down with people. Weird.
Yeah. Shocking.
It's Texas, but yeah.
Building community.
As Pulido made his pitch to get their vote and give them a convenient pathway into the Democratic Party.
During the Biden administration, the government just was off, man. It looked weak. It just didn't look strong, man.
Mario grew up in the Valley. He runs a construction company. It's been a family business for years. He voted for Trump in 2016, 2020, 2024.
Mom was making dinner, and Dad was in the living room watching TV, and one of the shows that I would watch with Dad was The Apprentice. And I believe we were conditioned. To keep seeing him, right? And there's a certain group of
Go ahead. Go get your thought. I got
no. Please.
Well, I was going to say this earlier though about the conditioning. I think we underestimate how influential The Apprentice was on the American psyche and on people. Aside from the very baked-in ability to self-neuralize, to just sort of dismiss things and to be duped by the consumerist nature of the generations of that. But
honestly, I think Trump still thinks he's on The Apprentice. Like he literally thinks that this country is just his fucking game.
It was watched like our non-religion religion in America is celebrity, especially like in the 80s, 90s entertainment culture. And what that show was D-list celebrities doing almost like a religious, I don't know, I have all the words, subjugation, kneeling, but like they were religiously sort of bowing to the authority of a capitalist god who sat there in a table and dispensed judgment over them.
Well, you could also argue that like that started with Ronald Reagan and then was even worse with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah,
like
in terms of how Hollywood stretches into politics for sure,
Yeah.
especially like high profile communicators like Reagan and Schwarzenegger. But I think The Apprentice, that was what, 14 seasons? It was 12 years or how many years that was? 8 years or something. It wasn't 14 years, but that was a huge show, and it really did cement Trump's notion that it laid a very thick foundation for when he came out in 2015 after just sort of harassing Obama with the papers, please stuff of the 2008s and 12.
Oh, wait, I actually still have this.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. and that's the sort of like God in a volcano. Like throwing you into the volcano of your employment. You're fired. I'm the authority. And he's never questioned in that. Adam Carolla and Penn Jillette and other fucking celebrities at that level are just sitting there nervous. Oh my God. So it was this submission ritual that was really baked into the American psyche.
Yeah, as Dieter said,
all I wanted
prostrating themselves before him.
Prostrate. There you go.
And
Thank
it's
you, Dieter.
the same.
Prostrate.
I think it's the same concept of Shark Tank, right? You have like
Yes,
these
exactly.
billionaires that you have to,
It's like Kevin O'Leary is fucking out here like, I'm gonna be in movies now and I'm gonna fucking go on TV all the time because maybe he has fucking ambitions.
Shark Tank.
I gotta dip, y'all. I got a call at 5. Good talk. We'll see y'all next week.
Right. Oh, thank you so much,
dude. Thank you for stopping by.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah, anytime, brother.
I was so embarrassed to say how little I read. I was.
Dude.
I tried listening to Parable of the Sower though. Yeah.
It's like
really interesting.
So that's in part to answer his question why I wanted to watch that movie is one, I keep hearing Emma Vigeland talk about it, how good Sebastian Stan was, and I wanted to learn a little bit about Roy Cohn. I didn't know who the fuck that was. I didn't know he's the guy who kind of like made Trump and all that. So it was very interesting. Also,
you learn about Gotti, you learn a lot about Ron Cohen.
Oh yeah, okay,
yeah.
Also, the way they shot the movie was very interesting because it looked like they used cameras from the 70s or 80s, just like the grain on it, and it was very interesting.
How was I want to see that too. Actually, it's something I've thought about over these last 10, 15 years with this nightmare, is that Trump as a personality is difficult to impersonate because you can't really parody him. Like we can all sort of embody him with our little impersonations. That's like a necromancer power he has over the entire nation. Is that when we read
I don't know about you, I can totally embody him.
no, I'm saying we can, but I'm saying that to play him sincerely in a role will seem like parody.
Oh, yeah,
that's what I mean as far as like a high production like a high
at
quality.
the end of the movie, I did. So I saw it too. I'll let Alex give his take, but I'll just say this: I did notice that he started doing this, where he started doing the pursy lips, and like he had the head tilt.
Yeah,
he started doing that
as like he gradually.
Right.
It was kind of like it was like watching. It reminded me of the Penguin TV show, where like over the course of the show, he gets more and more. Or like any superhero show, like they get more and more like pieces of their costume or whatever, or like, and then they fully become the villain at the end.
Yeah,
like you did a good kid. Bam.
Yeah. He kind of like got more modern Trumpisms like over the course of the movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, yes, because it would come off as doing an impression, doing a parody. He did it very well, man. My wife came home from work. She walks in the room and I'm watching. And she's like, "Oh my God, I thought that was him on the screen. This is a movie."
Who played Trump in that? Was it
Sebastian Stan?
Oh,
the guy who plays the Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was going to say Timothy Chalamet.
I would be
one of the sandworms played Trump.
One of the Lisa Al Gaib.
It's just a slug.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. Nothing. The Lisa Al Gaib has nothing on me.
Oh, okay.
He told me that the great prophecy
is that
all about me.
Yes. Sebastian Stan Trump.
How?
So check him out, man.
I see.
Oh, okay, a young Trump. All right, I
Yeah.
kind of see
Yeah,
it.
it's like the 70s and 80s. It begins with him and his
There we go.
father being
There's the better one,
sued
the people one. Yeah.
for
I see.
discrimination.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, see, but he did the lips. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
The freaking.
Yeah.
Trump really does like do duck lips. Like,
Yeah, he does. And it's
the
I mean,
picture.
they got the jowls and everything. Like, it's crazy.
It's just so bizarre. Like I've heard him described as the front half of a centaur.
Yeah.
The way the way he sort of like butts out, and apparently that's some sort of dementia thing too, where your posture sort of shifts. I don't know if that's the case for sure. And I didn't double check that, but it's just so crazy that there's this physically odd, imbecile weirdo. Like if he were closer to humanity, he would be easier to detect as being abhorrent to humanity, because he's like the way religion functions like that. Religion can't be near science, otherwise it can be debunked. It has to be in fantasy land, and he sort of functions similarly like that, so that he can like kind of seem otherworldly almost. I'm giving far, I don't know. It just it trips into the psyche of generations of demented, maladaptive cultures, like within America and all its weird subcultures, and the way it subsumes everybody into the consumer.
Yeah. I mean,
nightmare.
like my parents watched The Apprentice.
I hate it. Yeah,
I hated it. I'm like, first of all,
too.
I didn't like any fucking reality shows. Like off the jump, none of them. None of them.
Me and my family watched Survivor.
None of them. When I was I started getting hooked on fucking like 90 Day Fiance, Love Is Blind, Ultimatum. Some of the dating shows are kind of fun.
Yeah, but you gotta.
But even then,
you know,
Love Island is like,
or your fiance.
yeah. Love Island is like 30 episodes, and you got to watch it every night. And we can't do that. It's too much.
It's too much commitment.
You know, some little. I mean, dude, 90 Day Fiance also was very much like there's 2 a week, and we just got off the train like this year. Stopped watching it, and now we look at like reactions to it and reviews. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe we're so deep into this.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the Apprentice, again, I'm like, who gives a fuck about this guy who's just like known as a con man, rich guy? Like, why? Okay, he has a TV show, fine. Why are you watching it? Why you like watching people get fired? People like nervously.
It's a weird phenomenon. I can't I genuinely don't understand it, because
it's car crash television. It's literally, it's impossible to look away from. It's the same thing that this is why people look at online drama that usually wouldn't be interested in online drama, and they're just like, well, fuck it, because you kind of do get to turn your brain off and just go like, all right, let's see.
Tell me a story about why this person
Am I the Asshole is such a popular subreddit.
Yeah, I guess. I just don't. It just doesn't, like, I get it, but it just doesn't compute.
Oh, come on,
you know?
Carlos. You're telling me that if your neighbors are having a fight outside, that you're not going to go vacuum the lawn?
No, I'm actually very very weird about that. If I like hear some screaming, I'll be like, what's going on here? Nope, not me.
Dude, I'm literally like, I gotta get the mail. The mail just came. I got the mail. I gotta make sure.
I heard
so
gunshots
funny.
the other day, and I just was like, I just don't want to hear screaming. If afterwards, please. I don't have the. What am I? Am I supposed to go out there now? No, I feel like I'm violating people's.
Well,
privacy.
like my shit was like Jackass. Like I would love Jackass.
Yeah,
I love like dudes who are friends being stupid with each other and doing stupid stunts. Like that's fine. That's brilliant. But Jerry Springer, I never was really into. I was never really into like The Apprentice.
I saw a live taping of that. A 6-hour live taping.
I did as well. I went to Jerry Springer once.
Wow.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, they never gave me back my hair weaves. Pisses me off.
I couldn't get into it because I felt too much empathy for the people who were like being ridiculed. That's why I couldn't get into it.
Once you realize it's pro wrestling for reality TV, then it's like, because that's when I learned that. I was like, oh, this is like because they kind of give these people like prompts, and then you see them like, because I did the whole day where I think it was the entire like month or whatever season of tapings, and the way that they brought these people out, like they would shake hands and like get to know each other a little bit, and then they would go at it, and then they would even kind of cue us to just be like, whoa. Like,
so you saw multiple episodes within that 6 hours.
Yep.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, that's cool.
cool.
I went with my mom's boyfriend at the time. His daughter had an extra ticket, and I guess she got like dumped or something. And she was just like, "Do you want to go?" I was like, "Fuck yeah!" Went down to the Tribune building and watched the tapings for 6 hours.
You break
It
up
was
after
awesome.
the Jerry Springer taping. You don't break up before the Jerry Springer. Nobody misses
Yeah,
that.
right.
Chance.
I just remember for some reason the guy he was a bench warmer for the Milwaukee Admirals AHL hockey team.
Who's the guy?
I don't remember his name, but I just remember that that's what he did because like I met him that year at Thanksgiving, and she like knew I liked hockey, so she's like, "Oh, he's a professional hockey player." I was like, "Oh, cool," but then I was like, "Oh, he's like a
The sister's
E-list
boyfriend,
hockey
though.
player." Yeah, it's all right.
Not like a Jerry Springer employee. Okay, gotcha.
So, but the Springer, I think Springer is actually a really important marker in the time that we're in because it's the sense of shamelessness, it's the sense of Gen X nihilism of like nothing matters. Fuck. I mean, there's a great Netflix documentary actually about the Springer show and how they kind of had a competition with Oprah because Oprah would shit on them and be like, this is nasty stuff. Shouldn't
I
be
think
on.
she's the one that actually called it car crash television.
Yeah, it was car crash television. And then they're like, yeah, but guess what? America wants to see the car crash. You're all perverts like us. So you want to see the fucked up shit. And so they really amped up their efforts to make it more wild and crazy to the point where they did beat Oprah in the ratings, proving dude's old point. Like, yeah, man, people are fucked up. People are sick and fucked. And this country is not as noble as you think it is.
Well, that's also when Maury started doubling down on the sensationalism of his show, and Montel Williams too. I remember that.
And so I think it broke this like neoliberal Clinton era post history. We're all good. Everything across the world is good. We're chill. We're in peacetime. All we have to do now is worry about making money and getting people rich. The American dream that BJG was talking about. That's truly a lie. And Dieter was talking about that's actually a lie, is that everybody can be rich. Everybody's going to be a millionaire. It's just, you got to wait your turn. You got to go to college, whatever the fuck.
That's
and
like they need a Jerry Springer where the guests only come from the upper 1%.
Oh, that would be great.
And then they get into fights over crypto scams.
Okay, well, that's the kind of car crash television that I would watch. Okay.
I mean, honestly, that's
right,
what Real Housewives is kind of interesting for, is you realize how miserable they are. And you're like, you have all the money in the world and you still aren't happy. It's like how I enjoy just watching Elon exist, because it is hilarious just to be like, you are a trillionaire. You're the richest man on the planet, and you still can't buy cool. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's hilarious to me.
Oh, we got some
such
of
a
his interview
loser.
too.
I love how the world's richest person to ever exist is a victim of the system, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
Gosh,
You see
so
that
the
he's
world has
going
been so
to
unfair.
single-handedly fund massive super PAC to go and try and shill for these freaking 5 Senate seats.
I didn't see that. I hope he shows up, or wherever he turns up.
Elon, he's going to single-handedly. I think he said he's going to dump like $100 billion into this race just so.
All right, well, good.
Yeah, just
'Cause
casually.
then we can prove that we can fucking beat it.
Well, I mean, we already have it. Like, if he didn't learn from Wisconsin, it's like, dude.
Yeah. Oh,
Dude.
Wisconsin's also going to be very interesting to watch the next couple weeks.
Oh, yeah.
But speaking of Elon, let's watch this fucking idiot.
This is my car
out.
crash television. Let's
Yeah,
go.
boy.
I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
But
I
do you
don't care.
understand why? Do you think what you're doing
Well,
is helpful for Western democracy?
Maybe some people do loathe me. And that's probably true.
He doesn't even believe it.
As you pointed out, 250 million people follow me. Is that I think a lot more people actually like me than don't.
Because you forced us to, you
You
asshole.
bought the platform. You bought it's like fucking YouTube being like, yo, look how
Not
many
only did he buy
albums
the
we sold.
platform, but then we were all following him that day that he bought it. I remember that, where I was just like, why the fuck am I following Elon Musk?
And how many of those are those billion or those quarter billion? He has to up it to that instead of saying 250 million. But a lot of those are bots too.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does it make sense that Elon looks like AI? He looks and sounds like AI.
It does. It does make sense.
That's why he wants AI, so nobody could tell.
Because white folks in South Africa shouldn't have been there. So that's why it's like they're glitchy and weird.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's emerald poisoning.
Shout out to any lefty comrades in South Africa who might be watching.
And I think a lot more people hate you and the media more than you realize. Do you realize the media is despised? Do you realize that journalists, the view of journalists is like?
I would argue that it's actually better than politicians.
Favorable view of journalists is like 15%.
I do know that in the United States.
So the shoe is on the other foot. They hate you. They hate you far more than they hate me.
I think there is certainly a lot of trust.
Oh
The
gosh.
media is in the garden causing problems, Daddy. He's just
So like just listening to this guy talk, I was like, for 5 seconds it was funny, and then he kept
He's a
talking. I was like,
child.
oh Jesus,
He's a
man!
child.
Seriously.
No,
there have been mistakes by journalists and journalism. I totally acknowledge that. But I also think that the kind of polarized environment, particularly on social media, fostered by the kinds of things you are pushing on X, actually helps this, makes it worse.
I don't think so. I think you're the problem, the media. And speaking of loathing, you're loathed far more than I am. And you don't seem to even realize that.
I think very few people know who I am relative to you, so I don't think I play in the same game.
The media collectively. So, I mean,
So
you're
what?
hated.
Like, so what? Like, what is your? What are you trying to like, get her to say?
Yeah, me.
I don't get it.
Well, information
God.
and cognition and anything that enhances people's awareness of the world and the way things function. And our media system is drastically flawed, obviously, for all kinds of reasons. But the information is a threat to power because it can produce leverage for people who can only exercise power by organizing with each other. And that's why these guys hate education and the media, and they hate literacy, and they hate books. And they're a bunch of fucking Nazis that are trying to command everything. And their latest frontier is our own cognition. Great point.
On Tuesday, I did a whole segment on this Elon interview, and I prefaced it with a video by Jamal Bowie, who was talking about how people in STEM, the United States is kind of bleeding out when it comes to people who are researching science and technology and math and things like this. And it, in part, due to the right wing's hate of higher education or education in general, because the more people who are educated would realize that we don't have to be subservient to a ruling class. Like, we would see each other as human beings rather than see you as some kind of god or lord or king and us as the lowly peons who deserve to be subjugated like most of his followers and bootlickers. It's connected, and that this ideology is not one you negotiate with. This is one you defeat.
Oh,
this is an enemy.
1000%. You do not negotiate with the likes of fascism.
We
I mean,
don't
it's not. You just
negotiate.
can't. It's not that you. It's like not even you don't. You just can't. Even
Right.
if you tried, it's like
And that's the mistake that Chuck Schumer and Pelosi and all them been making for the last 10 years is, we can come to common ground. Motherfucker, even before that, Mitch McConnell, R.I.P., because he's fucking dead. He's dead. Mitch McConnell, his as when Obama got elected in 2008, it was my job is to make sure he's as the least effective as possible.
One-term president, he said.
Yeah, one-term president.
Yeah.
They openly stated that their goal was not to compromise, to find common ground, to find a middle ground. It was to stop him from having another term, because what they didn't say out loud was, we hate black people. We hate you. We hate anyone who likes black people.
One-term president.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking old turtle face over there.
The psychic
We're doing Mitch
wounding of a
impressions.
white supremacist society to a black president to suddenly have that hierarchy to them it felt like they were being upended. In fact, it was just more corporate, domination of society. But like that, I think that
But
psychic
just the
wound
visual
very
of
much.
Oh yeah, no, they
his dark
couldn't.
skin was, oh my God.
It broke the conservative movement at that point. Like Obama's election, just by default, regardless of like just objectively like where the presidencies both went wrong, and like how pro corporate the Obama administration was actually in reality versus like what they said was like a communist takeover of the country or whatever. Like, let's be honest, what really happened is that you saw like a black dude on TV and like that made you feel weird. I didn't like it. I don't like it. And it's like, all right, it just broke their minds. It just broke them.
I kind of said something similar about like how I might cover this last week even about like the Chris Rock movie, how that came out like 2 years before Obama's election, and the entire premise being crazy, a black man as president, what? And then all of a sudden people are just like, wait a minute. We can't have this. And then they spent fucking the better part of 8 years just losing their mind. Like, if you guys ever listened to Opie and Anthony Cumia was the co-host, and like by 2012 he lost his fucking mind.
Yeah,
like he believed every conspiracy. That's when like they started doing like the birther thing. I remember Reverend Jesse White was a big thing. Yeah. And it was just like they were attacking him on every freaking thing. And then on top of it, making up fucking anything that they could about him, while also refusing to ignore that he was kind of like, by that point, kind of conservative. Like,
oh, no, because he's black,
doing anything
we're going to
radical.
say he's a communist. He's a communist socialist, and everything he's doing, no matter what it is against America. He is anti-American.
That's why we got to remind everybody that it's like right now it's the everything I don't like is communist, and it's like we've been doing this for 30.
We've been
plus
doing
years,
it for
40
fucking
years.
ever.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, when I first learned what Marxism was in my 30s, I was just like, "That's the shit I'm supposed to be scared of." All it is it's some autistic guy wrote about why your job sucks. That's basically what Marxism is. That's. I was like, really? I'm supposed to be.
I've heard it put that way.
I'm supposed to be fucking scared of this crap. This is stuff I think about. Why do I have to work while you fucking don't work and you get to tell me what to do? this is bullshit.
Right.
Yeah. So like
you should be scared of it because it threatens their fucking power.
Yeah.
It threatens their positions.
In my kind of ideological laboratory of my own brain, I sort of lean on leverage as being the main thing about, rather than whether we call it communism, socialism, or all this other shit, because it's just, can you say no to your boss's fuckery? That's essentially the question we're asking. I went through my own thing at the Young Turks, and I'm making a documentary about it, so it's been on my mind obviously for quite a long time. And but I just feel like the unfortunately the words do create like issues as far as this conversation is unfolds throughout the political process, and they just want to lean on the same old bullshit trickery that they've done. It'll be effective in some circles, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as effective in other as it was in the past. And finally, just to wrap up the ramble, is like in other circumstances they just murder you and install a right-wing dictator so that they can steal your land and your resources in other countries. But they have to hold down collective liberation and communism and socialism, whatever you call it. In other words, leverage increasing for regular people. They have to hold that down in America because they can't just show up and start murdering people, even though that's also something they're doing and they want to. That's where
they definitely want to.
That's where this gets very, very scary. But the oppression of the liberation of the American people could open up liberation for the rest of the world. Like I think it's the heart of this whole project. It's
the imperial core. If the imperial core is free, then
an entire
closer
continent
to it
is the
I mean, part of watching that movie yesterday, it's a fictionalized, but sort of true to life story of Donald Trump's rise and just his personality, who he is, right? And he's voracious. He's a voracious eater. He's greedy, gluttonous. Like, it's just about gimme, and can I take it? And if I can, then I'm gonna take more than I want right now. I mean, they show his relationship with Ivana, and like he got her to get fake tits, and then he's like, I don't like grabbing them. Actually, maybe it was a mistake. I don't know. It's like someone went under surgery because you wanted her to have fake tits, but now you're like, I don't know, whatever.
It's a power. It's all about control.
Are you talking about Tom Segura?
Well, it's going through like this whole. The Stephen Miller, it inspires people like Steve Bannon, Stephen Miller, JD Vance, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk to go, oh, well, maybe we can do the same and get what we want out of this crazy fucking situation too. The Tucker Carlsons of the world going, maybe we can actually speed run and advance shooting people in the fucking street and rounding them up and putting them into prisons because Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer ain't gonna fucking stop us. We're only really scared of mobilization of the people against us. And even then, we have the army, we have the National Guard. We're worried about people going like, I don't want to kill my neighbors. But how many of them are there? They're probably
they're
trying to
more
root them
worried
out.
about us if us and our neighbors actually get along and then just go, no, fuck this.
Yeah.
Fuck
like
this.
That's why English only is so important to their project. It's language is a form of connecting with people. What are you going to talk about in someone in Spanish? How much you like food and how annoying your kids are and how your boss sucks. Like you're going to connect with people because we all have the same kind of problems.
Yeah.
You know, there's a like people like it. I think it's a shame that we don't all speak Spanish as fluently as we speak English.
And again, I think like
I agree.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, like
I agree,
someone
point,
posted a comment there, like about thinking that conservatives don't like education. That's like, I think this conversation has kind of proven the point. Like, you need conservatism by default. It doesn't mean that, like, I guess every single conservative TM period hates education, but like the ideology requires you to not have critical thinking. Period.
Right.
That's how it runs.
Because if you do, you question it. It's a hierarchy,
Correct.
just like religion. It's the same thing.
Correct. And I think that's perfectly encapsulated. I appreciate that chatter.
Yeah.
For
Shout out to Chad, man.
Hey,
Yeah,
was that
shout
a
out to the
chatter
troll,
that
man.
wasn't one of my regulars that just came over? That's just like, oh, this guy.
But
the chatters belong to all of us, Pep.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I know.
Thankfully.
All our chat belong to us.
Yeah. Well, as long as
Thankfully,
it's not people coming from my vertical chat, Jesus.
These people are idiots.
Well,
Thankfully, they're idiots
I mean,
because
the
if
new
they
ones.
were Kevin O'Leary or any kind of Tucker Carlson, fucking, I'm scared. I'm scared of him. I don't like what he. I always keep an eye on whatever he's doing because I'm like, what are you fucking doing over there? I don't trust you over there. I know it's evil and you must be stopped.
Yeah, he's a little bit smarter than the rest, so that's kind of the problem.
Yeah. He's smart enough to pretend like he does woodworking. That is
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And that he does
real
that he
woodworking, but-
regrets voting for Trump and any of this shit. But
All
thankfully,
the
we're
America First bullshit. Yeah.
stuck with these
You got
idiots.
a bunch of motivated patsies over at the Young Turks sucking up the Tucker Carlson.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
Nonsense.
Elon, you have, what is it, close to 250 million followers on X.
Yeah, because
You say things like,
popular guy.
quote, civil war in Britain is
Popular guy.
inevitable. Just a question of when.
Yes.
I'm a popular guy.
He didn't even believe that. He couldn't even say that with conviction. Oh my
And
god,
here
he's such a
she
loser.
starts talking
He's
about
such a
Civil
fucking
War,
loser.
which I know.
Oh my
He's such a
god.
loser.
When people talk about cope, that's cope right there. That is that right
Yes.
there. Very
Yes.
popular.
I'm glad you pointed that out. That is exactly it. It's cope.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, this again reminds me that it's fresh in my mind. The movie. Roy Cohn in the beginning of the movie teaches Trump like his 3 rules of like doing good business or whatever the fuck. By the end of the movie, after Roy Cohn's dead, spoilers, fucking he's telling the guy who he wrote Art of the Deal, like they're starting to write the book, and he's like, let me tell you my 3 rules. And the guy's like, where'd you get these 3 rules? And he's like, I just have a killer instinct. You're born with it or you're not. Like I came up with that. Like I invented that. I'm just taking it. Like just like Elon, he knows he made everyone follow him on the day he bought Twitter. He knows he did that, but he wants to say it's because he's popular because he's trying to convince himself that he's popular and people like him. That's what he's doing. Also, thank you so much, Rebecca. Appreciate it.
Everybody.
Oh, shout
appreciate it.
Nice.
Rebecca,
Thank
you're
you so
supposed to
much.
be everybody's chatter. Come on. I kid. I joke. That's very nice.
But yeah, let's keep going with this.
Just a
On
question
the current
of when.
trend, yes.
When were you last in the?
So she's asking about, like, you're saying that civil war is inevitable, and he's saying, "Oh, the current trends, of course."
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, to his
A few years.
Oh, sorry.
Well, to that kind of mindset, what disagreement necessitates violence. Thus,
Right.
it becomes civil war to him. You know, the
Right.
whole notion of democracy, even our sort of very flawed liberal democracy that we've been struggling with for the last 70 years, is one that says we work things out without violence.
Yeah.
Allegedly, in the kind of pamphlet version of it. Obviously, it's not true. And when the corporations need their right wing coups to get their fucking bananas and all their other,
Yeah, I mean, he's going to
ridiculous.
explain. He's going to explain why he believes that
It's a civil war.
Civil war is inevitable. Inevitable.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I live there. I'm there the whole time. That is
Yeah,
nonsense.
you live in a cloistered existence.
No, I don't actually. And the numbers also disprove what you say.
What numbers?
All the numbers about crime. London is a much safer city than any city in the United States. Violent crime in the UK is not where you think it is. In fact, it's coming down. You have painted, and because you have so many followers, so many Americans believe it, a kind of view that Europe and the UK are kind of, overrun with terrifying Muslim immigrants. There's rape on every corner. There's a sort of civilizational
I haven't
destruction.
said any of those things. If you have a large and rapidly growing group of people whose beliefs are antithetical to Western beliefs, at some point there will be a reckoning. They will try to implement their views, and those who oppose it will oppose it, and that's what you call civil war.
It's not.
And obviously,
That's what you call fucking like debate.
That's debate.
Or
That's not a civil war.
Does he think that
conversation.
every disagreement inherently leads to war? What a
No, this is
he
yes.
really
This
is a
Tim Pool shit.
child-brained moron,
Like, this is-
dude.
Yeah.
Part of what
Yeah.
Crap.
part of what he's doing too is that a conservative assumption that they make that, and I think liberals to some degree make this assumption because they're also conservatives, is they think that if they flip the role of power, that they'll be treated the same way they treat others. Right?
Yeah.
They assume that
Yes.
the hierarchy will be inverted, and then like they think matriarchy is females doing horrible violence to, because they understand that the system relies on this. It's a big scam that requires
If black people get
government
equal
violence
rights,
to
then
impose.
we're going to be enslaved because
Yeah, then
why
they're gonna
wouldn't
do it.
you
Yeah.
want revenge for
Right,
that? Because
right.
that's what we have in our heads. We're revenge minded. We're
Yeah.
violence minded.
We're
Yep.
just, yeah,
It's the
and
trend.
not that.
And you absolutely do live in a cloistered existence. And if you'd like, we can go on a tour of Britain,
Sure.
And we can
I'd
go
be
on a
very
walking
happy
tour.
to come on a tour of Britain.
and you'll see
You
for
come
yourself.
see my country that I live in all the time, and you haven't been
Yes,
to a few
I've
years
been
ago.
there literally 100 times.
But when was the last time?
Literally a few years ago.
You know why this
Very good.
exercises me? Because you have really shaped opinion about the UK, and so many Americans I come across, and I have conversations with, and they'll be.
Can I
and
just say
told
something
the
real
other day,
quick? I'm so fucking happy that the supervillains that we've been afraid of in like popular culture for so long, that when they turned out to be real, that they're such fucking dumbasses.
Yeah.
Between him and Trump, that's the one saving grace we have, is that their ego has also made them certifiably dumb.
Yes. Yes. Because Lex Luthor actually invented shit.
Mhm.
Elon Musk
Not
just
invented
buys other
shit. The thing
companies.
is, he understood the optics thing, and he also he also was actually what Elon's pretending to be. Like, you can't just steal people's ideas, then say, I created SpaceX and I created Tesla. I created the electric car. I'm the one who did this. It's like, dude, no, the one thing you did was steal another dude's idea for PayPal when you still had, a fucking bald spot. And realistically, that's it. You made one good decision.
Yeah,
One.
and it was why? Because he had dad's money for him to
Emerald
fucking
diamond, the
pick and
the
choose
emerald
what he
mine
wanted
money.
to do.
Yeah,
with his life.
Yeah, and he could fail and fail and fail if he wanted to over and over again. Didn't matter.
Him
One of them had to win.
having that company, the boring company that like digs holes and whatever, and SpaceX. That's him. That's a fucking 3-year-old with Tonka trucks and a fucking like rocket ship Lego set. playing in real life. Like that's what he's doing. That's what they're doing with the self-driving cars that keep hitting people. That's what even as something small as like City Bike, where they're just like, here's bikes all of a sudden in the street that you can like rent with your phone, or Uber, or fucking Postmates, or any of these things where it's just like, I created an app and it somehow now has ramifications for people's everyday lives. It's upending delivery businesses, taxi businesses, but they're not regulated as those businesses because they're an app.
Exist. Like, honestly, if Uber had been a like a different app where it connected you with all sorts of different like types of transportation companies, you know, you go to one place and you got taxi companies, limo companies, and all that shit coming together, that would have been a different story. But this was directly competing by putting the fucking private sector and also having no liability. Like, all the liability is on you when you're an Uber driver.
Yeah,
like,
because you're a gig worker. You're choosing to use this app in this way.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, and the hands off. We're an app. That's it. We're Facebook. It's like, dude.
You're a small business person. Oh, really? But
that's
you
what
have
they say.
overlords?
Independent contractor. Here's your W-9. Like, yeah, dude, it sucks.
Along the order of, London's such a dangerous place. How can you know? There are sort of grooming gangs everywhere. There's violence everywhere. This is a picture that people get from things that you post or that are posted on X. And for example, you're posting for, what was it, 48 Hours of Citizen Vigilante. That film, which, paints a dystopian. I've watched it.
Yes.
It was not fun. I watched it yesterday. It's not a very good movie, but it's also paints a dystopian picture of Europe. And it glorifies vigilante violence. It glorifies the murdering of a Muslim immigrant family. I honestly think that it is irresponsible for you to put that up on X.
I think that it's a movie, and it's worth watching.
Grooming gangs are just a tape
Zero.
indeed.
Zero response to the actual point.
I mean, first of all, let's talk about that fucking movie that he's talking about, because Yul Bol is an interesting director.
Interesting? He's a fucking hack.
He's a fucking hack who sucks.
Yeah.
You would see his movies on
hack.
Best of the Worst.
Postal, yeah. Like, he made Postal. Blood Rain was a big one.
Yeah.
Like,
he made Blood Rain? I didn't know that.
That movie was awful.
Yeah, he made he got a lot of the rights to video games because that was popular. So Blood Rain,
Easy.
2005. Yeah, it's easy. Nobody wanted them then.
Yeah, nobody wanted them
in the early 2000s. I did watch this movie. Holy shit,
that movie sucked.
It was terrible. It's a bad game too.
I mean, that's all right.
Postal, I think, is made by Rockstar, or is that Manhunt? Both of them.
Huh? Postal? I don't even think no, that was that. I remember when Postal first came out on PC. That was actually like super controversial. Like, because it was
like
after,
run around, shield people.
Well, but it was also the post office shooting that happened that like made like that literally like going postal is like the acronym for. What's up, Hank?
Really? Well, you kind of were saying what I was thinking. I actually briefly did video game reviews in college in the late '90s. I'm very old, and I reviewed Postal. I thought I was so cool. I think I got paid $25, which would be like $4 million in today's money or something. But I only did like 3 million. But basically, the overall point of like that we kind of monetized a tragedy by creating that word postal, going postal, and made it into video games and made it into movies and turned it into a cultural product about the violent outbursts of people who are pushed to the edge by their working conditions. Really gross, really sick.
I mean, you remember that Michael Douglas
leave
movie?
it to capitalism.
Falling down,
something like that.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. That's on my list. I want to watch that for specifically that purpose and be like, because it's in the same vein as like Office Space, which is like a comedy, but like Fight Club. This again, Clinton era post history, like just everything's fine, but people still feel
even without the internet. I remember that movie was misunderstood, where like you're not supposed to root for him. You're supposed to like go like, no, Michael Douglas lost his fucking shit, but everybody identifies with the first scene so much because we've all been in traffic and we've all been in that where you're just like, you know what, fuck this guy.
Right. Yeah, but it's this, and it's very white people coded, like white men actually. Fight Club, American Psycho.
Oh yeah.
Falling Down, which I haven't watched yet, but this Office Space, again, with comedy, but in the same vein of like
angst. Yeah.
You should be fine. You should be happy. Why aren't you happy? Like, because I'm going to an office every day and sitting in a fucking cubicle with gray walls and everything's dour and dimly lit and blah blah. You know, I'm being treated like a cog in a machine.
Love it. Yeah.
Right, but the world is telling you, no, this is great. Aren't you have a case of the Mondays? You should be happy that you're at work. The office, like that kind of vibe of there's something wrong, but you can't quite put your finger on it. That's the Gen X, I think, nihilism that you know they came
didn't
away
do
with.
anything with
like,
it, though. I'll say that much.
Right, because they're like, what is there to do? You vote for one of two parties, and they're both the same. It's the old
But I'm gonna
Simpsons.
be fair,
fucking
as
joke.
a just turning 40 millennial, I do actually kind of like now. I have apologies to make because I get it. I kind of get it. Like the nihilism, it does hit you because you're just like you were just about to say it. Like at some point, you just kind of figure out you're like, what the fuck am I actually gonna do about this? Like anytime I can go protest, I can even go and run. And at some point, there is a limit. If I get too popular, they're gonna JFK me. If I get like too much, or if I try to expose something or be a whistleblower, they're gonna JFK you. Like it's just that's just how it goes.
For me, who's been a nihilist, contrarian, you know, like I said earlier, my authority figures were progressive, so I'm like, let me be a fucking conservative, but I didn't have the energy to actually research that, so I didn't care enough to do that. But now it's my answer is join DSA, do a phone bank, do something, because it makes me feel. I was telling BRJ earlier with Hank, it feels like a scene in Lord of the Rings where an army is coming over the hill and you're one of those soldiers. I helped call some numbers for Cori Bush so that the other people could call numbers and actually get people on the phone who would say yes. I did get a couple people who said like, yeah, I'm voting for, but mostly I was calling numbers that didn't answer. And fine, I'm going to be someone who calls the numbers and they don't answer so that y'all can call numbers and they do answer.
To be fair, I think that was also part of the reason that they made it so insufferable to even answer the phone anymore. I mean, honestly, this is where I'm going to put the tinfoil hat on. I know this one's pretty, but it's got some tinfoil. For real. Think about it. What better way to get people to disconnect than fucking flood them with a bunch of fucking calls and then like it becomes a meme. Then you're like, answer the phone. Who does that anymore? Like that's crazy.
Yeah.
When in reality, I love having a good phone conversation. I love talking to my friends, but it really did this thing where now you have the popular culture behind it, and you do have that attitude now too, where you're just like, you know what, I work too hard. I don't feel like talking right now. Fuck it. Like, and then you know, call back and
Of the people who answered the phone, most people would say like, okay, yeah, I either already voted for Cori Bush or I'm planning on voting for Cori Bush. The second most amount of people I'd say who answered the phone were going, how the fuck did you get my number? And I can't talk right now, or whatever it is, and hung up. Or very few were like,
actually, did you
no
ask
way
yourself
I'm
how
voting
you
for
got their
Bush.
number? Because there is something shady there. Even with like DSA didn't necessarily like, they're just using the tools that are available to them, but it's like indivisible. I caught them doing this where they're using the same banks that were all the way back from like 2016 when they were doing the whole I forgot Act Blue, is that it?
Act Blue?
Okay.
Yeah, they actually took the phone bank or like the phone information from Act Blue and then started using that. I was like, that's shady.
Why?
Well, I don't know, man. Is it really just another form of data brokerage?
Sure. I mean, yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
In a larger sense, yes, for sure.
I hate the fact that like everything is a freaking spam call, so I genuinely don't know what's real.
I'm not sure if any of you guys use Apple. I have an iPhone, not a nice one. I've had the same one for like 6 years, but I'm beating the system with it. Okay, so there's a new thing if you go into your settings where you can screen your calls, and I put that on. I haven't had one scam call get through. Because what it does is it first asks them, this number screens their call. What is your business? So for instance, I had a contractor coming over, and he was just like, "Hey, it's dude with the contractor. I'll be there in like 20 minutes." Blah blah blah, and then it transfers it to my text messages or my voicemail, and it'll just be like, "Hey," or it'll even say, "Do you want to pick up this call?" Because it gives you like the first breakdown. But I'm telling you, man, it has been a game changer.
Nice.
So I recommend going into your settings, and I know that you can find it just by Googling the call screener. It's not even an app; it's in your settings. Do that.
Yeah,
Stuff like that's important.
Yeah, I think I'm just like of the generation where we're all kind of roughly the same age, but
we're all young and cool.
Yeah, super young and cool kids.
Yeah,
Very young
I'm doing myself.
Where I'm just like, I will always answer a phone because I don't know, it might be a job. It might be a job that I applied to.
Oh my god! But so you probably get scam calls all the time. My buddy does that, and his phone rings off the hook all day.
Yeah, I'm
like,
shit though.
Yeah.
But I'll hang up.
Alex's shoveling service. Hello, happy July. Is this a scam?
No, I mean, even the prank phone, like even pranking these assholes, it loses its luster. I used to do that.
Yeah. So if folks don't know, Elon was talking about is this new movie by Yul Ball. We were just talking about. He made the Blood Rain movie, House of the Dead. I remember that movie. I saw that.
Shit, he made House of the Dead. That's
he made House of the Dead.
Yeah.
And
God,
again,
so
a lot of other like video game properties that he could pick up at the time. He's a shitty German filmmaker, and he made this movie.
I mean, done it a bunch.
Yes, he is experienced.
Yeah,
but didn't get better. Citizen Vigilante, starring Armie Hammer. Armie Hammer, for folks who don't remember, is a member of the Hammer dynasty.
Yeah.
Yum yum.
Literally, that's why his name is Army, is because of Arm and Hammer.
That's
the full name
crazy.
is Arm and Hander. Yeah, Arm and Hander. Yeah,
Which literally,
see? And that's
crazy.
not even. That's not like that. They did. They did
Victor
that.
Hammer. Wasn't there some cannibalism stuff or something?
Yes.
I mean,
it was. Girls had started leaking. Women had started leaking text messages. Who were like romantically involved, and he would say things like, "I love you so much, I want to consume you, I want to take chunks, I wonder how you would taste," and this and that, and like to the point where some of these women were like, "It feels like this is not his first time talking to somebody like this or having this kind of conversation. He's too detailed. He's actually asking practical questions on like, can I have like a piece of like you to cook and eat?"
Like literally, like is that? Go ahead.
Yeah, that was something he did. Yeah,
I mean, we can get into it. So he was pretty heavy. Like, it's not, we've seen it happen. Like people get canceled and then they come right back.
I might not. I might make space for someone being exuberant about bedroom activities and using language such as consumption, but maybe there's definitely an overboard where you start asking for like microwave instructions. Going a little bit too far. Not that would be my move as far as expressing my interest.
I mean, the fact is,
I'd be more like the sooner we get this done, the sooner we're going to Dairy Queen.
Like he was broke. I remember like that was the big story, was that he like had to sell his all his houses, and he was working as a real estate agent in the Bahamas.
Was that after the Lone Ranger? Wasn't that like his big breakout? With Johnny
after
Depp?
the Lone Ranger failed, and then he got
kicked
out of Hollywood for that.
Yeah.
And he had to sell. And I know he had a bad divorce too, so he had to sell everything. Literally, was selling properties in the Bahamas.
That's crazy.
And now, this is the new grift, guys. Let's go. That's how you revive your career, is with conservatives. I mean, dude, think about it. They got Armie Hammer, fucking Mel Gibson, and all these guys have been they were canceled for good reason. It's the same as like they're probably gonna love
Kevin
Jared
Spacey.
Leto now.
Jonathan Majors.
Yeah, Jonathan Majors.
Jonathan Majors did
in
it,
the new Daily Wire movie. I have a reaction to the trailer on my own.
Mel Gibson is in this Citizen movie?
No. He's just he's another example of a conservative.
Okay. I was like, what?
Who's like
They got-
embraced.
oh.
He's maybe the
actually
original.
making Passion of the Christ 2, which is literally the resurrection story or whatever.
Yeah, this is the my trailer reaction to Run, Hide, Fight, the new Daily Wire movie featuring Jonathan Majors.
Banger.
Yeah.
I saw a clip on Majority Report earlier of what's his name? Rob Schneider on Gutfeld hawking like a whiskey that called Liberal Tears
with
whiskey.
Gina with that muscular lady. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Incredible.
thing. There's a
Yeah.
pipeline. There's a
You know what's
production
fun?
process for former.
The alcohol market is crashing right now. Great time to start a fucking whiskey company.
But no, yeah,
That's the whole
Hank's
grip.
right.
Like,
There's a
that's what Segura and
pipeline.
Kreischer were doing. I remember listening to how they just admitted it too. They were like, we're trying to do the Ryan Reynolds grift because they saw what happened with aviation gin, where so Ryan Reynolds made a hot bit of money off of that deal, and he was just a face after that, but that was actually his thing. And then they were like, hey, let's do the same thing. We'll do our butt buddies whiskey or whatever the fuck it's called, and go to Costco. Like, they did an exclusive deal with Costco. They did some signings and shit, and then they got disappointed because nobody's really coming to buy it.
Nobody gives a
they're
fuck
kind of stuck with it.
About Bert and Tom's fucking whiskey.
And they should actually have to do the distilling themselves. Enough of the branding crap where they're just making deals to get the factory to switch the sticker.
But this is interesting because that aspect of like being an actor of doing like, oh, I gotta do an alcohol sponsorship or create my own thing. It's because as an actor, your job is precarious. People might get tired of.
That's why they do con circuits.
They do con circuits. They do. They try to make their own alcohol, something that will give them a constant stream of money, so that when they're in between movies or maybe their popularity wanes. I mean, Ryan Reynolds, been through it. He was on a fucking
Grace is a
sitcom.
great example of this. McKenna Grace, she's like not even 21, I think, and she literally anytime that she's not working on a movie, she's at a con. And like she's just getting money because she doesn't want to be that in her 30s and 40s going to con circuits.
Yeah, they're doing it. It's like being an athlete. You're doing it now while you're hot.
I was actually about to make a point though about Stone Cold. He's the only one that I think that did it number one correctly and also successfully because he actually brews his beer and he goes there to the brewery, taste tests like pretty much every batch that comes out of there. Is like, all right, let's see. All right, this one's good. And if he'll toss the entire batch, he's like, this is subpar, get rid of it.
But the reason I was bringing that up is because this goes into the conversation of if these actors had their needs met, mansion property taxes notwithstanding, if you had your basic needs met, then you don't need to worry about what happens in between movies or when there's a dry spell of getting roles and whatever. Then you could.
The problem I'm having with this is they're disingenuously using this. If you haven't learned, if you didn't hear about the way that, actually, I think you might have, it was in that interview about him talking about abundance. He's talking about doing that.
Oh, Elon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's talking about doing an abundance thing where he's just like, in the next 10 years, we're going to have abundance.
Yeah.
So
there'll be no money anymore.
Yeah.
So I don't need to pay taxes.
What he didn't say was,
we're going to thing. They're talking about communism and they're literally shouting like to the fucking moon about communists, and they just ignore that. Like, dude, we should be shouting about that. And ironically, they know that it's because we can't. They're like, well, what? So are you just complaining now that he did it first? Like, I don't even know where to go with it. Like, because I personally think that it's disingenuous entirely.
Of course, he's being insincere.
Yeah,
he's not saying he doesn't believe the word he's saying. He's just like, oh, the money won't. He's saying you won't need money because you'll all be working for me. I'm going to be a techno king.
Yeah.
Like you're going to be in my city state of Elanistan or whatever the fuck.
Ezra Klein abundance. I don't know if it's in the Ezra Klein form, but
and you'll have abundant, housing and whatever because we will assign you a house. You will be assigned a list of like groceries that you're delivered to your house by a drone, and that's what you have to eat that week, and that's it. Like it's. He wants 1984. He wants THX.
He wants to end labor scarcity. Robots like Tesla Optimus will perform repetitive and dangerous tasks, decoupling economic output from human effort. Universal high income. Extreme automation will drop the cost of goods and services so low that everyone can just enjoy a comfortable and high standard of living. Post-money timeline. Musk has suggested that by around 2036, efficiencies could be so high that money won't matter and traditional retirement savings will be unnecessary. This is
Get rid of
okay.
retirement.
What are you
savings.
reading from? What was?
This is just the AI overview of the interview.
Yeah. So, first of all, put any one of those things on the DSA website and watch media start asking everybody about it. Right?
That's my point. I don't know where
that's
to
the
go
thing
with
is-
this because technically I'm kind of like based.
Well, no, it's yes, but no. It's because he knows that you deserve. You deserve better.
Right.
It's similar to the Mars thing that they promise. It's fake. It's a secular version of heaven. The promise that if you sacrifice now, you'll get your reward after you sacrifice. And so the same thing with sort of this communist leaning.
Isn't that Social Security though? Isn't that technically what the promise of Social Security is?
Yeah, it's collective responsibility though. It works in real time. They have
Yeah, I
refunded
think
it
like
up
the
front, and
difference would be Elon controls that versus
Yeah.
it is a
Okay.
yeah.
Go ahead, Carlos. You haven't been talking.
Yeah, like I think
that
that like the difference is that Elon is the one that wants to control all of this rather than have like an accountable for like for all the faults of Social Security or whatever. Like there is some level of accountability that is just kind of built in by it just being a program from the government, that someone like Elon Musk running Social Security, it would not be the same.
Right.
It would not be the same. Like the
We've seen what he
concept
did with Dodge.
Yeah, to like what Hank was saying, like the concept of like, yeah, obviously all of these things sound great because that's what we do deserve. We do need these things, and the technology that will be available to us later on technically could be used, but it's not going to be in the control of like, the collective. It's going to be under the control of him, and that's what he wants.
Right.
Yeah, and he won't deliver that at all anyway. Just like every other major promise he's made over his entire career. He's a flim flam man. He's the monorail guy from The Simpsons. With a lot less charisma. And what they're doing is people don't understand how dangerous this is. They want to replace. This is one of my lines, but they want to replace calorie-based labor with electricity-based labor. They're pissed off that we stopped them from doing slavery. So they pushed labor just off the line to call it slavery. Now we all have to live to get our basic needs. You have to fund a rich person's retirement. You break your leg and suddenly the Wall Street's line goes up. That's an incredibly fucked up thing. It's you're held hostage. They monetize the survival instinct. And so the sooner they can, what they're trying to do is simultaneously incubate the perfection of AI and robotics. And it's probably going to take a decade or so or more to really nail it down, if not longer. But meanwhile, they'll let climate change and famine and all the other downstream effects of plagues and things like that take out the population.
Right.
He's not talking about everybody. He's talking about the sliver
survivors.
of people that are with the survivors and
the survivors.
The adherence to like that ideology, but it's not going to be selective. They'll kill their own people as fast as they can because they're not going to do anything about climate change. If we reduce Earth's population by 4, 5, 6 billion, that's a major help to healing the planet. But but the plan isn't to heal the world and to return to indigenous practices and to return to some sort of constructive sanity, as imperfect as it will be, in order to buy us time to figure out how to keep the Earth sustainable for human beings. This is about getting rid of the pesky sloppiness of biology-based labor. And they want, because they can get rid of mass markets. You don't need the only reason they operate mass markets is so that they can keep us busy working and buying stuff. But people say, well, what are they going to do? Who's going to buy all their stuff when they don't need us? They need luxury supply chain.
Yeah.
They just need resorts, and they need fancy little products, and they need
they need robots to fucking make them and serve them.
Yeah, they're trying to set that look, the data centers. This is another. I feel like I want to write a book. This would be a line in the book. Sorry, I'm
good.
But like when we fly over the land and we see a continent, we see the land, we see like farms and greens and pastures and mountains. What we're looking in towns and stuff, you see land, you see the earth. It's actually pretty fucking impressive. What they see is a circuit board. They want to program the land to be a kind of automated robotic system. It does sound sci-fi, but this is how they think. This is something that Elon Musk is thinking about without saying it. And so promising that there won't be any money in 2036 is like, oh, really? We'll get to live without this burdensome shit that drives us all crazy. You die if you don't have enough. You go crazy if you have too much. How are people not
freaking out at it? That's what I don't understand, because it's just as like,
because they're not
this is
listening
why
to my
people
podcast.
are so scared of communism, because it literally upends the idea of the status quo that they live through. And so like, just based on the misunderstanding, or like, this is where I'm at. least where I'm like, I don't understand it. Therefore, I am kind of scared of it. Also, I don't trust him. But
don't trust him.
On its face, technically, it's awesome. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
if it were to actually work,
it has to be because he's selling it, right? It's
And why wouldn't he believe he's right? Look what the world's done with him. The guy is all these false promises, all this BS, and he's richer than anyone's ever been. You know, same with Trump. The validation system is part of the oppression.
You reminded me of this scene from a movie that I never saw called The Great Outdoors with Dan Aykroyd and John Candy.
I love this movie.
And I've seen this scene trending, and this is exactly what you're talking about. Check this out.
Sure. Why the hell would you want to come up to a plant-infested no man's land like this and live like a barbarian for a week?
You wouldn't understand.
Try me.
I have great memories of this country when I was a kid, and I used to come up here with my dad, and I want the boys to have the same memories. I would look around you, Roman, for God's sakes. This is beautiful country here. Take a good look.
I'll tell you what I see when I look out there, if you want to know.
Yeah, I'm curious.
I see the underdeveloped resources of northern Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. I see a syndicated development consortium exploiting over $1.5 billion in forest products. I see a paper mill, and if the strategic metals are there, a mining operation. A greenbelt between the condos on the lake and a waste management facility, focusing on the newest rage in toxic waste, medical refuse, infected bandages, body parts, IV tubing, contaminated glassware, entrails, syringes, fluid, blood, low-grade radioactive waste, all safely contained, taken away, and sealed.
The way he drops that.
Now, I ask you.
Low-grade radioactive waste.
I just see trees.
I see trees.
Answer me.
Yeah. This is the different ideology. And that's in the 80s under Reagan. This is the Reagan-esque mindset, the ultra-capitalist mindset of, I see opportunity. I can see opportunity to strip mine this land, turn it into paper mills. Whereas John Candy's like, well, I see a place that I used to come with my dad and I enjoy. Natural resources, natural enjoyment, the earth.
Yeah.
You fucks, the earth.
They should have had a bear goes by water skiing, like a water skiing bear. I see a water skiing bear.
Yeah, it's because it's a John Hughes film. That's also part of it. John Hughes was technically a socialist.
I like that stuff. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. I did try watching the John Candy documentary about him, and wonderful man, just seemed fantastic, and even from a young age. But like charisma overload, I couldn't handle. It was too much charisma for me. I had to get out of there.
I'm sure. I've been meaning to watch that one and the Mel Brooks one, but I'm like, I'm gonna cry. I don't want to cry.
Yeah, you're not gonna cry in Great Outdoors. Great Outdoors, you're gonna laugh. It's
Great Outdoors. I'll watch.
It's a great movie.
The documentaries, I mean.
Yeah, it's a sad one because he dies.
Oh yeah.
So young
The documentary. Yeah, you will.
I was like,
yeah, I mean, so we're getting to the end here of the show, but I got this clip of Vivek Ramaswamy getting booed.
Let's do it.
Before we do that, to Hank's point, I just remembered something. There was a quote, I don't know where I got this, but it's like the world, the planet is just a resort for like 500 people. Everybody else is the help. That's basically it.
Yeah,
that's basically what we're looking at.
They'll maintain small populations, probably attractive young people in their teens that they can exploit and abuse. That's otherwise it'll be robots bringing them their sushi.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's make fun of Vivek.
What's he running for? Governor?
Yeah, actually, governor of Ohio.
That's what I thought.
He better not win.
The truth of the matter is, no matter what happens in whichever direction we go, people of my generation have already made it. We're going to be fine. It's going to be your generation that pays the price. That choice belongs to you.
You're a political cretin, and you need to get the fuck out of here.
What was his event?
What event is that?
Was booed off stage after telling Ohio crowd the truth. I think that's his event. YAL National.
Was it a
Young American something?
I just want some context about the composition of the audience, sort of.
Yeah,
you can apply.
Ooh, let's apply now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Young Americans for Liberty convention.
Young Americans.
But there's Brandon Herrera. That's that crazy dude who somehow managed to win. I think he won the Republican nomination.
Oh, great.
Yeah, that guy is a nutcase.
Well, okay, so I'm gonna just say this, guys. Trump, the way that he played it today, with saying, you know what, well, I'll take the nomination away and we'll deal with it next year. That's a confidence that should scare the fuck out of you. I'm telling you, he's gonna steal the election. He's going to.
Oh, he's
gonna
definitely
steal the
trying
election.
to. Like,
Yeah.
he's trying
Yeah.
to in like as many ways as possible. Like the guy's trying to force the Supreme Court to hear the case about the mail-in ballots. The guy, like, for months, he's been screeching about how Republican states need to gerrymander. He like, I don't know if it's gonna like really help them, but the point is he's trying, and he's trying, and he's scared, and he knows it. He knows that it's not looking good.
Yeah, but you know, look, next Tuesday is election night. We know they're trying to steal the election. We know they're trying to pass the SAVE Act and use the Supreme Court, use every fucking court.
Well, I think the SAVE Act is officially dead. They just keep using that as a talking point. So,
I mean, that's what he wants.
40-something-year-old moms on Facebook are just like, we need the SAVE Act.
They want it. They want look, if it was up to Stephen Miller, they would put ICE or the army at every poll station in the country and be like, you're either voting for us or you're not voting.
We just wouldn't vote. Honestly, if it was up to them, they would just cancel the goddamn election.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
by the way, you're no more elections. Actually, maybe democracy is not such a good idea. Actually, we should go.
Doing the thing. I mean, this is okay. Like, this is where maybe I have too much tinfoil on my head sometimes, but for real, like the way that they are trying to normalize ICE, get us used to that paramilitarized fucking military presence in our streets, and just get us also kind of okay with the idea, like, yeah, they might be going after the wrong people. Well, and like, you got enough Americans that they turn away. It's not going to matter how many of us protest. At some point, if we show up to protest, then they'll just arrest all of us, or they'll even worse. Yeah. That's where I'm kind of like a little concerned with like just the trajectory of where we are kind of going. And like, if they get to that final page of Project 2025, guys, like the only thing that I can say is we knew this was coming.
They've been pushing it. They've been trying to go hard and fast, right? They're like, they're rapists, right? So they're just trying to take what they want and get it out. First year of the presidency last year, it was like, holy shit, every fucking day there's some new fucking thing that they're doing, stripping away democracy.
Flood the zone, they say.
Flood the zone, exactly. Now I think it's a year of no resistance libs having any kind of plan or idea of what to do other than like no Kings rallies every now and then. There's no like constant talk on late night or even like daytime news media of like, here's how you fight against it. Here's what we should do. Here's what's illegal. It's like hands thrown up.
Move on. As much as I don't like them as an org, they are doing that. I mean,
it's the move on. Though. It's like the DSA. It's the Democracy Now. It's the people. It's the Zateos. It's the drop sites. It's people.
One thing I've seen that is Invisible has they're interested in kind of combining with like the DSA contingent of things. Like I have seen them reaching out more. So
good. It is. There is a fight for there's a fight going on. And people can tell who the contenders are. It's not Chuck Schumer versus Donald Trump. It's AOC versus Donald Trump.
It's your boss versus your livelihood.
Yeah, it's your boss versus you. It's you versus the bosses. And this is, again, it sucks that it took this long to get here. It sucks that everyone's this stupid that it needs to be this fucking clear and in your goddamn face. That it is your boss voting against your interest. It is your neighbor calling ICE because they don't like that you left the trash like on the edge of the curb or whatever it is. It's petty. It's the fucking cunty neighbors. It's fucking neighborhood watch. It's every asshole, Karen, fucking bully. Like it's them versus everyone else. And there's more of us than there are of them. That's
and
what
it's
they
the
know.
left's
They're
job
afraid
to make sure those people get waken up. It's our job to wake those people up. It's kind of like strange. It's kind of strange because like you would think that like maybe it's because I kind of live in a political bubble, so to speak, but it just blows my mind that like more people aren't just like outraged at this point. And me and my friends have that conversation too. It's like, why aren't people angry? Like, where is everybody?
Well, because
Dude, they're watching.
They're on Facebook, and they're literally that. As stupid as it is, they're out there, and that's where they. That's the outlet, so they don't really talk about this stuff, and they're afraid to because they kind of know that they're unpopular. Number one, if they are Trump, like adjacent. Yeah. And I do know from like my personal life and like just like getting the vibe of like the normies in my life. I always have to do that. They are starting to get pissed. Like I've been hearing this more and more from people that don't follow politics, just how they can't wait for this motherfucker to be out of office because they're just so done with this. They're like it's 2020 all over again, where it's just like, you know what? I forgot. I'm done with this. And it's just like, hey, you know what? We tried to fucking warn you. And I've been saying this. The only difference was he had Obama's economy at that time. And that's why they were fucking fooled. And they were really good at convincing you that wasn't Obama's economy. That was my economy. I did it. It was an anticipation of me.
Right. But now, look, this is how desperate they are. Now, this is like Israeli influence, but this is also just conservative talking points. They are paying OnlyFans.
Oh, this is
to
fun.
Just repeat
camel toe queen.
Yeah, to just spew out shit that like Hannity would say.
Wait, is this for real?
Yeah,
this is for real. Watch
this. This isn't AI.
Please stop addressing Ilhan Omar as a congresswoman.
Watch, she does.
She's literally a fraud.
Yeah, she does like a little like puts her feet up, make sure the coochie's all out.
Resources. She went from negative $65,000 net worth to over $30 million. And denies it. She denies it.
He's trying. He's just like, wait.
Okay, so who is this person? Like,
this is bullshit. This is fucking bullshit over here, everybody. I'm not wearing any pants, by the way. Or underwear. OF.com/hunkyhank. Get on it right now, everybody.
Is this for real?
Yes.
Follow
this is the tannest I've ever been, by the way. I've never been this tan in my whole life. I've been walking lately, so it's pretty good.
Excuse my boomerness, but what is going on?
It's all right. So yeah, this happened this week. It's very
this
crazy.
week. Okay, I'm like, what is?
Yeah.
This is this person, OnlyFans model, right?
Okay, and she's what now? A professional in foreign policy.
She's literally an expert in foreign policy.
Someone's just
okay.
And also the fact,
a good strategy,
by the way,
honestly, everybody's bamboozled by that type of person. I mean, I don't mean everybody, but like
I point out,
let's be real.
that
Aspen Gold fucking pivoted to politics. That should bother every one of us.
the person like originally posting and saying like this is disgusting is Lauren Witzke, who is a conservative influencer from years ago.
She's one of the OG Nazi Barbies.
Right. So she's mad that like, oh, we used to have like great thought leaders like Michelle Malkin and it's like Michelle Malkin did the same thing. You did the same thing. Tommy Lauren did the same thing. You're all, but it's just more explicit now. It's just the pretense has gone away.
Yeah, they just hate it. They hate that. Well, I mean, this is kind of like them using again the left against the left, where it's just like none of us should have a problem with as sex workers or any of that kind of shit. But then,
oh no, I don't care. I'm just confused.
Like, you know what? Fuck this.
Yeah, I'm just confused as to like how did we get to Israeli propaganda? Like, how did she? Is she just like
somebody paid her?
Okay,
somebody said make videos like this.
Yeah,
saying these talking points.
Video honeypotting.
Literally, that's it. That's it. And I'm not saying fuck her. Like I would, if I'm an OnlyFans model, of course. I'm gonna fucking take a huge. I can only assume a huge fucking paycheck.
No, I'm joking.
To just start, and I'm also promoting my own channel doing this. She's going viral right now, so even more people are gonna sign up for the channel because no matter what the controversy is, if you're selling pussy, people are gonna there's pussy available. Sign me up. Like people are gonna fucking sign up for that no matter what.
That's why I'm saying. Big titty gots for fucking DSA. Let's do it. Come on.
Yeah, like I'm not even like mad about the OnlyFans. I'm just confused as to how like she's just like talking about like foreign policy.
Ilhan Omar.
Yeah, like
it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, it's also she's using racist dog whistles, like
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. She's talking about Ilhan Omar marrying her brother and shit like this. So
let's be glad it's a recent trend, because otherwise we'd have videos of Phyllis Schlafly doing that.
Shout out Blakely, who, maybe if someone has a way to reach out, maybe she would want to be a host on this space. But Blakely is doing her own version of this.
Good morning and welcome to Cootermogging Hasbara.
Cootermogging.
Perfect.
You ever notice that all the Muslims are religious? I actually don't like the way this is sitting because it's a clean diaper and we're not trying to appeal to IOF soldiers right now. I feel like the toe isn't cameling enough. And
Cameling enough?
They're not going to become white. Oy vey! Get out of here. You guys are asking me. A lot of people are afraid to say it, but I'm not afraid to say it. Spoiled Palestinians have had it too good for too long. This isn't plugged in. If you're an American, the Israeli lobby has spent more than $1 billion since 2025 to do the kind of anti-Muslim, pro-Israel propaganda that you're watching now. Thank you for joining me on my very heavily AstroTurf podcast. My OF is running a special sale right now on my Dignity. You can get link in bio, code Shalom. Next month, I'll also do a Tel Aviv tour with Clavicular, and he'll be nose job.
Clavicular?
The Tate brothers were originally supposed to join the tour, but they got arrested, so they're prison maxing now. Anyway,
So they're prison maxing?
Go to my link tree. Use code Israel has a right to defend itself and to exist, to take on Hamas and to steal Hamas. And if you don't agree, you are filthy anti-Semite because you don't care that they're surrounded by a bunch of scary Muslims and Arabs who all want to bring harm to them, and they just want to live in peace, and they're just a little.
That's hilarious.
Shout out Blakely. Shout out I am Blakely. Go follow her.
Good morning.
Is that satire or parody?
That's
Actually
I'd say
parody.
parody because it's directly referencing.
It's parody, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it is parody. Yeah.
But yeah, shout out Blakely.
Still hilarious.
Oh, they go by they them. Thank you very much, Nash. I did not know that. So shout out them. And hopefully maybe somebody can contact them and see if they want to come on the show, because I would love to interview them and see how they found this. That they were the first account that I saw like talking about that OnlyFans girl. Like, oh, this is actually starting to be a thing.
I saw Hassan on Twitter.
That's so
funny. Where he called it out, where he was just like, "Oh my God, they're going for the Gooners."
They're going for the Gooners, man, and they already are. Like, that was the thing that I was talking about the other day, is like they got the whatever podcast, they got all kinds of manosphere podcasts where they have on OnlyFans girls, but usually they're just there to like be called whores by the guy hosts,
it's
right?
misogynist.
But now it's just put the words in the mouth of the girl, and that's it, and just let it go, and then we'll see if line go up after that.
Yeah, and then like at the end of the day, like I'm pretty sure like if the underlying tones are like these reactionaries, they can just like jettison them because they don't care about these influencers or whatever. They can just jettison them at any point and just go back to their misogyny. Like, oh well, these are just OnlyFans girls. Why?
Exactly.
We don't know.
$20
we don't know them.
says that you see that OF girl and not so erudite on fucking at whatever debating each other. I'm calling it now. I am calling it right now.
Who's not so erudite?
Someone who is not so. Here
we go.
Carlos.
What's erudite mean? That's a better
I've only heard
question.
of somewhat erudite. It means like
oh, dude, she's been part of like the leftist scene forever now. I mean, she had Destiny drama. She had there's like a whole bunch of. Trust me, it's
all right. Well, I'll look into it later.
Online lore drama.
I got to study this
like
online
EGG,
lore.
Fucking on Reddit for this.
Yeah, you have to be. You have to be online
she debated,
to know.
Rachel Wilson recently at Modern Day Debate.
Interesting.
Their convention.
I got to
or
look
whatever
into
they're
my
doing. Debate con.
Folks, what do you got going on? Do your plugs. Let's start with Pep.
I'm at Pep Talks TV on YouTube and Twitch. I do a long form stream Monday through Friday and occasional Saturday fun shows. Fridays I stream exclusively on Twitter for about an hour or two at the end of my show. or Twitter, Twitch. Yeah, so we have a little 420 friendly fun and just kind of watch some. This last week we watched DBZ Abridged and just some fun clips. So come and join us for that. And yeah, those are my plugs. Oh yes, and there is a show tonight. I will be going live at around probably 6:30, 7 if I can't get to it.
Central Time. Cool. All
Central
right, Carlos.
I am a difficult truth, as I've been told. I do the news, I do the politics on my channel, A Difficult Truth. On Twitch and YouTube, and most socials, I'm just A Difficult Truth. Mainly on Bluesky. I mean, I have a Twitter, but I don't really use it. In fact, my last post was 2 years ago. I stopped using it. I literally stopped using it. I was like, nope, I'm done.
I give up.
But most of my stuff is just A Difficult Truth.
Cool. Heck.
Winners and losers on YouTube and the apps, not Spotify. And I just posted a couple episodes recently, one just this morning. Back on the podcasting game. I've been podcasting since 2010, barely, off and on. So long time trying, lots of it. But tellthetruthjank.com for more information about the documentary I'm making about the Young Turks. Gearing up for the big push to finally finish this beast and get this wretched baby out of my womb. It's driving me bonkers.
Where are you planning on premiering that?
YouTube. It's for
YouTube?
copyright reasons. It's mostly just going to be internet distribution. I wish I worked on Abby Martin's Earth's Greatest Enemy last year, and I got quite an inside view on.
When you say copyright, so we'll, like, for instance, if I want to do a reaction to it, would I have to do that on Twitter?
I think Twitch would be okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be fun to do screenings and Q&As, almost like a touring show or something.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
But that'd be awesome. Actually, sort of one of my stretch goals. Maybe Francesca and I. She's going to come on my show one of these weeks.
Nice.
Fiorentini. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, winners and losers also do gaming on Suck Professor on YouTube, and I just launched a new. Yeah, I want to get a Rocket League crew together.
Let's go. All right, you got me. I play Rocket League.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
I've been playing Valheim. I that's like where I leveled up at video editing with Suck Professor. It's got thousands of videos and lots of video game stuff. So I'm back at that. And a new show, Pixel Mover, where I'm going to be doing my video editing and animation skills publicly.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's my hope for my post-TUIT life, is to find connections and have you guys on, and maybe we make graphics for your shows. I want to be
Hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
I want to be of service to other channels as a way to, because I'm the most unhireable person in the planet.
I think you're pretty hireable in this space.
I don't know, man. I don't know. You might have to battle me for that one, because boy.
Make a documentary about a former employer, then we can have a conversation.
I would have to.
That's an HR red flag.
That comedy manager that I was essentially unmanageable. So I was like, oh, that's got to be something in
that's how you know you're funny. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. But so Pixel Mover, I only have one episode up so far, but I've taped a whole bunch that I struggle with capacity. My imagination exceeds my capacity. So sorry for the long plug. Thank you guys.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
And awesome. I am Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate of Devil's Advocate Productions. I got I am on YouTube and Twitch. I am on Twitter and Bluesky as Devil's Advocate C. I just made a video today, reaction to Cure for Paranoia, their latest album, and their newest song, which is called Where the Files, about those files. So, and yesterday I did Willie Nelson, couple movie tomorrow. I'm going to see Spider-Man. So Saturday, expect a Spider-Man review. Yep. Have an Odyssey review out. And I'm 7 away from 1,000. 7 away subscribers.
Oh, come on. Let's get them
Somebody find me 7 subscribers.
Just make sure that this is the time, Alex, just so you know. You're going to have to scrub pretty much anything that's copywritten, because this is when they come for you.
But is it I have to get rid of it, or those videos won't be monetized?
Just make sure that you private them, because even unmonetized, that's when they start knocking your channel.
Interesting. All right. Well, we'll find out if I hit 1,000.
There is something nice to being a under 1,000 sub.
But there's all these music channels who do these reaction videos, and they're all monetized.
Well, how much of the stuff are you using? Because the problem is they're going and they're getting permissions. So, like, I tried to do the same thing with Jubilee, and they denied me, like, straight up. That's why I can't do Jubilee on my shit.
We'll find out if I have to do less music reactions.
Jubilee videos.
And keeping it under 5 seconds is also a way to
5 seconds is the best way.
Well, I'm also like pausing in the songs and talking about, so we'll find out. And I'll be on Raw News and Politics tomorrow with Gina Bonanno. Nice. We're doing Friday shows. We're going to get you guys on when we can. And I'm going to be doing it from the office. So we'll find out if that works. But folks, stick around. We got a great interview with Sandy talking about climate change as it's
still happening.
It's still happening, folks. It hasn't gone away. Hank, you had one more thing to say?
No, I was just
okay.
I make hand. Yeah.
And we're gonna figure out if we can get some Rocket League going, some gaming stuff here. I know Jackbox we can play with the audience if we have a bigger audience and you participate. This time I tried it once. I don't forget.
Rocket League's free. Get it, download it, start playing.
It is free.
Yeah.
And take care, folks. Enjoy Sandy's interview.
Bye, everybody.
Peace.
Absolutely not getting worse.
Heartland Research Fellow Linnea Lucan studies extreme weather.
The media loves to share stories when there is a major drought somewhere, some very specific location.
Studies extreme weather. Her degree is a Bachelor's of Science in Petroleum Engineering from the University of Wyoming. She previously worked at Halliburton. That's not extreme weather, that's how to find and drill for oil. A petroleum engineer doing climate science interviews is like a tobacco company chemist testifying about lung cancer. Same conflict of interest, different product. And Heartland knows that playbook because they spent the 1990s working with Philip Morris to tell Americans secondhand smoke was safe. Now let's talk about what this extreme weather expert actually claimed. Wildfires are caused by land management, not climate. Well, this year, 150 million hectares burned globally, 20% above the all-time record. Sea level is manageable. Well, 2 Nature papers published this month say our projections are underestimates because the models are missing an entire feedback mechanism. Claims the Great Barrier Reef is thriving. In 2024, 75% bleached. Largest coral decline in 40 years of monitoring. I'm a meteorologist with nearly 20 years experience. That's what actually studying extreme weather looks like. Follow me for more on weather and climate. The oceans just hit the hottest temperature ever recorded for this time of year. Here's why that should scare you. This is the temperature of the world's oceans every day for almost 20 years. Every gray line is a past year. The red line screaming across the top, that's 2026. More than 90% of the heat we trap by burning fossil fuels goes straight into the ocean. So this record is the clearest fingerprint of what fossil fuels are doing to the planet. And a hotter ocean comes for you. It's the deadly humidity smothering heat waves. It's the fuel behind stronger storms. It's coral reefs dying and fisheries collapsing. And it broke this record during the cool phase of the cycle. El Nino, the warm phase, is only just arriving. This is the floor, not the ceiling. This isn't nature, it's fossil fuels, and big oil knew exactly where they were headed 50 years ago. I'm meteorologist Chris Cloninger. Follow me for more on weather and climate.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to Environmental Coffee House. I am your host, Sandy, and Chris Cloninger is with me. And I'm really excited about this one. And Chris, I usually thank everybody first, to my Looney Tunes and Alex and Kim for moderating. Thank you guys for being here. Everybody, we are live on Facebook and X and YouTube tonight with Chris. And I want to introduce Chris. He is a meteorologist, and he's been a network meteorologist. He's going to tell us all about this. And so welcome. What I like about Chris is he's got this unusual perspective because he's been on the front lines of weather forecasting. He's also experienced firsthand what happens with that collision of science and politics, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So Chris, welcome and tell us about your journey.
Thanks, Sandy. Great to meet you virtually and great to have everyone here this evening. I got into meteorology when I was in second grade. I know you're from upstate New York. I'm from downstate New York. I was Hurricane Bob in 1991, and ever since then, I wanted to go into meteorology. So it wasn't really a climate journey until I started really witnessing how extreme our weather was getting. And we were talking offline before the show started. And my first gig was up in Rochester, New York, where I had a chief meteorologist that was a climate denier.
Oh, boy.
And he has now unfollowed me on all forms of social media. He was a mentor for a long time until I started becoming very vocal about climate change.
That's a shame on his part. It's his loss.
Appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I might have seen you on TV.
Yeah, so
I just
it
don't
was
remember.
2006 to 2008, my very first job on air.
That's great.
And yeah, it was kind of a long journey, but I started to cover more and more extreme weather. And for people watching in upstate New York, it was Hurricane Irene in 2011, and then Hurricane Sandy, or Superstorm Sandy, that caused so much damage. And then fast forward to 2017, and I covered Hurricane Harvey when more than 50 inches of rain fell across Texas. And that is when I told station management in Boston, when I worked for NBC, we needed to be doing more. And I started the country's first weekly series on local television on climate change back in 2017. So it's been a journey that took me to Iowa, a little bit unconventional in the TV world, but I got a job as chief meteorologist. They wanted somebody to talk about climate change in the nation's heartland. I took the job. It only lasted 2 years, and there were a lot of bumps along the way, tons of turbulence almost as soon as I started.
Turbulence. Yes, I think we all encounter those same turbulence. Yes.
Yes.
Only you being out there in front of everybody, that's a big thing. So tell us, what are you doing now, and okay, we're not even finished with the journey to where you got to now. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I actually told myself long ago that Boston was my dream job, and if I got there, I would want to stay. So I wasn't really even thinking of moving. But my wife's family's from Milwaukee, and we decided maybe it would be a little bit closer to her family. And I saw it as a challenge because the agricultural part of their economy is significant, and farmers really understand how weather is becoming more extreme. So I thought it would be a natural fit. And we had the largest tornado outbreak in Iowa's history the week before Christmas in 2021. And I thought, this is months outside of tornado season. I'm sure this would help people understand that climate change is here and it's an issue. But there's pushback, and that pushback amplified and became a little bit more persistent. I received a death threat from an individual who was harassing me for a couple of months, writing me multiple times per week, each email getting increasingly more threatening. Police got involved, made an arrest. And I think that was scary, but what was hurtful was the fact that my station did a total 180 and told me to stop talking about climate change. They didn't want me to use the phrase. They didn't want me to talk about it. They didn't want me to show the data. And, that tied my hands and prevented me to, I had to leave. Yeah.
That's tough. That's very tough. And that's a disservice to the community, a big disservice to the community. I'm sorry that happened to you. Wow. So when you left that channel, well, tell us about where you are then.
Yeah. So there's been a couple of journeys. My professional journeys take me to an environmental and coastal engineering company where I help communities prepare for climate change, rising sea levels, stronger storms. I do have a science background, meteorology, atmospheric science, and climate science, but I'm also a 20-year communicator from TV. So I use a lot of that combination to help the public understand why these projects are important. We work with a lot of municipalities and states. While this happened, it was funny. Again, worked for NBC, spent a long time in Boston. But when my story made international headlines, it was on the Rachel Maddow show. And I think for my parents, that was like, I made it, which was funny.
I can imagine.
But it caught the attention of a director out in Hollywood who did this documentary on Stormy Daniels called Stormy on Peacock, which should have done more than it did with getting Trump reelected or preventing him from being reelected.
Yeah, really.
But she did a great job telling that story. And I had a bunch of directors reach out to me, and she was the natural fit. So basically, since then through now, we have gotten ourselves to a rough cut, hopefully ready for the film circuit. Leonardo DiCaprio's Appian Way is one of the executive producers of it. And Campfire Studios is the other big partner in this. So we're excited for that.
I'm thrilled to have you with me. I mean, you're a big star, my teeny little. But we are, we may what we lack in quantity. We have the best viewers, the best followers on the planet. An Environmental Coffee House. Yes. So then I want to go a little bit to like weather versus climate, since, going to a little remedial here. But one of the most things, I see when I make my posts, and the last post I made was a video that went viral about the fires. I was at Keuka Lake. I took a video on my way home from a little trip I took. It was all smoke. I put it up on X, and oh my gosh, 49, I think I have 50.1 thousand views and almost 900 likes and a whole lot of bullshit. Sorry. Mm-hmm. And, a lot of the it's just weather crowd. So if you're going to explain something, how do you explain the relationship between weather and climate in a way that people immediately understand it? Because meteorologists, obviously you've become comfortable discussing climate change during these broadcasts. Are you more comfortable now?
I am. It's funny. Leaving TV, I could become a little bit more spicy. I could be more sarcastic. I could have more fun with it. Bound by a station contract, you really could never get to. You couldn't really push the envelope too much, and now I'm able to do that, which is a lot of fun. But I still take that skill set of finding ways that an audience can better understand a complex science, and I just do it in a new way, and I do it for social media.
And that's what I like. That's how I found you.
Yeah, that's right. That's how we found each other. So, for me, I always tell people weather is what is happening when you look out the window. But climate can affect when you're looking out the window. Like your example is perfect, those wildfires. And we know that there is science that shows that fire season in Canada is worsening. Global fires are going down, and I love that climate deniers love using that stat. But largely, that's been the change in land practices across parts of Africa that have helped drop those numbers. But you have to look at it. It's a little bit more nuanced than that. And you see places like Canada where they're seeing an increase in wildland fires. Well, the drought preceding it, the intense heat, and thunderstorms that produce lightning without rain. And yes, there are some human triggers like arson. But a couple of those factors that, day after day after day is weather, but day after day after day after day of dry weather starts to enter the climate picture and how it compares with average, right? So that's how I kind of like to explain the two. And with attribution science, it allows us to look at what the Earth's atmosphere is like and take greenhouse gases out of the equation and see what the weather was like without our emissions. And that kind of helps us understand how things are evolving and changing so dramatically.
Well, that's a good way. Well, you have to speak to people on more of a remedial level. I mean, my followers here, they're very sophisticated, understand a lot more, earth energy and balance. We do ocean shows with an oceanographer, Jim Massa. We've learned what the Zeta is. So we know a lot. But I'm asking tonight, how you deal with the CO2 is plant food crowd. This drives me crazy. The CO2 coalition. I spend time with these comments about the plant food. And I would like to ask you, from your viewpoint, how has it become so persistent? What's missing from that statement scientifically? And if CO2 is simply beneficial, why are scientists so concerned about increasing it? Which, we know, but maybe there are viewers that don't know. So go there.
Look, there is greening, and we are actively seeing that. That isn't necessarily the best news. But when they also point to the fact that it's a fraction of a percent, right, or a small amount of the atmospheric gases, I like to push back and say, if you have a little trace of arsenic, or some kind of poison,
right,
it will kill you, right? So it doesn't take a lot, it doesn't take huge quantities for you to die from that. And people say, well, CO2 levels were higher. Well, yes, they were higher, but not when humans were on the planet.
Right.
So it's I love to push back with those things,
Good.
right? Because it matters because we're on the Earth now, and we're paying the price of higher CO2 by seeing increased extreme weather, hotter temperatures. That's what we're seeing, and that's what it's doing. So the cons are a lot worse than any pros of some planetary greening.
Absolutely. And I find that the stubbornness in people too is it drives me crazy. Is there one sentence that you wish every climate skeptic could understand about carbon dioxide? Just one.
Oh, that's a good question. I think that it is the fact that what I just said, that humans weren't around when levels were that high. And it's the rate of warming that we are seeing that is so critical. Again, it's been hotter, levels were higher, but not when humans are around. So I think that that is such an important thing to reinforce. But if you look at who's funding a lot of these organizations, right, they spin the information, and a lot of that is pushed and funded by the fossil fuel industry. And even if it isn't a direct connection, you can find those threads pretty easily.
Okay.
And they sow that doubt. And a lot of the people that they have doing it are people that are scientists, but they don't have a background in atmospheric or climate science. They know a little about a lot, and that's what makes it extremely dangerous, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's very dangerous, and they mislead so many people. And with the political climate today, it's very, very easy for these people like Linnea, the person that in the opening video, I played your video explaining who she is. Now, she's with the CO2 Coalition. She does that show on Saturdays with those people from the, what are they, the Heartland Institute?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think they like me very much either. So, you know, it's difficult. You get these hostile comments. You get a lot of them. Does that ever make you question whether this is worth continuing?
Yeah, it's funny. You mentioned that, and I really got them angry with me because I say everything I do for free, right? I make a little bit on Substacks, and people are nice enough to and have the means to subscribe. That's great, but all of my stuff is intentionally for free. And they're the ones, a lot of them that are being paid to push and spin this misinformation. But a while back, I made a push to get to the number of followers on Twitter to get paid ad revenue sharing.
Okay.
So when you get engagement, you can get paid. So I checked all the boxes apparently that you needed to do that. And I received my first $840 check. And it was largely because of all of the abuse that you see posted under my threads. And I said, this is the paycheck that I received, and it's thanks to all of you for making it possible.
Yeah. Good for you.
So at least I'm profiting off their harassment right now.
Maybe I need to figure out how to do that. I don't know.
I will help you after this, Sandy.
I make like nothing. Okay, it doesn't matter. I just have to pay for the channel. All right, I want to go to another. Have you noticed through doing this that the denial arguments are changing over the years? I mean, have you seen it? So, and if you have, how have you seen the changes?
You know, I think what is concerning to me is that we were making, I'd say we had a tailwind, right? And we were actually seeing momentum building, you know, during the, even 2015, 16, 17, and media was covering it more. We were doing our due diligence on TV as broadcast meteorologists. Climate Central, which is a program that helps broadcast meteorologists get this information out there. You know, there were record numbers of meteorologists signing up for it. But then, and this is just within the last Trump administration, we have seen a big headwind. And that is extremely concerning. Media Matters, nonprofit organization that looks at media coverage at a network level, not local level, but network level. And one of the things they cover is how much time is devoted to climate change. And we're now in the third consecutive year of a decline in coverage. So that misinformation, I think they're still using a lot of the same damn arguments. But what I'm really concerned about, like that doesn't bother me. I mean, it does because there are gullible people who will still buy that half-baked science or the cherry-picked data. But the fact that the media is totally avoiding it now is what I am very concerned about.
I think that's happening on YouTube as well. I think there's
Oh,
at least
absolutely.
my channel, but other climate channels. I notice. I mean, the views are not what they should be. People should be. There should be thousands and thousands. There's a couple people just have a think. He gets a lot, but he's a technological science guy,
Yeah.
and there are others. But for the general channels, we just can't seem to push our way out of paper bag, punch our way out of a paper bag sometime. But it is, I definitely think that's a problem. But you think you found any effective ways? What are your most effective ways to engage with people who are genuinely curious? Really, you want to avoid those endless arguments with trolls. So how do you do that? How are you engaging?
I think this is the lesson that I learned in Iowa was I found an effective way, and let me step off camera because even though the station told me that no one wanted to hear it, which was a bunch of BS, they said research said, and they would never show me the research. But at the end of my time there, I announced I was leaving, and I love podcasts that have a visual element. This was all of the letters from Iowans that liked what they heard, 350 of them. And then I put tabs in here from ones that are in conservative areas that went almost 80 to Trump, 80% to Trump, 20 to Harris.
Look at that.
So I think that was the true research that people liked what they heard. So going back here, what was the formula that I used?
Yeah.
I found ways to make it matter to people that were more conservative leaning. And I said, look, we're having $1 billion disaster in this country every 2.5 weeks. We can't keep on keeping on without adapting, without funding and mitigation. There's a tremendous return on investment when you invest in these kinds of projects. That is fiscal responsibility. Allowing these disasters to happen unchecked is fiscally irresponsible. That's a key conservative phrase right there. The other was energy independence.
Yeah.
And Iowa was largely powered by wind, up and over 70% most of the time. And our utility bill was tiny.
How many people really know that?
It is such a success story. I'd say that is truly one of the wind power success stories is in the state of Iowa, which is an incredibly deep red state now.
Mm-hmm.
But when I showed them how much power was being generated, people loved it. It was a sense of pride. And I said, energy independence isn't getting oil or drilling oil in international waters or, up in the, sacred places in Alaska or depending upon the Middle East. It's literally getting it from a farm field down the road. And that worked. So those two things I think really tipped the scale in a lot of ways in my climate coverage. So fiscal responsibility, energy independence.
Okay.
That's how you can get the other team on board.
All right. So tell me about what you would say to someone who is starting out, a smaller science communicator, and who are just actually starting to get the harassment. And now you're an experienced, harass getter, So I mean, I don't get much because I'm so small, but and we don't have a lot of trolls. But what would you tell someone that really wants to do this, to how to deal with this constant barrage of idiots?
I mean, they are total idiots. I think if you're comfortable doing it, keep going. And when I made the decision to leave this station in Des Moines and move back east, one of the things I was conflicted about was would this be interpreted as my giving up and letting them win? But for me, I spent 20 years. Look, I started, as I said, the country's first weekly series on climate change. That was a success. I brought climate change coverage to Iowa, even for 2 years. But now I'm doing it more than ever, and I'm more vocal than I've ever been, and I'm fighting back. I'm fighting the trolls. Ones that matter, not the bots that don't have a profile picture and a bogus Twitter bio and handle, but the people that are the loudest voices that are being amplified and that have a big base. That's who I'm going after. And I don't mind getting harassment.
Okay.
And that's what I would encourage others to do. But the important thing is that we all amplify each other. If it's somebody has a podcast of, just a handful of people, or one that has thousands of subscribers and followers, we really need to be there for each other. And that's literally when people say, what can I do for climate action? And that's literally following people that are making good content that maybe aren't having the best luck with getting an audience. Help build their following, help share their content. And that's something we can all do. And I think that would then help, at least from the harassment side, feel a bit okay if you're building your audience and you're making some headway, I think.
Okay. Well, why do you think some people reject the overwhelming scientific evidence?
Because people are afraid of change. If you look at the places where, it's not a coincidence that it's the red states that don't really believe in climate change. And one of the things that is in its name is change. And a lot of those areas fear change, whether it be from immigration, the economy, what's happening in their own backyard. It terrifies them knowing that things are getting worse. And I really think deep down, they have to notice and be aware that what's happening is very atypical and not normal. But I think it's a fear of change, Sandy. I think that's, at the end of the day, that's what it is.
That's kind of what I feel too, and I've said it. I think it's fear, and if they had to let it in, it's very uncomfortable to have to change and have to feel these things that they're not used to. I think also. So do you think it's mainly about, besides fear, is it politics, identity, economics, or something else within that fear parameter?
Also, a great question. I think people care. I mean, that's why I talked about fiscal responsibility, because I think people do care most about money. Like if you look at the Gallup polls going into the 2024 election, the top 20 issues for voters, I mean, climate change was dead last, right? So that's a product of we're not doing great at communicating how climate change is affecting us and our day-to-day lives. But if you look at the top issues, there's a climate connection to all of them. Immigration, economy, healthcare, it's all tied together. So for those people, I think that there are other core concerns that they have, but they're just not bringing it in and making the connections that they really need to be. And that's what communicators need to do a better job with.
Okay. I'm glad to know that, because I would like to do a better job myself. So have you ever actually seen in any of your conversations where you've actually reached someone and their mind has actually opened up and changed?
Yeah. I have a success story that I always refer back to, and it was a man in Iowa, Robert, who he enjoyed his adult drinks at night, and after farming, I could tell he was it half in the bag or in the bag totally, and would just fire off messages on my professional Facebook page and call me every name in the book. And unlike the death threat and harassment I received, I just knew that this is someone who clearly had issues, probably meant no harm.
Yeah.
So there was a early March tornado outbreak, and about 4 days ahead of time, I was looking at all of the key ingredients coming into place, and the Gulf of Mexico was incredibly warm. And for Iowa tornadoes, that's kind of like one of the key sources for moisture for these storms to get going. And no one in the TV market was calling for tornadoes. And he said, "You're full of bullshit. You don't know what you're talking about. You're new here. You don't know what you're talking about." So it happened, and I'm not patting myself on the back for a great forecast, but I looked at the climate signals, which showed that this was everything was pointing to this severe weather outbreak because of, the humidity coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, early season warmth, all of it was there. So afterwards, he wrote me and said, "Well, how did you know?" And I said, "Well, it's for everything that you've called me an idiot and, every name in the book for talking about. That's why we had it, Robert. And he listened. And at the end of my time there, when I announced my departure, he actually said, I'm sorry to see you go.
Wow.
And, the Yale program on climate change communication has been looking at the public's opinion on climate change for a couple of decades now. And they have divided America into 6 groups. Everyone falls into a group, and it goes from alarmed, which is probably most of us listening right now, to dismissive. And really the dismissives, which are about 7 to 9% of the population, are really the only ones that are totally closed to any conversation. Doubtfuls are another 8 to 10%, but at least they're willing to have a conversation. I would put Robert into that category. So there was an event that I could kind of teach him and use as an example, and that kind of helped mold his opinion of the issue.
Wonderful. I like that story. I've actually had a couple of those kinds of people, and after speaking with them or conversing with them online or whatever, they actually started following, and I do talk to a couple of them on a regular basis. So it does happen. It really does, and it is rewarding when it does happen, when you get through.
And I don't block anybody. I intentionally keep open. I mean, some people, if enough is enough, but I try to just keep an open dialogue. And sometimes I just never answer them. But
well, if they're rude and horrible, like what happens to Volcaholic, I CC'd you on what happens to her, and she gets horrible abuse on X for reporting what's going on around the world. It's very sad because she's very good at what she does, and she's posting now all the horrible things people say to her. It's just insane. My gosh, it's really insane. So let's move a little on more on communication. What do you think? What mistakes do journalists and content creators make, do you think, when covering climate science?
Oh, I think the issue isn't how they cover it. I think is the total lack of coverage, right? Mm-hmm. I have a really good friend who we called him my climate dad. He's a personal injury attorney and one of the best climate activists I've ever met in my entire life in Des Moines. And he watched, I think it was Tom Yamas on NBC Nightly News, and it was like 6 minutes of all this crazy video of heavy rains and flooding, and it was just an action-packed 6 minutes, but not a single mention of the why. And that is why I had such a challenge with my station management at the time. I said, the foundation of journalism is built on the who, what, where, when, and why. And if you're preventing me from telling the why, then we are failing our audience. And I think any meteorologist that isn't giving the why is failing at their job, because that is your position, is to help educate and prepare the public for extreme weather. And you're not doing it if you're not educating them on climate change. So I would have had critiques for them, in 2022, 23, where they were covering climate change at least semi-frequently, but now they're not doing it at all. And that's really disheartening. I don't think with this crazy weather the last 2 weeks, I've heard any mention of it in any news.
What do you think about the online guys like Ryan Hall and Max Velocity? Well, they do a great job, but they never talk about the reasons, the causes.
No, because it's the need to be liked. And I've given up on that a long time ago. Even when I was still in TV, I would rather not pull in the ratings if I was doing my job efficiently. And I think at the end of the day, my severe weather skills stood out enough that people would tune in and watch, despite not liking to hear about climate change. But I think it's just they're too afraid to rock the boat. And at the end of the day, people care too much about what others think of them.
Oh, that's true. I think I'm over that. Sometimes I vacillate a little bit. All right, let me ask you a question about let's go to a little bit about science.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looking at what is happening around the world today, heat waves, floods, wildfire smoke, and what concerns you the most that isn't getting enough media attention?
A couple of things. And I do want to say I love all the comments coming in. I do have a question for somebody if they can put in. They said their mom taught at Plymouth State, my alma mater. I would love to know what they taught. And somebody's bringing up El Nino, which is a great segue because
we're going to get there.
El Nino. Yep. Okay. I think that's one thing that we should be covering, or the media should be covering more.
Okay.
And they're not. But I think like the AMOC slowdown, I think really is a hard thing to explain, but the impacts aren't so challenging to relate to the public. And I think we should be doing a lot more with that. And that was a video that I did on social media that did quite well. I think on Instagram was about 80 or 90,000 views and over 150,000 on TikTok. So I think people want to hear it and they're curious about it, but it's just finding the time. Look, the time restrictions in media are what kills, right? And if you have 90 seconds to tell a story, how much can you devote to climate change? I mean, it should absolutely be a part of it, but how can you do an efficient job? Because our attention span is so limited. And with the advent of social media, cell phones, computers, that attention span has gone way down. So we're competing with that. So I think that the more complex things, Sandy, are the things that we're not doing a great job covering, not because maybe we don't know how or they don't know how, but it's people don't have the attention span for that. So in that case, I would blame humans versus the news industry in that instance.
Well, yeah, and people are getting used to TikToks, the quick little things. And you're right about the attention span. I even have the same issue myself, with multitasking and doing too many things at once and my attention span. So I do understand where you're coming from on that one. So let's move over to tipping points. Tipping points, do you think, what do you think are those tipping points that deserve far more discussion than they're getting? And planetary boundaries too.
Yeah, I think AMOC is a big one that I just mentioned. I know, but I can't talk that up enough because the consequences are terrifying. I don't want to be a doomer, but at the same point,
go ahead.
All right, if you insist. Well, look, like the CO2 levels. Looking at what would cause us to see a slowing of AMOC, that tipping point may have already happened back in the 1980s with CO2 levels back in the 1980s. And that's a relatively new discovery that, hey, that time might have already passed and we are well on our way to seeing at least a slowing. Maybe not a total collapse in our lifetime, but even a slowing within our lifetime, which is concerning. And I think seeing different extinctions start to happen more and more, and that's kind of hastening. So that's another one. And then ocean temperatures is my third one that I think is very alarming. Even though the air temperature, this isn't the warmest year on record when it comes to air temperature, our ocean waters are exceptionally warm. I don't know. I see screen share. Am I able to share my screen?
Oh, I don't know. It says you can, but you could give it a try, but I don't know if that's going to work because I think I have to set something up.
If not, no worries.
We do a lot of. I don't see it. I'm not sure how. I forgot how to do it. No, it doesn't.
No worries.
Oh,
no worries.
I'm sorry, I didn't set that up to do a screen share.
All good.
We do a lot of shows on ocean heat with our oceanographer, our resident oceanographer, Jim Massa, who's out of Alaska. And so we're pretty educated in this. We've done many shows on AMOC. It is important, but the sea surface temperatures are one of the most important things, and we've learned about that nobody knows. Nobody realizes that. People on a general basis. Oh, the water's a little warm today. Why is that bad? And then you have to go and tell them specifically. What would you say to somebody who absolutely has no clue about this? Or saying, "Oh, I'm going to the beach. The sea surface temperatures are warmer." That's great. What would you say?
Well, it's hurricane fuel, and even though we have a El Nino that will likely lead to a slower hurricane season in the Atlantic, this warmth will persist, and the oceans absorb about 90% of this excess.
Test 1, 1, 2. I haven't used this microphone since February, so if the sound is bad, blame me, not the microphone. Hello and welcome. I am Matt Strackbine, aka the Letter Hack, perhaps formerly. I don't know. It's not my decision. Thanks for watching this space. We are simulcasting on this space right now. I appreciate your support of this space, your continual support of all of the amazing hosts and contributors to this space. I am myself a frequent viewer, not as much as I used to, but when I can, when I turn on YouTube, there it is, and I watch. So I hope you do too, and if you do, thanks. Look, yeah, it's good to see everybody. It's been a while. I would like to address. I'm nervous. I'm probably more nervous now than ever before doing this. Used to just kind of come on here and do whatever the fuck, and I'm nervous. So forgive me and bear with me. But I would like to address my abrupt departure last February. It was abrupt. I'll explain that. And I just want to say, you know, that, yeah, it's all good. First of all, don't panic. Everyone just calm the fuck down. But like, you know, my trigger finger is so that it hasn't gone away. Like I removed somebody from the channel instantly for a shitty comment, which is in part what's going on here. This is why this is what's happening with me. I fuck that shit. I hate it. I don't know who that was. I fucking hate them. But I hate thinking that. I hate feeling that. And I hate saying that. And so, you know, perhaps you'll join me as we get into that. That just, you know, kind of don't know where to begin. Want to jump in everywhere. What it comes down to is there's nobody to blame. But there are people to blame. You know, I'll fucking explain this. Okay, the audio is good. Thanks. Thank you, producer Nick. All right. One morning, I woke up and I knew it was really gone. And, you know, first of all, like I said, it's all good here offline. That's how I refer to my current state of existence. Offline in the real world, not online. But I get weekly comments. I'm not fucking kidding. I'm going to tell you some of the emails I've been getting. Some may surprise you. Some you'll probably be like, yeah, I could have seen that coming. But I get weekly comments and emails. I remove a lot of them from the YouTube because it's like, I don't want to see him. I don't want him there. There's one up there right now where the guy's like, does anyone know why this guy fell off the face of the earth? Did I fall off the face of the earth, or did I just kill my social media and stop streaming? There's a definite, like, you know, those things are not mutually exclusive. I think that's the right expression. But some people have sent me some very kind messages. This is going to sound like really self-indulgent. In a way it is. I hope you can benefit from it, though. I'm going to be a little repetitive, too. And look, I wouldn't be upset if you just took that first guy I nuked, if you just take his advice and stop watching now. It is no big loss, me not being a content creator. Seriously. But some people have sent me some very kind messages. If I didn't get back to you, it's because I wasn't checking my email for a long stretch. I got good at putting my phone in a drawer and just forgetting about it. It was a beautiful thing. You should all be doing this. but I wasn't checking my email for a long stretch, so I didn't get back to people, and or like enough time had passed where I was like, I don't know, it didn't feel necessary to be like awkward to be like, hey, thanks for your kind words 3 months ago or whatever. It just felt like, sorry, time had passed. Time is a thing that affects us, right? But I want to thank people who were concerned, although no need. My decisions were made to prevent worse outcomes. As you may see, same guy lost like 8-9 pounds, which is very good. Feeling great for 51. Some of the notices I was getting, I had to unsubscribe. Twitch, I don't know what function this is. I guess Twitch is like, this guy hasn't been on here in a minute. Let's send him updates that people are talking about him in chats. And so I get these notifications from Twitch. This is baffling to me. I am not your source of mystery and drama. Look, TV has gotten really bad. If you're looking to whatever's going on with me as mysterious and dramatic, it's not. I can make it that way if you want. But I get these notifications where people are in chats talking about my disappearance, saying I'm MIA. One time somebody said, I actually appreciated this. They were like, oh, the letter hack would have loved this. I wish he was around. Where is he? MIA. And I was like, what was this even from? It doesn't even tell you what it's from. I don't know what live stream it was from. I don't know. I didn't even know the people saying it. So I was like, now there's people like wondering what happened to the letter hack that I never even interacted with. Okay. I mean, I really hope everything everyone has better things to do, but I've been impersonated online. Now, for the record, I am the Majority Report. But they've I heard them read an I am from the letter hack once. That was not me. And somebody told me another time they were doing it. And somebody else reported back to me from social media that somebody had like fired up social media accounts using the letter hack and my logo. That's not me. I'm not doing that. I'm not on social media. I comment on some workout videos that I pay attention to on YouTube. I do not comment on political videos. I don't even like or unlike or dislike or whatever. I'm not doing that. So that's not me. Not that I copyrighted the letter hack. I mean, do whatever the fuck you want with that moniker, but don't make it like it's me. And if you're IMing the Majority Report, clearly you're trying to get people to think that it's me. So anyway, a relative contacted me. This was a while back because they heard more than once that I died. I don't know who said that. I mean, I guess I could get Andrea probably said that once or twice, but I mean, I think if Andrea said that, we would all be like, that's not true. But like somebody from my family was like, hey, I'm just checking in. And I was like, yeah, I'm fine. So that's weird. But like, it's not weird to me that people are saying it. It's weird to me that people are saying it about me. I don't know. It's fucking, it's bizarre. I feel like I should have been way more popular as a streamer to have this sort of weirdness going on when I stopped. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like I got the hangover without getting hammered. Anyway, I'm alive. This is not AI. I think it's all pretty silly, actually, and especially for someone as, virtually irrelevant in the big scheme of things as myself. Like, not just when it comes to content creation, but like, look, there are people out there that need your concern right now. There are people out there that need that energy right now. It ain't me. In my opinion, and especially in hindsight, leaving the internet, which is what I'm like in the process of doing, shouldn't result in a freak out or, concern. In fact, things only get better offline. It should be seen as a good thing. No matter what the reasons are, even if it's like something, I don't know, tragic or whatever. Well, at least they're offline. So here's what I've been doing. If you want to know, just to see how unmysterious and dramatic it really is. I am currently making comics paid for crisis management and harm reduction when using psychoactive drugs. It's for a couple of guys in Michigan who have done a lot of research on this topic. They're leading the decriminalization movement in Michigan, which is badass. And I was like, it'd be a lot more, it'd be a sign of your legitimacy and your sincerity if you would present materials for free, like you buy your psychoactives and they say, here, take this comic tells you all about how to handle a crisis and how to mitigate them, but also prevent them, and how to do these drugs responsibly, which they bought it. They literally are paying me for it, which is very cool. It's called This One Time Tales. You know how every time you're sitting around talking about it, you go, this one time, that's what so it's This One Time Tales. And it's just a whole bunch of people talking about this one time. And then it recaps what they did to bring it back down or get control of the situation. So that's one thing. Check this out. The Hellboy Book Club podcast. Okay. So I left the internet for all intents and purposes, as good as I could. I was like, I'm done with all of this. And I'll tell you why, and we'll get to that. But I was immediately really depressed because, and I told you I'll get repetitive. I like doing this. I like popping off. I like saying things. I like broadcasting. I have something to say. I want people to hear it. I like doing that. So when I decided to stop, and it's not an act of cowardice, because it takes a lot of strength to pull that plug and just be like, I'm done. And I fucking did that. Now, I was immediately really depressed. And I was going through found out that I have severe allergies that were giving me chronic ear infections. And I didn't know what it was. I finally went to an ENT, ears, nose, and throat doctor. And they were like, oh yeah, dude, you got allergies here. Take this prescription nasal spray and phew, I'm fine. Everything's good. But also I was going through it with my dog. She was in the really heavy, the pit bull Frida that we adopted. She's sensational. The best dog in the world now. I had been living in the basement with her since November, and she was doing the heartworm treatments where it was really touch and go. And so it all came crashing down, and I was seriously depressed. That's I have a theory that everyone is born depressed these days, but I also feel like I'm maybe prone to depression, just being honest, looking at myself. And in my 50s, fuck's sake. I mean, I got acne in my mid 30s, which is fucked up. But anyway, here comes the depression. So I stopped. 3 days later, the host of the Hellboy Book Club podcast contacted me and said, let's reach out to Dark Horse Comics and Mike Mignola and see if we can get permission to collect the Hellboy backup stories I did, the little comics I did, in our own book. And so we did that, and they said yes. Which is holy shit. So Dark Horse Comics and Mike Mignola have given myself and the Hellboy Book Club podcast permission to collect my stories. And in the same way I've made comics about, like, you know, lefty YouTubers and stuff like that, I've done that for their, it's like a fanfic. It's like Hellboy fanfic using them, the podcast hosts, as characters. I've done 100 of those. So we've got like a book that's like 60 to 80 pages. We're like sifting through like what we should put in and maybe what we shouldn't. But anyway, we're doing, we're going to do a Kickstarter for that, not to make money, just to have enough to, and it's like a done deal. We already know we have enough people, but it's enough, just enough money to get the book printed. That was part of the deal with Dark Horse and those guys was, when I reached out to them, I said, hey, it's not going to be a cash grab. We're doing it just to print the book because, believe it or not, like a lot of fans or readers have been asking, I got reminders 2-3 times a year that my work had never been collected. Thanks. I really need those updates, but here they're letting us do it. So it's pretty cool. It's not live or anything. I honestly don't know. We've put a lot of work into it. The printer we were going to use just stopped printing, started refunding money to people and canceling orders and not taking new orders. And I was like, oh shit. So we had to kind of scramble and find a new one. So there's been a couple of setbacks, nothing major, but anyway, that's going on. Come on, that's huge. If you know me, you know that's fucking cool. So also Dark Horse Comics, in the time I've been away, first publisher to successfully unionize their employees, unionized. That's cool. So anyway, it's not for profit. My wife and I have been to several county council meetings in Greenwood, South Carolina. This is a bright red fucking place. They are going to vote for Lindsey Graham's sister. I guarantee it. Yet, we defeated the data centers. We had 4 different fucking data centers trying to set up shop here, and we got a 12-month moratorium, and now we're moving on to a permanent ban. None of the people they had to move the county council meeting to the high school auditorium, like the Performing Arts Center at the high school. And that place was packed. And the first meeting I went to, there were like 30 testimonials, and it was like Southern people out of Central fucking Casting saying, you're not bringing that shit here. Fuck this. And I turned to my wife and said, I say let them build it. Because there's no fucking way these people are going to let that shit exist. I'd like to see what they fucking do to them, right? So it's a big deal. We got that done. Me and all my MAGA fellow constituents here. Bright red area. I mean, in Spartanburg, the next county over, they had a CEO at a county council meeting saying undo the moratorium. He said, get rid of it, burn it down. He goes, you guys don't understand. You think it uses energy. Sometimes it saves energy. And so here come the CEOs freaking out, coming out saying, the CEOs of energy companies coming out saying, no, fuck what the people want. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. If I wanted to purchase a firearm here, it's the license thing, the background checks is on the honor system. That's the law in South Carolina. You go, yeah, I'll get to it. And they're like, thanks. You promise? I promise. Okay. So we've seen the reputation of CEOs kind of sour in public opinion. So I don't, these guys are just brave beyond brave, but they're also fucking stupid. So look, I get up every day at 5 a.m. I meditate, I stretch, I walk the dog. The dog was scared of signposts and mailboxes and everybody. She's fine now, but we had to get up before dawn to walk her, or else she just wouldn't do it. So we're on that routine now. I do a 20-minute HIIT workout. I sit in a sauna with red light therapy for like 15, 20 minutes at 185 degrees. by 7 a.m., I'm drawing. And I feed deer in the backyard. I don't know if anyone has seen Disclosure Day. Have you guys seen Disclosure Day? The Steven Spielberg. That's what I call my backyard. I walk out there at 6 a.m. and I got 10, 12 deer just standing there staring at me. Sometimes I just say, like, what do you need me to tell everyone? I designed some merch for a lefty. You'll see that pop up. I don't want to say anything until they announce it, but popular streamer, I did some merch. They asked me to do some merch. They have been really cool and supportive of me and the decision I made. And look, I'm not promoting people with my art. I'll do merch, but this is the deal. I'm only collaborating with people who truly want to collaborate. Like if you only email me when you need something and you ignore every other email I send you, that's not a collaboration. So I'm not getting back to you now, okay? I don't have time for that. I wish you the best. Plenty of other artists out there. Please pay them. I'm fine. It's nothing personal, but like, you know, the online left could stand to learn from the expression artist supporting artist or creative supporting creative. Do you know what I mean? On that note, I just want to say, it's something I'm going to repeat a lot tonight. Oh, by the way, free Palestine and the genocide in Gaza. This is from Where the Peace. I don't know if you guys recognize the watermelon slice. This is when it became illegal to wave their flag, they just started using a watermelon slice on all their protest signs. So, stand by. I'm going to repeat this a few times tonight, and I'm going to use it in a kind of a snarky way, and I'm going to use it in a way that catches myself. Some criticisms are often unfair while completely accurate. Okay? Some criticisms are often unfair while completely accurate. Meaning, I don't think I need to always say everything that I'm thinking or feeling. The internet shouldn't be for that, but it absolutely is. That's all. When I say online or online culture, that's all it is. It's just people offering criticism unfairly, even if it's accurate. Like the very first comment that I actually looked up and saw tonight before I was even on screen was like, final broadcast, no big loss, to be honest. I agree. That may be totally accurate, but it's not fair because of how and when you're offering it. So just shut the fuck up and listen for a change. And if somebody doesn't like that, I don't care. This is my last broadcast. This isn't clickbait. I'm not going to say anything tonight in the hopes that you'll continue to tune in. Okay? So there's a good chance you're not going to want to hear it. That's just how it fucking is. It's all anyone does is share their thoughts and opinions. And it's not that we shouldn't care what people think and feel. I absolutely care what people think and what people feel. It's that we should hold back with all the fucking sharing, like ourselves. We should rein that in, not tell people to stop sharing. We should tell ourselves. And it's especially when you could instead be listening, like popping off midstream when a host is like mid-thought or mid-sentence isn't listening. I like to listen, but lately I don't share. You may have noticed I don't share as much, and particularly Not when no one asked. That said, let me keep explaining my abrupt departure. And I do recognize it was abrupt, but I have always been a very big fan of the Irish exit. It's one of my favorite things to do. Where'd that fucker go? I don't know. Is that his beer? It's empty. He left. We live in a world where, thanks to the internet, everyone has a voice. And I currently believe more than ever that everyone should not have a voice in that manner. I believe 99.99% of people should log off and listen for a change, myself included. Myself, perhaps, especially. And I was an interviewer. And I know a lot of people will have something to say about that, but please see the previous comment. Okay, to be fair, anyone who thinks and says such things as what I'm saying right now should be the first one to fuck off. That should explain my departure from social media and my process of leaving the internet entirely, which you can do. I'm logging off, and I'm not coming back. The real world is a far better place compared to online culture. And that should say something. It was actually very sudden, but all I wanted to do was tell people to fuck off. I'm serious. All I wanted to do when someone had an opinion about something, and it wasn't like I was like, what's your opinion? What do you think? I want to engage. They were just firing off opinions. I just wanted to tell them to fuck off. So I'm fucking off. And I don't give two shits what anyone has to say about it because, look, and this is going to sound like woe is me and commiserating. It's really not. I have a lot to say tonight that, this is just kind of the beginning. I've endured endless negativity and hatred online. And all I ever wanted to do was make it a better place for all of us. Not for me. For all of us. That was my goal. I know I'm not the only one. And I'm sure it happens to all of us quite frequently online. You endure negativity and hatred. So my question to you is, why do you endure that? Rhetorical or answer in the chat, whatever you want. Personally, I don't want to think those thoughts. I don't want to feel that way or say those things. So I'm gone. I believe in telling people to fuck off when they deserve it. But there's so much deserving going on that it was like, okay, maybe this is me. Or to a degree, maybe this is me. And I'm just saying this for, like I said at the beginning, I'm saying this for my benefit. But that doesn't mean other people can't benefit from it. So that said, here are some of my thoughts. And look, in all seriousness, I wouldn't be offended if no one ever watched this or cared what I have to say. But I think if it gets spicy, I think there would be an opportunity for people to be like, did you hear what this fucker said? And then he just ditched. And then he cowardly ran away like a coward. You know what I mean? I think there's an opportunity for that. So I acknowledge it. Okay. But I have been asked, and look, I don't want to sit here and complain or commiserate. And I hope you believe me. And I hope you'll see that when I'm done, that I'm being truthful right now. But I've been asked to explain my situation enough. Somebody emailed me yesterday. They say, I see that your YouTube says decommissioned, but just in case, I wanted to blah, blah, blah. Not blah, blah, blah. They just rambled on. They had something to say. I'm just not going to repeat it because it was a private correspondence. But I've been asked to explain my situation enough that I think I should at least try to illustrate this in a way that may help other people make the same choice that I made. because ultimately your life will improve if you're online even less. But like if you can get off, that would be, you know, optimal. Quick note. One of my oldest friends came to visit recently and is my childhood best friend. And it got me thinking about his dad, and we talked a lot while he was here. And his dad has passed away. Signed for my first car. I couldn't find any relatives to co-sign my car, and he's like, yeah, I'll do it. What, you want to go down to the dealership right now? And I was like, are you fucking serious? Oh my God. But like he was also one of the most influential people in my life. Like even from childhood well into adulthood. One time I had all these questions for him. I was just kind of firing off all these random questions. And he didn't answer any of them. He just simply said, Matt, just remember not to get cynical. So, you know, please rest assured that what I'm going to say now is more about me than you. I'm talking to myself more than anyone else. Because I need to give myself constant reminders, and maybe you don't. Maybe it's just me, but maybe it isn't. And so, like I said, I suddenly had the urge to tell people to shut the fuck up, like on air, and not randomly. It was all the time. And I twisted myself into knots trying to be reasonable, which only made it worse for me internally. Don't ever do that. Like if you're, I mean, you either be yourself or get out of there. If you can't manage it, don't fake it. Don't fake emotions. When you want everyone to fuck off, it's probably you that should fuck off instead. And even if someone deserves it, which some people definitely did, it's up to me to step away and regain control of my situation. The internet, in general, is a horribly toxic place. Whatever it was meant to be, whatever you would prefer that it is a horribly toxic place. When people say you should leave Twitter, I say you should leave the fucking internet. I'm not going to lecture you about online culture, but as someone who mostly tried to be positive, I receive negativity, blatant disrespect on a regular basis. And I'm not the kind of person who's like out there demanding respect, but no one should put up with disrespect. Attempts to rally and unite people made it worse. Chats, DMs, comments, emails, on air. That shit adds up. And I'm not here for it. I don't think anybody should be here for it. This whole everyone has a voice, thanks to things like social media and comment sections, is bullshit and only fills me with rage. I hope I can learn to manage that with time, but I won't be doing it online. But like I said, I don't need to explain how the internet works. I think you get it. My greatest fear is that all of you are afflicted by that toxicity. I saw it up close. Good people clearly afflicted by 9-to-5 office dynamics, corporate work environments, and social media feeds. Those things give us a false sense of empowerment in thinking we may know better than others, and that we can feel free to judge others with some accuracy, while at the same time, without instilling any confidence in ourselves. Empowerment mixed with insecurity is a bad cocktail. You need to get your money back. But I also see people afflicted in a way that now has us all wondering how much of this is even real. How much of the internet is automated or AI or genuine? Are all of those likes and views even real? Is that organic? We should never be put in a place or willingly go to a place where you have to question reality. Think about it. On the one hand, if you can imagine a world like the Matrix, where everything is an AI simulation, then who's to say we aren't already living inside of that simulation right now? On the other hand, the more I'm offline, and, you know, I think like February 13th, I bailed. It's been a minute. The more I'm offline, the more I see. That is exactly what the internet is for billions of people, a simulated reality. It might not be negative, but it also might not be real. That's fine if you get it, but if you're questioning it seriously, this can't be healthy. My whole life became a comment section. I was being treated like middle management, whose main position is to hear that that I've disappointed more and more people without even really trying to do that. I was just naturally disappointing people left and right, and they were all telling me. Like one of the very last things I heard before I left Discord was somebody saying, hey, I get the impression you're pissed off at me. If you are, we should hash it out. And I'm like, what the fuck? It was incessant. No matter what I tried, just seemed, everyone just sees the world as a fucking job. And to be clear, I don't blame them. I blame capitalism. That's why I say afflicted. It happened to you. It's just crossfire. So look, I mean, it isn't as if I don't have things I want to say. I want to say things. I want people to hear the shit I want to say. It's just the platforms afforded to us are fucked up, and the toxicity they promote degrades the things they want to say. And you got to ask yourself if the positives outweigh the negatives every step of the way. You can't lose sight of that. Let me address a couple of emails. I got a lot of emails. Partly to explain the situation and validate the move to leave social media and streaming altogether. Again, if you reached out in concern or out of concern, I really thank you, but there are many, many other people who could use your concern besides me. Guarantee it. I, after all, am a cis white male. I will be fine no matter what. I blend right in. Okay? I don't have any troubles. Look, I would be surprised if this sounds coherent, but to be clear, it's difficult for me to articulate exactly what I'm feeling, but it's not what I would call healthy. Anytime I attempted to respond to somebody, I could anticipate all of their replies, explanations, defenses, etc., and it was crippling. It prevented me from being able to say anything at all. I'm constantly on the verge of just like going off. And it's not justified. It might feel good, but there's no justification. It's like walking toward, this is how I feel. It's like walking toward Chernobyl. And with every step closer to the radiated zone, I feel sicker and sicker and worse and worse. That's why it was really hard for me to sit down here and do this tonight. I'm just sort of going off, not really totally aware of what I've already said, but like I'm just going off because it was too difficult to even do it. Like, this is tough. To the person who wrote, check this out. This is, it's so fucking annoying. This was like March, late March. This person wrote, I'm paraphrasing. I'm not going to read the whole thing. They wrote, I know you're beefing with Galactic Streamlord, but it's a fail that they haven't been allowed on this space. Easily one of the most inaccurate and frustrating things about this fucking culture online is how everyone needs there to be anger, hate, and what we always called, just drama, which was kind of a blanket term for bullshit. There is no beef. I had several discussions with that guy about joining this space. I had several discussions and invites with tons of people. And if anything, the ball was just left in their court. I don't think I was beefing with it. There's some people I didn't appreciate their content, but I didn't go out of my way to beef with them. Like, I only kind of talk shit about Ben Burgess, but it wasn't in a way that would create quote unquote drama. And he deserved it. But the effort it takes for someone to send an email like that is really small for how obnoxious it is. But the point is how it fills me with rage, right? It's very avoidable. I don't need to be a part of this type of delusional shit, okay? Nobody does. Here's another email I got. Here's one I got. Graham Plattner reached out to me. Your ears are perking up now. Graham Plattner reached out to me directly about comics, to which I never replied because I had made the choice not to work with politicians or to align myself with politicians or a political party in any way. In hindsight, I'm very glad that I never responded, even to say no thanks or I'm busy or I've got a lot going on. I just let that shit go. I was like, I'm not replying to anybody, to be honest. But ask yourself, how many other people making content the way I was would ignore that email? Think about it. How many other people would have just been like, I'm not answering that email? Think about it. I'm anxious to know the number, but feel free to keep it to yourself. I heard more than once. This is my favorite. We need your voice. Oh, really? You need it? Of all the voices out there, the thousands of fucking streamers who pop up out of fucking nowhere and immediately have hundreds of thousands of subs and millions of views. You need one more? Mine? Much less? I'm not buying that. I guess Jen and Pumps aren't enough for you anymore. You need one more person just saying the same shit that everybody else is fucking saying? No. But to that point, and since this is my final broadcast, I'm glad to say some shit that nobody else is saying and you probably don't want to fucking hear. And so here's how I feel about the vast array of voices, all saying essentially the same thing, or saying opposing views, if only so they all have something to argue over. You know how like one person says something, someone else disagrees, then someone else talks about the disagreement. And then my new religion is that you're slowly pulling yourself down into a pit of despair by paying attention to all of it. This is the last thing for me. Be careful what you wish for. I just want to remind you. One, the majority of these people are very good. They're good faith, good-hearted, and sincere. Okay? And two, not all criticisms are fair. even if they're accurate. If you care at all how I feel about the state of what we know as streaming and like political YouTubers, the online left, then maybe this is for you, but it's what I keep thinking about. And I'm hoping more people think about it too. But honestly, like I watch streamers and I'm like, God, it's so fun to sit here with your good headphones and your microphone and talk to people and have fun. And then you glance at the chat. And for me, don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining. Don't piss down my back and tell me it's streaming. And the fact is, I had a lot to do with promoting all of the shows at one point. I firmly believe that a lot of the cross-pollination that was going on between all those guys, I'm talking like 2019, early 2019, I feel like I had a lot to do with that. It was my activism. It was my reason. I've said a million times, it was my reason for being on Twitter. It was my reason for even using social media was if I couldn't afford to send money to these people or be a patron, then I would draw them and promote them through my art and try and get their audiences to notice each other. That was my activism. I did it all the way through starting interviews. And even though in 2026, I was told literally to my face that I don't have an activism and shame on me. What the fuck? I think the record shows I absolutely did my damnedest to promote as many streamers and podcasters as I could for several years. And the idea was that if they promoted me, it would help me continue to promote them. See how that worked? And it didn't work that way. It didn't happen because this is about self-promotion. It's not about supporting each other. Like when you hear somebody say, I've been doing a lot of smaller podcasts. Man, fuck you, smaller podcasts. Oh, sorry. Do you look at the mirror and go, I'm a big podcast? Do you call yourself a big podcast? That's disgusting. It's stupid and it's lame as fuck. Quick rhetorical question. Am I allowed to talk about your favorite host or streamers the way those same people talk about politicians? Is that fair? Is that fair game? I mean, I get that someone may feel it's okay to demean the way a person looks or how they talk or whether they are a closeted homosexual because that person they are criticizing is acting in bad faith or doing bad things to the rest of the world. But what is the fucking value as far as fighting the good fight? I'm about teasing that Lindsey Graham was a closeted homosexual. What about like closeted homosexuals out there who are struggling? Are they retreating further back into the closet after hearing that? Is the fact that they aren't being honest with themselves or showing the world who they really are, why they do fucked up things? Why are you talking about it without addressing it in a mature adult way? Oh, that's the funny aspect of your show. I get it. Okay. Fight the good fight that way then, I guess. But can I talk about them that way? Like, at what point is there somebody drawing a line? Why is there a need to refer to someone as special needs, which I heard recently, when you can simply attack them for the horribly racist fucking shit they say and the terrible policies they promote? Why do you have to do that? I don't understand it. I'm not going to attack anybody, though. Not for who they are or for who they might be. I don't care. If somebody wants to talk about it, let's talk about it. Otherwise, like, who am I? I may criticize them, though, keeping in mind that while, totally accurate, it might be unfair and thus unnecessary as far as the need to criticize goes. I'll repeat, even though criticism may be accurate, it's not always fair to offer that criticism. I'll point it out when I think I'm doing that. Like I said, though, earlier, I have no desire to be aligned with politics. It is the fundamental flaw in our society. It's a broad fucking term. It can mean a lot of things. It is a flaw in our society, in America, in this country, but it has affected the world in a terribly negative way. But the thing is that it always has been, and I hate to say it always will be. So I have an analogy that I can apply to just about everything, unfortunately. But let's just stick with politics. Politics is like the climate crisis. We are fucked, and it's only going to get worse. It will not get better. But sometimes we can have good weather, like for a day or two. And that makes people momentarily forget how bad it really is. Wow, nice out today. My advice is to ignore good weather. Because the biggest mistake that you can make, or that anyone can make, is confusing climate with weather. Weather is good and bad, while climate is fucked. Even still, some people like calling the shots and seem to think that being the political guru who made the correct prediction earliest or at all is somehow a way to maintain relevance. And trying to maintain relevance is not good. Whether you personally believe in a candidate's chances has more to do with your ego than with their actual chances, much less their policy platform. I think so-and-so is gonna blah, blah, blah. Okay. So fucking what? You're talking about the weather. We need to be talking about the crisis. These are people I admire, but they are using betting apps, prediction markets, gambling sites as if they're polling. And for that matter, using polls instead of polling aggregators, which they know are a thing. They go, there's a new poll out. Don't give a fuck about a new poll. What about the aggregators? That's where all the mystery is solved. But they don't do that. So here's an example. Emma Vigeland would have you believe that Graham Plattner's policy platform was exclusive to him and wasn't some run-of-the-mill progressivism, when it absolutely was essentially the same old, same old. Troy Jackson hasn't adopted that platform. He is also just a run-of-the-mill progressive. Could this country use more progressives? Yeah. Could this country use an economic Bill of Rights for the 21st century? You betcha. Are we beyond those things as solutions right now? Fuck yes, we are. Well beyond them. People running on universal health care? Ha! Okay. If somebody gets elected and we end up with universal health care, I won't be complaining. But, ask yourself, what aspect of this government or our society in general or our country at all could be improved in a significant way without radical, fundamental change? Radical change. The answer I come up with is nothing. Giving Congress a facelift with DSA candidates or progressives who I believe are, look, they've got to be well-intentioned good people. I believe it. Like, I'm paying attention. I see these candidates. They are good people. But giving Congress a facelift isn't anything new. And it doesn't fix a system that was, frankly, designed to be broken and designed to fail without huge influxes of cash. And even then, all the progress made can be undone in the blink of one trillionaire's eye. let me digress once more. Some people like to use this broken clock analogy. I fucking hate this shit so much. For human beings, as if like the worst person deserves credit for saying something that you agree with. And I personally feel like the world is run by pedophiles. I think there's a lot of evidence, substantial evidence to make that fucking case. But I wouldn't say all the nutjob conspiracy theorists were right all along, because you don't get credit for when something stuck to the wall after you literally threw everything you had at it. I got to give credit where credit is due to all the look, okay, extreme example. Like, you don't hear people saying, and for very good reason, that we need to give credit where credit is due to neo-Nazis who were right all along about the Zionists. Do you see my point? You can be so wrong that you don't deserve any points for correctly identifying one thing. You hear it all the time. And it's exactly how politics works. When all of the good and bad stuff happens all at once, and we keep giving people a pass if they at least work with us for a common goal. Now, you could say that I have very recent experience with this in fighting alongside with my community to combat data centers. 99.99% of those folks who vote for Lindsey Graham's sister were right there with me, side by side. But the point is that we were fighting for the moratorium. I struggle with that word. I always want to say algorithm. Fighting for the moratorium for data centers is all of us giving it. It's not giving each other a pass. I'm not saying let's set our politics aside and do this. We were focusing on our energy on the actual bad guy. You know that they say left and right because that's left, right, left, right. They just want you marching in line. They pit everyone against each other. If they didn't do that, I'm sure half this shit wouldn't even come up. People wouldn't even think of this shit if Donald Trump wasn't saying it all the fucking time. I'm not saying we would solve racism or sexism or any ism, but at least we'd be able to focus on the bad guys. And fortunately, it's happening anyway. But no thanks to politics. We need to stop listening to who we should hate. And we need to start working together until we get to a point that we realize we don't need to compromise because we all basically agree on what really matters. And then, hold people accountable accordingly, of course. But that isn't how politics works. And so I won't promote it or align myself with it any more in any way. I don't think any of us should, any broadcasters especially. Voting and county council meetings may be the only tools we have in a democracy and taking part in our democracy, but we don't have to promote it like it's a cure-all wonder drug, because it isn't. If you're the host of the leftist mafia whinging about what the left needs or what the left in this country should be or shouldn't be, then good for you. I hope it garners you tons of super chats. But it doesn't mean shit if we actually can't gain any ground without radical change. For sure, it is wise to hear a lot of different opinions, and if only to make up our own, right? You got to hear everything and then come up with your own idea. But when they preach the gospel, it dilutes the meaning for me, because preaching is usually more about the preacher than the words they're saying. But when it comes to being online, why should we listen to anyone's personal take on any given topic simply because they learned how to monetize a YouTube channel or make clickbait thumbnails. That only makes them good capitalists, if you ask me. Click like and subscribe. Promote me, support me, pay my bills, watch me rake in the cash. When they could be instead be offering genuine discussion. And some of them are. I'm not being fair. Not all criticisms are fair, even if they may be accurate. Okay? See why that's my new favorite phrase? And I know you'll think I'm being unfair. And so, that's why I keep repeating that. I hope you'll take that to heart in your own lives instead of merely calling it out in everyone else's. It's fine. These folks, I admire them. I know they can handle criticism. I admire them for that. And they often turn it around for worthy causes and fight for the best campaigns being run. But the focus needs to be on the campaign policies and not the candidate, which is a lesson obviously often learned only when it's too late. People say, God, I'm so sick of hearing this. I'm so sick of hearing so-and-so may be another Fetterman. Just because that's like the most recent example. But being a Fetterman isn't anything new in politics. And frankly, he was a Fetterman before he was a politician, and just about everyone fucking ignored it. I'm not going to say their name again, but I remember somebody had an interview with Fetterman. They were like, he's going to be great. And then Chatter was like, actually, this is what's wrong with him. And they were like, oh, I didn't know about that. Oh, well. And they moved on and they promoted the fuck out of him. But oh boy, I'm sure glad he beat his opponent, because we'll never hear from Mehmet Oz ever again. Oh, oops, wait a minute. Those campaigns and those policy platforms and proposals aren't enough anymore. Progressivism, socialism. Yeah, we need it. Yeah, I want it. I will fight for it. I am fighting for it. We should all be fighting for it. They are at their best just a part of a process that can't result in victories in the truest sense of the word. Not now. Not in this situation. Do not confuse weather with climate. Do not take your eyes off the crisis. I hear that this is a game and we need to learn to play ball. First of all, bad analogy. And that's saying a lot coming from me. Just count the stupid analogies I've used in the last few minutes. But secondly, so what if we do learn to play ball? We get to elect people to the U.S. Congress? Wow, because that's such a great fucking workable thing. Then their opponent gets elected to, who wasn't elected, eventually ends up in like a worse position in the administration where they can do more harm or at a minimum be equally useless. And this is not a fucking game. It's not about winning. Winning doesn't get you shit. Okay. It's like if you sat down to play chess and then you win and you stomped them, you won. And then your reward is to get punched in the stomach. But all you can think to do is reset the board, play again. And then when you win, oof, get punched right in the stomach. Sometimes you lose and they punch you in the face and in the stomach. But when you win, you get punched in the stomach because it didn't go your way. Right? And you get so used to that you start a YouTube channel talking about it. And after enough people listen to you and you get enough clicks and views, you have no other choice but to become a self-righteous know-it-all, talking about how basically people don't know how to get punched in the stomach the right way. All industries, sports, entertainment, publishing, especially politics, and it is a fucking industry. They all predetermine their own value before they ever involve an audience. Athletes' salaries, the amount of money spent on making a movie, the cost of grassroots campaigns needing to be the same as super PAC funded campaigns, all of those decisions are made well before any of you know who those people are or what they're about. The system is a machine and it works all the time, day and night, and it has nothing to do with us. Your input is to suit the sponsors and advertisers and all of the like commercial marketing aspects in the cottage industries surrounding those things. The commentary from your favorite YouTube show host does nothing to combat that in a meaningful way. I know I'm not being fair. Or I'm sorry, is the majority report not using AI sponsors? I've heard that myself. Check this out. I put together a video. There's a compilation. I'm going to play a video now. Here's all the times this year in 2026 up until this week that the majority report has been on air without mentioning the New York Knicks or Graham Plattner. Here's that video now. Did you catch it? It's really short. I'll play it again. There you go. I hope you saw that. You may wonder why I'm being hard on the majority report, but you know, maybe you should keep asking why they were so disrespectful and downright hateful to anyone with even the slightest criticism of Graham Plattner, a fucking political candidate. Who should, if you're running for office, do they not sit you down and go, hey, it's not going to be easy. You're going to have to explain yourself a lot. People are going to criticize you for everything. Do they not explain that to them? Do they also sit them down and go, but it's okay because some lefty YouTubers will get your back no matter fucking what, and they will shut that shit down? What is going on? Is it because they want us to play ball? I guess they want you to trust them instead of holding a political candidate to account or holding them to account for their views on a political candidate. What the fuck is this? I think Sam, Emma, and Matt, they forgot the best piece of advice the online left ever listened to. Be kind to people and ruthless to systems. If you know how faithful I've been to the majority report, then maybe you'll know how serious I am in this moment. I'll go ahead and apologize for unfairly leveling criticism, no matter how accurate it may be. I hope we can all do that. But the online left makes money, so to me, it's a system. Generally speaking, we don't need gurus. We don't need people to tell us the weather forecast when the climate crisis is in full swing. Especially when all they actually do is attempt to remain relevant. Their relevance isn't the thing that brings about change. Their clout chasing doesn't have shit to do with radical change. And I'm deliberately not talking about all the positive shit that they do. We honestly don't have time. I'm talking about the broken clock shit, where they're wrong twice a day. You see what I'm saying? If all of the negative stuff that somebody does is disregarded for the one time they do something right, then what about disregarding all the positive stuff for the one time they do? Why is that different? At the end of the day, we're talking about people's lives. Our forefathers were radicals. This country was built on radicalism. and it thrives on corporate radicalism as we speak. None of this is new. War, religion, politics, it's as old as time, and it's unchanged since its inception. To sound overly bleak, nothing is new or improved. It's the same or worse. And my point is that to make the case, my point is people are just still playing along instead of doing anything meaningful to oppose the mechanisms put in place long ago to keep people in line. It's such a fucking paradox. We have to vote. We have to promote campaigns. We have to promote candidates. But it's not being done in a way that makes a difference at the end of the day. Anyway. I don't trust the capitalist YouTuber who calls me Comrade. But what can you do? I just got to a point with my own channel where I could feel that I'd been saying all this before and I was out of breath. It's like that one time in junior high school, I turned to my mom at church and was like, dude, we talk about the same shit every year. It's like every 12 months we just start over. I get it. Why are we going to church every Sunday? I fucking get this. I have this book committed to memory at this point. And I'm like in junior high school. Why are we still... What's the next part? When do we evolve? We're just supposed to do this nonstop. It's mind-numbing. But honestly, streaming services like Netflix and stuff like that, they all have live sports and live news. Exactly. It's just cable TV. It's becoming more and more unaffordable every month too, but it's all just going back to the old way. It's the same or worse. Nothing changes. Good things or actual improvements can be undone in the blink of a trillionaire's eyes. It's the same with so-called independent broadcasting. So sooner or later, they all mimic and adopt the same lousy mainstream media tactics for retaining an audience. I get it. You need to be relevant in the algorithm, right? It's not as if gotcha headlines and thumbnails are anything new. That's old as shit. That's old pre-internet. That's historic times. Those once independent outlets become more homogenized as the entire internet becomes more fabricated and automated by AI and bots. It's all fake. And I mean, fighting the algorithm just means staying relevant in an algorithm you were fighting because it was biased, which means you're trying to remain relevant in a biased algorithm. Maybe it's winnable. I don't know, but make it make sense. And I know I'm not being fair. There's a lot of good people out there. I would say they're all good people. People are allowed to fuck up. People are allowed to do it wrong. People are allowed to do it wrong for long periods of time. There's no mortal sins happening here. I just want people to be cool. And I truly want to believe that love is coming for us all. I want to believe in a brighter future, but if my analogy that everything is a climate crisis, despite occasional good weather, is accurate, then things really are worse than ever and only getting worse from here. I enjoy a cool breeze as much as the next person, but I think ultimately the writing is on the wall. The goal, I think, is that, we have to save ourselves and not rely on anyone else to do it while relying on everyone to work together. Good luck. We call them political leaders, but they don't lead. But we call them that still. We call them managers at work, but they don't manage shit. But we call them that anyway. We set out to elect a champion to fight for us, whereas a leader, a true leader, would fight alongside us. And you can point, I know you're already doing it, you can point to maybe one or two true leaders out there political leaders. But I'll ask you, how many, and this, again, is totally unfair, but just to illustrate the point, how many innocent people have died at the hands of ICE since Zoran Mamdani was elected? It's like an abstract thing to ask, but my point is we don't have real leadership in any meaningful way. We have real leadership, but not in a meaningful way. People will benefit. Look, I used to talk a lot about saving the U.S. Post Office, the Postal Service. But I asked all the mail carriers and postal workers, you know, what does it mean for you? What are these changes? I would ask them specific things. They're like, I don't give a fuck. I'm not kidding. I can't tell you how many times I heard that. I can't tell you how many times the letter carrier was like, I retire in 2 years. I don't care. People are worried, but they're doing what they can, like right here. And it's a big deal when you see people come out in numbers. Believe me. But the hard truth is that the system isn't workable or fixable. All we have are people who in good faith want to, you know, even when they do truly want to lead, they're obstructed, or, you know, they end up disappointments or phonies. All we have is delusional, but still probably very good faith, sincerely kind-hearted podcasters who think by doing politics you can fix politics, or by doing capitalism you can fix capitalism. Merry-go-rounds don't eventually go in a new direction. But you can get off. And so where's the radical change? It's on the right. It's a lot of Nazism being instituted every second. I think we should, you know, save ourselves. Prepare for the worst outcome, even if you think it may not happen. Now, look, don't fucking panic. You can't do this exercise and let it get to you. It will overwhelm you if you dwell on this stuff. So this is an exercise you got to do that you got to breathe while you do this exercise. I almost hate to like suggest it, but this is what I do. So it's just a thought exercise. Imagine the worst possible outcome in your lifetime, the worst potential outcome in your lifetime. Just for a moment, think of the worst thing that could happen while you're still alive. Then think about what comes after that. Are you ready? Are you prepared? Are you physically, mentally, or emotionally prepared? Could you live as the 10th person in a 10-person cell originally meant to hold 3 people? Does anything you pay attention to prepare you for such a thing? If you're in a chat right now, you were likely in one earlier today, last night, yesterday, the day before. You'll be in one tomorrow. What else could you be doing? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. You probably do a lot of productive shit while you're still in a chat, which is multitasking, that's a gift. That's a real talent. Can you walk a mile? Can you run a mile? I'm talking to myself. This is what I do for myself. Can I run 2 miles? Do I garden? Can I grow vegetables? Do I know which invasive vines in the trees behind my house are fucking edible? It sounds extreme, and I apologize for that. I once saw a clip of Killer Mike giving a talk, and he was telling the audience that if they aren't ready, that he said they weren't ready for revolution if they didn't know how to hunt and kill their own food or build their own houses. Motherfucker, the bad guys aren't waiting for a revolution to put us in those conditions. No, they're not. It's not like everything's going to be great Right? If we don't do come on. It's on fire. The billionaires and authoritarians are going to strip us of everything we have, put us in prisons way before anyone organizes like an uprising, if they even ever get off social media long enough to do it. So, look, let's breathe. I think I'm purging some stuff here, so thank you. I still live in a rural area. I don't have a lot of conversations. I don't have a chance to express some of this, and that isn't healthy either. The fact is, we should build ourselves up. You got to look at the dark stuff. Sometimes you got to call it out. You got to face your fears. You got to face your anxieties. You got to deal with that shit. You got to step back. You got to pull back. You got to regain control. And you don't do that by being blissfully unaware. And you don't do that by ignoring the things that piss you off. I'm circling back to the beginning. I want to build myself up. I want to be better in every possible way. Not because, well, I'm getting old. I don't want to be a burden to anybody. No, I don't want to be a burden to anybody when I could instead be an ally. I want to help. I've always said, I don't think my struggle needs to be your struggle, but your struggle should probably be my struggle. And I firmly believe that. I believed it before I streamed, and I'll believe it forever. I need to fix myself so when and if the time comes, I can assist. However that is. And we should all be building ourselves up so that we can assist all of those who need it and deserve it. And I do not think that that is me sitting here telling you who you should fucking vote for in a system that has always been fucked up and will always be fucked up. Politics is the climate crisis. Do not be tricked by nice weather. We have to build ourselves up so that we may be, someone worthy of our neighbors instead of a pest in their ear about how they aren't doing it right or they don't understand politics right. When I imagine the worst possible outcome in my lifetime for myself, I think of a lot of different things. And it is not pretty, and it is very overwhelming. But one thing becomes crystal clear, and it is what made me pull the plug on social media and streaming in the first place, and is what made me want to live more like a monk, if you want to know the truth, with daily rituals and routines, and being with nature and going to county council meetings and getting riled up with my fellow citizens and the community, no matter what we think the rest of the time. The one thing that becomes crystal clear, the one thing that made me fall back into the outside world where it's harsh and scary, but also beautiful and worth fighting for. Offline, not online. And that one thing is that what I refer to as online culture, and what I once thought was helpful, being a part of it, isn't even a small part of the answer to our problems and the radical change required to enact real change, significant changes. It is, in fact, doing the opposite. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm not saying change your life. I'm not saying everyone get offline. I'm saying learn to be offline. It's not that easy, but it is better. I'll leave you with one last analogy. Personally, I need to stop looking at the hole when I should be looking at the donut itself. Go your way, I'll go mine, and we will carry on.